way, in a very strange way, about like light wizards and dark wizards. Some people that are just evil and they just do evil shit, and then there's this other secret organization that's they know about the dark wizards and they try their best to help everyone.
Yeah, I mean, the other part of my point was there's all kinds of shadowy organizations out there that are far more secretive than the Masons. Those are oh my God, like if you think the Masons got their name all over the place, what about all those ones that there's secret societies that just simply don't have a name because they don't want to be named, and that's the way you would do it, right?
The shadow groups.
Let's
be real. I mean, at the end of the day, because here's the thing: the aspect of what the Freemasons did back in the day, they built stuff. I fully think that they had something to do with the Arc de Triomphe. I fully believe that they had something to do with all the buildings that were built in the past. But I believe with any public organization that exists, group, whatever, you are always going to be subject to infiltration by oh, hey, these guys are doing something good. Let's pervert it. That just happens. So I think that there are good Freemasons that are out there. And I think
I can guarantee it. Most of your Freemasons in your community are low level. They're or even they probably have what looks like to be a high level, but those extra couple levels that they don't have, that's where the real secrets are, right? And so, when Mother Teresa from down the fucking block, is bringing in kids and she's just the sweetest lady, and she probably is doing great things for the community, honestly. But that's
Mother Teresa, as it turns out, didn't like people.
That is correct. So just this morning, I was watching a video. I wasn't aware of the fact that at the beginning of Mormonism traces their roots to Freemasonry. There was this guy reading from either 1890s or a 1910 Mormon Bible. It was a Mormon Freemason Bible. And in there, it had the history of Freemasonry in this Mormon Bible. And they themselves traced their lineage back to the Knights Templars. And the Knights Templars traced their lineage back to the Vatican. So
all of that stuff is pretty well. I bought a book years and years ago, actually early 2000s. Jim Marrs' Rule by Secrecy. It does a pretty good job talking about all that stuff.
So,
right, but that aside, I'm just going to look. There's people like Albert Pike. Albert Pike, they just put it out on Front Street. They're not hiding it.
So what I was going to say,
I'm pretty sure the Albert Pike writings weren't public until 100 years after they were written.
Interesting link on Christopher Columbus in that entire backstory with regards to the Knights of Columbus and how these guys all connect into the modern day church, all the way back then.
The other events that happened in Portugal in 1492.
You took it right out of my head, guy. Literally. Crusaded over, they came over to the Americas, right? And they literally conquested because they were so far advanced that they were able to quest the Americas.
Well, there was an expulsion. There was an expulsion that took place in 1492 in Portugal.
I would suggest anything before 1800. You might want to just say allegedly.
I was gonna say the same thing. We need to be careful about how much we actually quote history and how honest it is. And are these things made up just by someone who was writing a book, or are they real events?
I'm going to post a video that I would love you guys just to, at some point, please mark it, but take it in. It is by Eric Dubé, so if you don't like Dubé, cool, but if you'd like to take it in, please take an opportunity. I'll post it up in a sec.
Yeah, I like Eric Dubé, it's cool.
Talking about Freemasons, when you look at some of the depictions that they make, and you see the sun, the moon, the luminaries, you see the pillars, the globe on the globe on top of the pillars and that kind of stuff. In the middle, above all that, you see the pyramid and the eye, the all-seeing eye, and they actually telling the truth in those depictions. There is an actual structure that governs everything below it that we observe. So yeah, they do depict truths.
Can you share that the picture you messaged me?
Lies.
Just the one pyramid picture.
Probably got disconnected, but okay.
So anyway, as I've said here before, I was sunbathing and I was thinking about that scene. Obviously, I stopped watching TV in 2015, November 28. Well, I remember watching that Batman, the one with Christian Bale, the first one, and he sat on that plane with it was the old fella, Michael Caine. My name is Michael Caine, that guy, and he's talking about, as a man, I can't do anything, but as a symbol, then I could really do something. And it just hit me. I thought, oh fuck, that's it. That's exactly it. This is why they're so obsessed with the symbols, and of course, they get to. It's called hidden in plain sight, isn't it? They get to have a good chuckle with their other buddies, so they can communicate without actually having, just putting something there.
So when you look at the for example, this image that the level is shared that you share, right? You can see the structures, right? The floor, the things that are built by man, and you see all that stuff. But then you see the things in the sky, which is off the ground, not standing on the ground, and that symbology they depict in the observations that we all do, right? And it's been depicted in many ways, but many times you will see the pyramid shape in the middle of everything, above everything, and there is something to that.
So if you draw a line between on that picture between the sun and then down to the ground, back up to the moon, and then there's some ground structures which do the compass and the square, which creates their symbol. It also relates to Tesla's circle of numbers with the 3, 6, and the 9. How if you add all those numbers together, they all add up to 3, 6, and 9, and 9 is the master number. So that's also interesting as well.
In a lot of the depictions is not their symbols; they're taking it from observations and from the reality that we live on and under.
Yeah, and those mathematical numbers seem to create a lot of things.
And does the G stand for geometry? Do we know?
Oh well, is it a capital G or a lowercase g?
It must be God then, eh?
Is it God?
I don't know.
Are they gods? Are they gods? I don't know. Maybe that's one of their secrets.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean,
or maybe it stands for genitalia, and that's why all the politicians make the pyramid or / Freemasonic symbol above their genitalia. Genitals, sorry.
that weren't a joke. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they themselves put several meanings on that G, not just one.
Yeah.
It is funny though when you look through all these old portraits of all these, notable people. They're all doing like the hidden hand, aren't they, and shit like that. I mean, literally everybody who's anybody.
Very interesting stuff. You could just keep on going and going for days looking at that stuff. And where do you end up? Knowing just as much as you did before.
You remember that guy on Bill Cooper's show on his radio show. He got up to 32 apparently, so he says, allegedly. I mean, who knows? This is what he says. He got up to 32, and then he just decided that there were a few things that spooked him that he thought were a bit, dodgy. I think the connection to Satanism or something like that. I can't exactly remember. It's a long time ago. But he just decided that if you were, that basically you were a traitor, especially in America. I mean, I know they're big words, they're harsh words, but yeah, they got more loyalty to the Brotherhood than the Constitution. And that's why it came forward.
That's basically the same as I don't know if you're familiar with the guy named Greg Manarino. He does financial. He's a trader, stock trader, basically on YouTube. He has a nice following right now. That's pretty much his same exact story verbatim. He got to 32 and then bailed on him. Now he's claiming to be, trying to show the inner workings.
Probably not be around much longer then.
Well, he doesn't actually divulge any secrets. He just tries to help you through financial advice to get to invest your money, make money that way.
Anyway, the Earth's radius has been falsified.
Maybe the G stands for gravity.
Yeah, no, I think it has something to do with genitals, because they always also wear this weird blanket in front of their genitals, as with when Eve when Adam and Eve created these leaves when they finally realized after sinning the first time that they're naked, and it's just weird that they have also this the blanket that they have it right in front of their genitals,
Apron, I think it is.
The apron, yeah, right.
I know this could just be speculation, but if you're saying that, if you look at their symbol, the square and the compass, it could be symbolizing sex as well. So you've got the lady on the bottom with her legs open, and then the man over the top of her. So it's not far beyond reach.
Yeah. I mean, they're known for their weird ritual sex parties and so forth, I mean, at the end of the day, that's like the thing that runs our society these days, right? Actually, everything is about sex. Like, show me one thing that is not infiltrated with that topic, if it's not in mass media. Especially when it is in mass media. So yeah, I think it's heavily linked to that specific part of the human body. Why else all this, weird symbolism with certain rocket shapes, and, let alone the recent thing with Virgin Galactic and the other rich dude that then had a different shaped spacecraft. And I mean, everyone in here knows, I guess, what both shapes resemble, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think for them it's a lot about that part. But who knows? I'm not a Mason, so I can't tell you. Is anyone else experiencing Discord trying to disconnect and reconnect or something like that? Is anyone hearing me? Actually, I don't even know if I'm.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay.
I've got a green connection. Check yours. Are you red, yellow, or green?
Green.
All right. Well, then it might be. I don't know. I'm not a tech guy, but maybe it has to do with just. See, a lot of times it has to do with what region you're in and where the server is located, like where we have the setting. So there could be some kind of imbalance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good now. I just had that like a couple of times today. I don't know. First time happening. Yeah, anyways, I forgot what I wanted to say.
Dude, I've got so many things that I want to say that I cannot say in here. I'm fucking angry. Very angry.
Because of YouTube or?
No. Well, because of the censorship that might happen from YouTube. Yeah, that's a part of it. No, I think there's something I can get away with just saying as long as I don't go too much into depth. But my brother is right now, he went to the Mayo Clinic today after he's been hospitalized for the last like month. He's 20 years old. He's martial arts, like he's really good.
And
he's athletic, you know. And he did what was recommended so that he could go to school,
yeah, I knew it.
travel, and he has a fucking terrible fucking disease that, like, right now, this is now the third time, like, they keep doing the same shit and hoping that his body just adjusts to fix it because they have no fucking clue. But the doctors admitted that it came from the so-called cure that we get. Okay?
Yeah.
They admit it. I'm telling you guys, like, I'm gonna make this get it out right now. I just have to speak it out live to the 34 people who are listening or whatever the fuck it is. You know, it's stupid, but for your own families, like, I know most people here understand. Most people here know, but like, you really need to drive it home to your families, like how important this is, what risks really are at play.
Oh man, trust me, I talked with my brother, but I mean, his girlfriend was so manipulative, or still is, that I can't help him out of his weird change of perception. So yeah, he did it, and I mean, what should I do? You know, you can't force anyone. I just don't understand how he can change his mind completely, especially coming out of a family like we have been raised with way much more knowledge of alternative medicine. And especially for me as the youngest, his brother who was never in his life, you know, injected with good stuff, you know what I mean? So, yeah, people are weird.
No, what I'm saying is, like, my brother has been on his deathbed for a month and they still have no fucking clue what to do with him. Like, they keep, like, my brother is 20 years old and he's going to die only because of the treatment that was better for the collective.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't understand that it was already that bad, you know.
Like, no, I mean, if he pulls through it, like, there's a chance, there's still a decent chance, like, that he pulls out of it. But, I mean, the thing is that no matter what, best case scenario, his life is halved. And the athleticism thing is completely gone. No more doing anything. Like, you know, his chance of heart attack and all that stuff. Like, he's like a 90-year-old man and he's 20.
Yeah, You warned him, right? Before you did it.
Yeah, but he always thought he's college age kid, right? So like,
yeah.
So he's like, yeah, I understood there was risks. I didn't think I would be part of a statistic. I did what I had to do to go to school. I did what I had to do to travel. And he still actually sticks up for it. He's like, yeah, like it was, I fucked up basically. I guess I'm an unlucky one. That's his mentality.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, but I'm just sorry for him that, you know, that all this stuff that could have been avoided happened. But at the end, what is important to understand, I guess, is that it was his choice, right? No one but him made the decision to do something with the body that he owns. I mean, not really owns, but possesses. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but no, you're talking about like a young adult who his entire future depends on the choices he makes right now.
Yeah, I'm also 22, so I'm 22, and I was in court one time now for not going along with the thing that happened, and I made my decision, and I will not bow down to anything regarding the system, and still everything went out to be good at the end, so I don't know.
Anyway, I'm done. I just had to vent a little bit publicly. All right.
Yeah, no, I cannot.
That's about it. I know we're not supposed to talk about it. I know it's risky every time I do. So let's not go any farther. Just people, like, seriously, like, I know a lot of people take conspiracy and all that stuff as a sport. Like, this thing that's going on right now is fucking real. It's not like it's not a fucking game.
Wow, what's going on?
Nothing, Jemsy. Nothing.
What's going on?
I want to know.
Bad things. Anyways, Lunatic, thanks for sharing, and again, I'm sorry, man.
I got the button, my finger on the ban button if you don't tell me.
No, you're Hispanic. I don't even like Hispanics.
Hispanics,
you, my friend.
That was a rash to the balls right there.
You like Hispanic food?
I ate Taco Bell today, if it makes you feel better.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Nobody feels better after that. Nobody feels better.
I feel better. Much better.
Okay, then it worked. You're Jemsy. All right. Yeah, it worked on you. Perfect.
My conscience is quite clear. I warned as many people as I could. So, yeah, I agree with Lou, actually. We probably shouldn't talk about this, but I posted every other day on Facebook, and I never post anything. That's not what I do.
Sorry, bro. Talking about another topic, there is a non-profit group that has been suing the government in some specific topics, and they sued. Let me check who they sued recently. They sued the CDC, and they asked the CDC for the supporting evidence that the Fauci doesn't cause the effect that people are going to hospitals to, the seating, and the CDC couldn't provide any evidence that the Fauci doesn't cause the thing.
Right. So check this out. If we're gonna do this, So what my brother has, because I'm talking about a case situation, like, so if they want to try to fucking strike, fuck them.
I'm sorry. I cut out. Were you able to hear what I said?
Yeah.
So the CDC was sued, and they couldn't provide any evidence supporting that, their product they're promoting doesn't cause the problem. There you go. You got it.
Now listen. So the doctor in charge of my brother's case, says that what he has came directly from the jab. No doubt about it. Like, doctor agrees. It's a very rare thing. Like, hardly anybody knows what to do about. Like, nobody knows what to do about it. Actually, as far as I can tell so far. Now, with that in mind, his symptoms are almost exactly like what they told you people were dying of from the very beginning.
Yeah.
His lungs are filling with blood and fluid. He's got blood clots. He's 20 years old. He's been on dialysis twice in the last month and had at least had at least like 12 blood transfusions. His immune system is attacking his own red blood cells, and because it's finding them as a foreign invader. Okay, that's what's happening. So his immune system is killing him, and they're just trying to keep him alive until hopefully his immune system says, "Wait a minute, we can live with this thing."
I've seen people during similar situations during that period going through that kind of stuff, and they come into the room, nurses, and say, "Hey, this is your next jibby jabby that you're scheduled to get," and they give it to them while in those situations. They bring more GB.
Because for the first few weeks of this going on, they wouldn't even suggest that it was on the table that it could come from anything man-made or mandated, or you know what I mean?
That's what they say. They say that you were born with this, and now it's in your DNA, and it's your fault. I've seen it so many times.
Yeah. So anyway, he's going to Mayo Clinic and being put on a ventilator. The ventilator was the death sentence for like all of those elderly for the first year before they had a cure. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember all the elderly in the nursing homes who didn't have family that gave a fuck about them? That they just kind of like were like, "Oh yeah, this whole nursing home died." Like this whole thing, except for 3 survivors. That's what they did for a year in order to come up with an excuse for the cure. And now the cure is doing it to 20-year-olds.
Bro, this is your brother?
Yeah, he's technically a half brother. He's my dad's second wife, my stepmom. He's through her, so
it's your brother, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Well, listen, I don't think it's going to help any, but there's 2 things I absolutely know, and I mean I know, and it's beyond it passes all understanding, and that is that there's definitely a creator, and the death is not the end. I'm certain of both of those things. Anything else? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not dead. He's not like critical, but he's not living on his own. They're talking about giving him a ventilator and freaking. And for the last month, they've had to drain him. Like his lungs keep filling up with blood and fucking whatever. Yeah, he's living on other people's blood. for the last more than a month.
This is due to COVID?
No, due to the so-called cure to COVID.
Oh, weird.
Not weird. Exactly.
Not weird. It's pretty common.
It's not weird. It's exactly what we all warned everybody about from the fucking beginning. It's not weird.
Yeah.
So, like, it was like a reaction to the vaccine?
Yes.
Oh. Shitty.
Yeah, it's in the print. They tell you, hey, this Fauci might damage your heart or the lining of your heart. You want to take it? Yeah, please, thank you. Then you get heart attack and you wonder why. It's all in the print. And even stuff that happens to people is not even written. So there's other stuff that happens to people that is not in the print. So yeah. That's an adverse reaction.
Yeah, if you happen to just have this thing as well, you might want to ask your doctor for a D-dimer, which is it shows up blood clots anyway.
Yeah, I just learned about the blood clots this morning. Like I think they just learned. He may have had them this whole time. They just never thought to look for it. So I got to find out more about that. You know, like this is all just new news. Like, okay, so a couple of weeks ago, he was in the hospital all week long, and then he got out. A month ago, he was in for a week long. Then he got out. Then all of a sudden, it kind of got whatever. It wasn't like even talked about for first few days amongst the family. I didn't even hear about it until after it was a thing. So then he got better. Sort of after some treatment, but they were curious about what was going on. They were wrong. And he was back out of the hospital for like a week, but then back in, and then out of the hospital again for a week and back in, each time with more blood transfusions and shit like that. Like, I don't need to keep going. I'm just obviously venting. I'm done. I didn't want to make it a big thing. I'm just saying.
Maybe he needs more Fauci ouchies. That's probably what.
Yeah, everybody. That's probably what everyone needs. So, like in the meantime, we had a family reunion, and he was in the hospital. He got out, and I was expecting to see him at the family reunion. I really wanted to see him. I really wanted to talk with him because, like, this, you know, and I could have in between, but I was like, I'm going to see him in a couple of days. Well, sure enough, the day that the family reunion started, he went back into the hospital, so he wasn't at the family reunion. And then now that was last weekend, and then. So now it's been a few days, and this weekend I had my daughter, and I was thinking maybe we should drop in there and just say hi to him, talk to him. You know, like I don't know if he's going to end up back in the hospital. And sure enough, I didn't do it. My daughter wanted to play at the park and ride her bike and skateboard and whatever else. And we didn't go over there. And then sure enough, this morning he's on his way to Mayo Clinic. So this whole month, I haven't seen him. I haven't been able to go and visit him in the hospital. I visited twice while he was at home, and now he's freaking now he's going on a ventilator. Like what the? It's such dude. I'm kicking myself in the ass. I should have gone and seen him.
It's not your fault.
What? You having a party, Gemsy? Oh my god.
Yeah, yes, I'm in a party, yes.
Oh, right.
Yes, I'm in the party. In the party. Get it? Party time.
Just so you know, people, the thing you're afraid of outside isn't worth the pain that you might experience in your fucking family. Like, there's no real thing. Don't politicize it. You know, it's not a political issue. It's not even fucking real. Like, you guys are causing a lot of pain to a lot of families if you're trying to make something that isn't real. Over.
It's as real as climate change.
Yeah,
it's as real as climate change. I'll have you know.
Yeah, that sounds pretty real. No, sorry, Lou. I mean, the climate change bit.
I knew it. I knew what you meant. I know what you meant. Yeah, you mean I'm talking pretty real. I'm being real. I'm really laying it down.
Yeah, one of my favourite naturopaths name's Amanda Vollmer, the Canadian lady. You might have heard of her. She's disappeared from ThemeTube, unfortunately. But yeah, she's a wonderful person, and she knows a heck of a lot about biology and such. So I'd highly recommend her. Well, I don't know where you'd find her now, to be honest.
Volmer's gone, and then the other one, the Carrie girl, was in a plane crash, huh? So both of them are not putting out videos?
She knows her stuff, that's for sure. Yeah, literally going into hospitals, ripping people off of these ventilators. Like, what the fuck are you doing? to actual doctors. Oh dear.
Yeah, but no, unless you have a better treatment, if you know, you can't do stuff like that. Like, you can't like go and march in there with an army and rip somebody off a ventilator and then let them die. You know what I mean? You gotta have you gotta know the answer. You have to know the answer to do that.
High doses of vitamin C, zinc, magnesium. It could be made like a IV intravenous, and it could be made like a cocktail, and you could get it in the vein, and it will help a bunch of these people. Just high dose a cocktail of minerals and nutrients and vitamins. It will definitely help them out of the situation. But since it's a chain of events that is happening, because remember, they're being given this stuff, and then they're being put under drugs, and a bunch of things are done to the body. Then a lot of adverse effects are happening to the body. So to fix the issue is getting more difficult and more difficult by the minute. But
the thing about Amanda Vollmer,
I'm just high vitamins, high vitamin C, zinc, magnesium. A cocktail, like I said, a cocktail of vitamins will help a lot if it's done correctly.
It's pretty amazing how much C you can actually take. You'd be surprised. And the only downside about taking really massive doses is you might shit yourself. And some people actually pay for that privilege.
No, unfortunately, in cases like I'm talking about, I don't think like a lot of vitamins is gonna fucking do the job.
Dude, this guy sounds beyond that. But what I'm trying to say is, Amanda Vollmer, she'd go in with the family and they'd have an affidavit wrote up. Do you know what I mean? They'd literally have an affidavit for the hospital with the family members.
Lou, unfortunately, the other elephant in the room is the fact that those 12 blood transfusions more than likely have more cure in them.
Yeah, there's that too, because there's no like distinction between it. Although I do remember hearing recently that blood banks were rejecting vaccinated blood. I don't know if that was true. I never verified it, but somebody came in here saying it.
That would be really good news if that was true.
Anyway, goodbye.
At least we know that the president of Pfizer is not fully back, so he's fine. At least he's doing okay.
I just think that the sudden death problem that we have with young people and other people is just a coincidence. Nothing to see here.
Anyway, Arden, how you doing? You got something new to bring to this conversation?
It'd be best. Look, seriously, I'm ready to move on. Like, it's what's on my mind, but like, it's best for the server that we move on, not this conversation. We should get back to flat Earth.
Yeah, if you speak to your cousin, just ask if he can ask the doctors to prescribe an cocktail.
It's my brother.
I mean, your brother. Yeah. If you can ask him for the doctors to prescribe a vitamin C cocktail of minerals, they can do that for him. They definitely have the capability of doing it.
Vitamin C is all that it took, I would like to think.
No. It's a cocktail. You know what a cocktail is? It's a combination of things. It's to a certain ratio of vitamins and nutrients. But people label it vitamin C, but it's way more than that. You're just taking the label and a face value, but I'm telling you, it's a cocktail for a reason. Yeah. Cocktail, a combination of things, and there's many hospitals that do this. The Japanese do this. Even in the U.S., it's done in many places. It's just that the doctor has to prescribe it.
Okay, I just have one opinion.
Once they prescribe it, they can combine it into the IV, and that's a cocktail, and they can do it. It helps a lot. But there you go.
So I'm thinking maybe just keep as much documents you can about the situation, and hopefully more people will do that too. But that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah. No, obviously, but that's not progressive for my brother himself. You know what I mean? It's like for so hopefully others don't become victims. You know, like you want to protect them. Yeah, I get that. And I'm just trying to think though, what can we do? How do you somehow find the right treatment for this? Because it's been obvious till now that they've pretty much excluded the idea that it could come from anything that we did.
If he was my brother, I'll go to, let's say, the northern state like Maine, which is kind of pristine in a sense, and I will go to the water springs, get water from there, and then I'll go to the sea up in the northeast and get seawater and mix that.
It's not just about being healthy now. They did damage. They did damage. How do you reverse it?
Yes. So, and remember, you mentioned that the blood has been helping him, right? You mentioned that the blood has helped him. So
no. It's only keeping him alive. It's like
exactly. So if you have you could do this. It's similar. Like when you combine the seawater.
I'm sorry. It's not really helping. I get it. Lots of vitamins. Yeah.
No. This is different because you're asking for a solution, and that might be an option because we're not. I'm not talking just about your brother. This is general for people have access to this, and it could help. It could help some people besides your brother, and yeah, everybody has access. Well, most people have access to the sea, not to the pristine waters of the north, but yeah, you could go to the spring waters and mix it with seawater, and that will definitely make kind of like a similar solution to what the blood is, and it will provide what the blood is to be with the right ratio of minerals and that it needs.
In all due respect, look, I think you know.
Hey, with all your respect,
I think you know a lot of things.
my
I
point.
think you know a lot of things, but I think you're stepping a little bit over your bounds on this. Like,
What do you mean my bounds? I don't have any bounds.
No, obviously, like you think you know better. You think you know what's going on and how to treat, like, without knowing all the detailed information.
Hey! I've been in a bed, almost dead, multiple times, just like your brother. Just like your brother, I've been there, and I've been connected to those machines that your brother is connected now. I've been there, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I have firsthand knowledge.
Well, okay. I mean, if that's the case, that obviously adds more. And I think you have told me that you've had health problems. I just didn't know really what exactly it was. And so that's all stuff though that when you're talking about vitamins, you're talking about stuff that helps. It'll prolong. It'll make it so that these aren't cures. Like,
no, there's no cure. There's the body needs what it needs to do the functions that it need, and I cannot give you the answer completely, but if the body at least gets like some help, it could be better. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna work completely. I'm saying that the body is requiring certain things, and if you give it to the body, it will help the body. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can cross your fingers and all that stuff, but
yeah, you can also pray, and that might help as well. That might help because I did a lot of that.
So I had a kind of an interesting interaction earlier. I was talking to a nurse, and then I told her the Earth is flat, and she kind of did the I know, and then later I found out that she wasn't really saying I know on account of her agreeing to the idea. However, her son is, so that was kind of cool because I keep getting that where it's like some member of the family of people I bring it up to is trying to work on them, and I made real progress. Gas pressure.
I talked about that a couple nights ago about how pretty much everybody knows somebody who's talking flat Earth to them. Like it's going to take time to get through to them. I didn't mean to cut you off, though. Continue.
No, you're totally good. That's good to hear from you too. That's kind of the purpose in bringing it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, brothers. And you both together just invented a new song that one of our Flat Earth musicians can make.
All right, cool. Talking to nerds.
Everybody knows somebody.
Right.
Yeah, but I was thinking more along, in the basement, in the old man's car, talk Flat Earth to me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I try, man. I'm out there hustling Flat Earth the best I can, man. But yeah, I made real progress, I think. She basically can.
Man, what's happening? They're dropping like flies. They start talking, then they disappear.
I didn't want to bring up that whole ass conversation out of where it would do that. So it got a little too real probably for a lot of people.
Oh man, Lou, what's the longest level you got?
Dude, I think okay. So Lagers and I started off on a really bad foot. I hated him; he hated me equally. I was at Lagers level 0, like maybe negative. I don't know, but I think Lagers. I think I'm at like a Lagers level 4. What's up?
Oh man. I like how you took that. I said, "What's the longest level you have?"
Oh no! I was thinking about what you typed in admins. Yeah.
Hey, that's private.
Yeah. I'm a level 4. Whatever.
Dude, I got this 8-foot blue beauty right here. I can validate 8 foot of levelness on the spot. Anyway, is anybody speaking now? Because I know I have somebody muted that I accidentally muted.
Nobody's speaking, but I do have to step away for like 45 seconds. Time me.
I'll use my level. Oh man, just drinking a nice bottle of Earth Curvature. 100% natural spring Earth Curvature.
Sounds crisp.
Oh man, it's crisp. Sourced from Evergreen Spring, Freiburg, Spruce Spring, Pierce Pond, TWP, whatever that means.
Is it a plastic? Is it a plastic bottle or actual glass?
And you know how much bottled water and glass costs, homie?
I was just listening to Clive DeCarl earlier, and he had an interesting correlation, which I don't know. Who knows? He says that the reason young people are so gender confused is because of all the plastic bottle water that they drink.
All the phthalates.
Because it doesn't. When they fire the bottle and they make it from that circle, they don't give it time. You're supposed to leave it for a while, but they ain't got room to store thousands of bottles, so they just basically pour the water in straight away. And this was his reasoning anyway. And then he went on to say, and if you leave that then said bottle on a whatever your front car seat in the hot sun, it's even worse.
Yep. So they have this brand. They have a brand of water around here that's in a can, an aluminum can, and it's called Liquid Death. And
good name.
It's got like 3 different versions. One of them's just like a straight up mineral water, and I think one's a seltzer, and then I think one like has maybe a lemon or lime added to it. But it's pretty good. Just the straight up mineral water. Like if you've never had like a really rich mineral water before, I would recommend it. They're good.
Yeah, I have actually, and I kind of liked it, but don't make tea with mineral water because it's awful. I went through an experimental stage with, all kinds of waters. The God, that word's just jumped out of my head. Distilled. I was drinking distilled for a while.
Oh man, that's garbage.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. But you see, that's another thing about
it's got no sweet minerals, bro.
It he sells fulvic minerals, so he talks about fulvic minerals quite a lot, you see. And I used to put the fulvic minerals in the distilled water because you're not supposed to put it in the council pop, as we call it. That's tap water to you.
I see. So what you do is you take perfectly good mineral water from the source, then you distill it, then you sell it for more money, and then you sell the minerals to add it for even more money.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's a show in this country called Only Fools and Horses, and a very early episode. They live in Peckham in London, and they bottled water, and they called it.
You ready
Peckham
for some
Spring.
names? You ready for some names of water, dude?
On them.
I just searched it up just to get some random water name brands. Okay, so here's a brand of water. It's called Bacteriostat water.
Okay.
All right, next water. The next one is called Thick and Easy.
Oh, jeez.
Thick and Easy clear version.
Oh, I hate these names. Who comes up with these names? I want to be sat at the board meeting when he went,
dude,
let's go with that.
I want to know what the Thick and Easy unclear version looks like. All right, this one ain't too bad. Waiakea? Waiakea, Hawaiian water. That's pretty cool.
So just on distilled water, I've been drinking distilled water for 5 years straight. So what the problem that I've come across with mineral water, like spring mineral water, is that what it does is as it goes through the earth, it dissolves. Instead of minerals that your body absorbs, it dissolves rock and things like that. So they're the minerals that are in the mineral water. What that does with the acids in your body is it turns it back into recalcification. So the minerals that you actually want are from vegetables. So this is just, I'm not saying that that's 100% true. That just through the research that I've done, that's the only issue with mineral water. Unless you're putting back in minerals that have been extracted from vegetables, then you're actually recalcifying your joints and things like that through mineral water.
Right, that's why. Sorry, Tim. Go on.
Just a thought. Yeah, I just a thought. Yeah.
No, that's why I said the distilled. You take the distilled and then you put the fulvic minerals in there, which is basically soil. Ultimately, you should look into fulvic minerals. Really good.
I mean, that could be a brand name right there. Fulvic. Crisp, clean,
absolutely
expensive.
Actually, fulvic minerals are really a really concentrated form of minerals that are made by the processes of the ground and the bacteria and insects in the ground. As a result, fulvic mineral is a result that plants actually feed themselves from that as well. Yeah, so fulvic minerals is it's a pretty powerful concentrated of minerals from the soil. But it's not just regular soil. Not every soil is fulvic.
Oh yeah, you can quote unquote emaciate the soil too by overtaxing it through agrarian without having animals involved. There's a theory out there that that's what caused the Sahara Desert.
Huh.
So I got two more brand names of water for your perusal. So this brand, holy crap, $26. A 24 pack is $26. That is insane. Okay, so
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
The brand name is Boxed Water is Better. That's the whole brand name. And it's in a box. Kind of like little milk. No, not like when you get in school, they're like 2 inches tall, but this one's like 4 inches tall. So it's like two of those little milk boxes. That's expensive though, dude. You get a thing of Poland Spring water for like 24-pack for $6.
Yeah, but the normal waters that you buy at the store, those are mixed with microplastics, most of it. So you're drinking plastic.
We've just been
in
talking
the water.
about that, Jemsy. You missed it. You missed the conversation
Oh, yeah.
totally, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, here's one.
My bad.
Oh, here's Liquid Death. Oh man, you can get Liquid Death online. I have to say that's the best one I've tried in recent history.
I wouldn't drink it just because of the name, dude. That's just my opinion.
I've tried that one and it's decent, I will say. I mean, it's just water, I guess.
Which one did you try though? I think I only tried the one that's in the black can. They have 3 different flavors or kinds or whatever.
One of the rarest ones that I've seen is called Boss Water, and they have a version of that one that has sea mineral waters infused into it, and it does taste different. It does taste a little like not regular water, but they claim it has sea minerals.
They used to have the fancy Voss on the table at this restaurant I used to go to, and if you drink it, you have to pay $4 on your tab. Otherwise, you just get water. You just get regular tap water, basically.
I would say if you're near like a pristine water spring, I think that's probably one of the best waters that you can drink. But you can upgrade it with 1/3 of 1/4 of seawater, and that will be a better version of water. That's just me.
All right, here's one. It's called Dr. Willard's Clear Concentrate Water. Concentrated water. Just add water.
Concentrated water, yeah, that's a good one.
But it says it's altered for medicinal value, I guess. So it's probably got some, patented form of minerals and things. Here's BLK alkaline water, pH 8.0 plus, with fulvic minerals.
The problem with alkaline is that you're diluting the acidity of the stomach, and that might affect the digestion of foods. If you're drinking the water and then eating food, the acidity of the stomach is not the same that it would be normally without doing that.
So check this out. It says pH 8.0 with fulvic and humic acid and electrolytes.
That might be a good thing that it has the minerals. It's just, I don't know about the alkalinity of it. They probably added something else to bring the alkalinity that high. But the minerals are, I will say, they are a good thing. That's a good thing. But I don't know about the alkalinity. If you drink too much of it, I mean, just don't drink it before. Just don't drink it before having a meal. That's it. You could probably drink it and you'll be fine. But if you're gonna drink it and then have food, it might be a bad mix.
Okay, so this is classified as a sports drink. So it's basically just high pH water with added fulvic and humic acid and electrolytes.
Can you share that one? Can you share that one? That one sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Would like to see it if you have it.
Yeah, 1 second.
James's right about the alkaline water as well. It's so with when people they say, "Oh, I need to alkalize my body," it's not done through the water. It's only done through food. So if you drink alkaline water, he's right. It's not good for your stomach.
So they add an acid to it. It's still overall. It sounds like it's saying the overall pH is still 8. Oh, here it says you can pay an extra $7 per case for added curvature. Sassy.
You guys want to hear a solution? Works kind of for me for stomach ache, and it might seem counterintuitive, but this raw unfiltered apple cider vinegar with the mother, the organic variety, take about a shot of that a day in the morning, and I'm really able to avoid needing antacid for whatever. I think there's some kind of a an aid that maybe isn't even talked about, in much or something. But it seems counterintuitive because it's acidic. But I think there's enzymes and things that are helping digestion or something like that. I don't know. I can't nail it down, and I'm not giving medical advice. But for me, if anybody has problems and they haven't tried that, maybe give it a try.
Yeah, the apple cider can help to balance the acidity of your stomach, because you do need the acidity of the stomach to digest. I wouldn't do it all of the time with every food, because if you're just eating protein and fat, you'll be fine without any extra acid. But if you're really diluting your stomach acid, you definitely have to balance it before you get a meal and eat it. Especially if it's too much sugar, carbohydrates, and that kind of stuff that messes with your digestion. The apple cider might help with the digestion.
I'm sorry I've been away, so I missed that, but I just caught the end. Apple cider vinegar with the mother. I'm sure that was mentioned too. It's got to be with the mother. That is miracle stuff. It really is.
Yeah, I think it just kind of helps me in general. And then I do a lot of probiotics and prebiotics, and basically exclusively eat food unless I get lazy and eat out.
Yeah, I've actually had one of our friends say that a doctor told them, because they're having some stomach problems, and the doctor told them they shouldn't with fermented
Definitely
foods.
be careful with some of the products for the probiotics and that kind of stuff. Just because it says probiotic in the label, just don't put it in your body because of that.
No, I was just saying that I found it funny that anybody with any type of GERD or IBS or Crohn's or colitis or any type of stomach issue, I'd obviously recommend sauerkraut. But I found it funny that this person had just come back from the doctor and they steered them away from that.
Interesting.
Maybe they know better. I don't know.
I don't know. Has anybody ever made sauerkraut?
I am very lazy. I buy it. I know the process.
Isn't that made with let's say water and sodium salts?
Yeah.
Yes, water and cabbage, and then crushed for it takes a while.
So I don't know about the vegetable itself, but the content of sodium or minerals in the liquid is definitely a benefit. I don't know about the vegetables themselves, but the sauerkraut might be a good combination. It could be.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The stuff I get it's got a few bits of other things in as well, like bits of broccoli and things like that. But
bro, don't eat broccoli. That's horrible.
Broccoli's horrible. How?
I was joking in here when I mentioned it was genetically modified from a Brussels sprouts. It comes from that family anyway. But shit, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, it just tastes like sauerkraut. That is, it just tastes like pickled onion, basically, like when you pickle onions. It's great. Great with fish.
I also for a while been doing things I can to regrow teeth and things like that. So I've had no problems with my teeth for a long time. Different minerals, things.
I've been quite lucky in that regard as well.
Yeah, I'm 46. I'm old enough to have some problems.
Wow, you do not sound 46, my friend. You sound like 13. Sorry. No, you sound much younger. So that's awesome.
Okay. I kind of look younger too, to be honest. But
me too.
Hey, when you ask me about the what you mean saying broccoli is horrible? Just look at the face of a baby when you show them broccoli. Just look at that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Well, yeah, but the flat Earth is getting around. It's an encouraging thing, especially it seems the younger generation, because I hear a lot of parents, like 12 to 18-year-olds. That's the age range I'm hearing the most of the response.
Do you think?
From the parents.
Do you think the friend I haven't spoken to for 3 years because I told her the Earth was flat? Do you think she's going to come back to me then in 5 years?
Well,
and go, wow, you were right.
Hold on, well, I don't know what Hewitt for her, but I mean, at this point, if somebody's given the right direction for information, and if they pay attention, they'll understand it.
That was kind of our problem at the time. We were kind of drinking quite a lot of things, beers and wine, and so it's not good when you're talking about polarizing subjects like this when you're in that state.
Well, also 3 years ago, I don't think we had the information solid yet. It was, for me, it wasn't yet really. You know what I mean? I had the too far, but
I know
you know what I mean. We've dialed in the past 3 years in a big way. I mean, all directions Globers can go at this point gets crushed. The only thing they can do is just say nah, or I don't care what the shape is.
The thing is, I didn't even bring it up. Right? She said we first fell out about climate change because she thinks that's real, and I'm like, no, that's not real. And then that didn't go down well. And then she said something about flat. She did that really stupid. I don't know. It's like that stupid joke. Flat Earthers said this around the globe or around the world, however she put it. And I was like, oh no, the Earth is actually flat. It was stupid. I wish I'd have kept my mouth shut, to be honest.
Well, for me, I won't do it at work. It turns into kind of like a henpecking session, and then they'll huddle up and try to come up with something. But either way, it's really uncomfortable because some of the times, rather than like turn into like troll stuff, and it's just kind of like, and then it makes you feel really uncomfortable because they're talking crap about you. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. When I've had a drink as well, I tend to get up on my soapbox.
Oh yeah, if I would drink, oh man, dude, it would be. I'd be rambling. Thank God I don't drink anymore. Yeah, what do they say? Drunk mind speaks a pure heart, or whatever, or an unfiltered mouth, or however that works. And I'm really susceptible to that. Oh boy, am I ever with alcohol.
Yeah, so it was just a bad combination of the whole thing.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand. I've went too far with.
I insulted her as well because she's got tattoos, and I'm not a big fan of tattoos. And I'm sorry if you've got tattoos and you're listening to this. The thing is, I don't know how to put it, but it's like, God, it's so weird. To me, it's like seeing an exquisite portrait or something. I don't know. Let's just say Mona Lisa, even though I think Mona Lisa looks ridiculous. But anyway, some people apparently like it. We'll take that as an example. It's like putting your signature on the forehead and going, ta-da!
Right.
That's the way I see tattoos. I'm sorry, but
well, the way I see them is regardless, you only really have a limited amount of thing that's going to look decent anyway.
Well, the other thing is, if you ever see skin moving under the water, like in a swimming pool or something like that, and I saw this clip. I don't know where I saw it. It was on YouTube or something, and it was slowed down, and they just all moved as one, and it just mesmerized me. And I thought, wow, largest organ, so it's a miraculous thing, and just the idea of people doodling on it just seems wrong to me. And that conversation obviously didn't go down well either. And then she was trying to upset me in some way, as people tend to do when they, low blowing. And I said, listen, if you're trying to upset me, just show me your back. Yeah, you can imagine. It didn't go down well, none of this conversation. So, but basically she was my next door neighbour for years and years, and then she moved away. And then she came back to see something else, and she was like, oh yeah, I'll stop in. Well, da-da-da. And I haven't spoken to her since, so. Be careful what you bring this topic up to. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, it went like that. Well, my brother, he was an air traffic controller, and I was an air traffic controller trainer. And oh boy, is he get
whoa. You can't skip over that, dude. What? Have you seen the movie Pushing Ted?
Yeah, have you seen that movie? He missed it. No, I haven't watched movies for a long time.
That's about air traffic controllers. Pushing Ted, it's called.
Yeah, my brother got the job because some guys went on strike, and then they all got fired, basically. So they put ads out in the radio, air traffic controller hiring. He had a 4-year degree in ancient Greek history, and then ended up an air traffic controller. So it's 2 years of school, and then he's done. He made a good living, but yeah, he didn't catch what Earth is, and boy, is he not wanting to hear about it at all.
That movie made me think it's a terrifying job. He
says it's like playing video games.
Well, yeah, but there's real lives involved though as well. You're playing for keeps on that video game.
Yeah, yeah, sure. People could die. That was I don't know when did that movie come out? Was it about the?
I think it's about early 2000s, something like that.
The strike would have been about 1990. No,
Candy,
1990 or 88.
John Cusack is in it, and Billy Bob Thornton. I like Billy Bob Thornton. I think he's great.
I don't think I like any people from Hollywood.
Well, I know what you mean, but Billy Bob's pretty cool.
I have no idea what he does outside of that roles he plays.
He's in a folk band.
I don't know about that either. I don't know. I don't trust him.
No,
I know. If they're on the TV screen, they're like part of the problem in a big, big way.
Yeah, especially. But you see, this is the thing. I've thought about this a lot, and the people that sell art, I've said it before here, I don't actually blame them. Because if you were offered a yacht or 3 bullet holes in your back in a ditch, most people choose the yacht. I don't want to hear anything they've got to say after that once they've took the ticket, because then they're essentially somebody else's mouthpiece. But I don't hate them. I don't hate them for selling out. Yachts are nice.
Right. I don't know if I hate them. Don't know if I trust anything coming through them.
Exactly, yeah.
Not being agenda driven.
Yeah.
Therefore, I just don't want that programming coming into my brain at all. So that's my perspective. And that's why I share it here.
Yeah, they're not speaking for themselves anymore.
Well, I think there's time delay on the TV, even if there was an attempt. But by continuing to go down that path when you already have the yacht and you already have the mansion You already have, and you already have bank account. You already have a helicopter, a plane. I mean, at what point do you say, well, you know, I don't know. I just don't trust them.
I know exactly what you're saying. I learned a long time ago that it's best to have all the things or none of the things. You don't want to be in the middle.
None of the things.
They'll take it off you.
Well, then none of the things is almost more freeing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're not going to worry about things breaking, being. There's a lot of concern that goes into having a lot of property and value. I know.
Yeah, what was it that Kevin Smith said when he bought his Hollywood mansion, that he realised when he opened the back door, it was teetering off the back of a cliff.
Oh yeah.
Just meaning that he had to keep working and working and working. But yeah, how much is enough? It's a good question.
And again, I'm not going to claim knowledge that I know that these people for sure are no good, but I suspect strongly that they are no good. They're good at acting, maybe, but like at one point in history, it is said that actors weren't trusted to have office sort of things because they can act. So I don't know what would be so hard about acting except for remembering lines and trying to portray false emotions.
He just reminded me of that. I love that Shakespeare line. What is it? Poor and content is rich and rich enough. I love that line. What were you just saying, dude? I was thinking of something good there, and then I got lost with Shakespeare.
Well, I mean, there's one thing to be said for sure: is there's no way none of them people don't realize the Earth is flat and don't realize.
I remember now. Back in day.
Go ahead.
Back in day, we used to think of them as prostitutes. You know, that's how we used to. They thought of as no different to prostitutes, apparently, in these sorts of Greek, ancient Roman societies. And I thought we could get back to that. That would be that would be more apt. And it's funny because I was watching back when I watched TV. Jennifer Lawrence, she ran one of these shows, and they said to her, "Jennifer, what would you do if you wasn't an actor?" She said, "Prostitute," as a joke. And I thought, yeah,
Jennifer Lawrence, one of these sus characters. I'm going to go have some looks at pictures of that one.
Sorry, cutting out, dude. I missed that. But they've certainly shown in the last couple of years that they will literally say anything they are told to say.
Dude, they proved that long before we got to this point. Like, a long fucking time ago, that they will say whatever it takes. Like,
boy, it's been exaggerated this last few years, though, hasn't it? It's very, very obvious.
Yes, it absolutely has. And still, there are people who are like, "Oh, but they're the people. They're the smartest. They're the ones who are most qualified. They're the." And then you have those people who will also say, "Well, they're all incompetent. They're all like they're all idiots. They're all retards." You know, like, well, it's neither one of those things. Like, people need to understand that there's a greater goal than what we're privy to, and they're very efficient at their jobs.
I mean, it's pretty obvious why these people won't speak out for certain things, because that will be the end of them. It's whack-a-mole. You know, they will just be cast aside. And I mean, Benjamin is the perfect example of that. Banned off for everything.
I'm just highlighting how the wool can be pulled over your eyes. That's the thing. Like flat Earth, vaccines, like whatever it is. If you want to believe the mainstream narrative of World War II, go ahead and read the textbook. Do you think you're really getting the truth? History never documents the truth. You only have history to go on.
Yeah. It's a story agreed upon and nothing more.
Here we are, a bunch of truthers trying to ask the hard questions while being censored in all aspects. Like, it's up to you to read between the lines of all of this cryptic shit that we're saying and understand that you have no control, and neither do the people you elect.
Yeah, I've said it before, it should be the freedom movement, not the truth movement, because nobody knows what the truth is. Unfortunately.
Most often, here's the worst part, is we're being used as a part of their game. We help to we help to institutionalize the idea of such corruption and so on, and they laugh at it. They laugh and they laugh and they laugh for decades, and then they come out and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, that actually happened. That actually happened. That's true. That's what we did."
Yeah, but you're still demonized. I love the alt-right thing as well. It's all alt-right now. He's an alt-right extremist. like that means anything.
Yeah, no, we're the bad guy for not fitting in. Why can't you just have a good time like the rest of us? You're such a fucking mood killer. All of you, every one of you in this room listening has been told that you kill the fucking mood at some point or another.
What's this Indio posted? Just like CGI stuff, or is it kind of looks like Earth would look from the sky in reality?
No, but what I'm getting to is it's the mood. It's the mood of humanity. We have a mood we want to be in, and they present you with these ideas, and if you don't go along with it, you're a buzzkill. Okay, like think of it as you're a stoner and a drunk, like in teenage years. Like you're just that douchebag who's dropping the ball on everything. Why do you got to fuck up the program? We're all getting along.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Bill Cooper said it, when you speak this kind of truth, you're hated on all sides. And he was absolutely right.
But the reality is that we're being led. Every one of us, and we're pitted against each other. Like most of us in here think that we have a high ground on other people. We don't. We're not better than them. We don't have a better understanding. We just have a different understanding, and both of us are wrong.
Absolutely. That's why I said the only two things I actually know is that there is a creator of some flavor, or, well, I wouldn't dare to say to attribute a flavor to it, but there's definitely a creator, and death is not the end. And that's a wonderful thing.
People, here's the thing that really got a lot of my family members at the reunion recently. So like they constantly throw you these politicians who constantly prove themselves to be incompetent. And so we're all led to believe that we have an incompetent leadership, an incompetent rule structure, and incompetent people just in general making decisions for us. Well, that's not true. They are very competent at their jobs. They've been selected for their purpose, and they're doing their jobs with pristine accuracy.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
playing the crowd perfectly.
Yeah, look, Trump's perfect. He's fucking hilarious.
I mean, I'm not calling out people in here because most of you are pretty woke, but like there are lots of people who do come in here.
Woke? How dare you?
I mean the old school version of that word, like before they stole that too. Sorry, my bad. That is my bad. Sorry, but what I'm saying is there's people who are awakened. That's a better word. That are they're still fooled. They think that because they reached a higher understanding, they now get it all. They're playing us a few steps ahead.
Yeah.
Like most truthers really are only regurgitators, and they're being played, and all of our entire group is being played. Why
do you think they keep creeping in here? It's so funny to me because this radar that I've been given, why I've been given it, I don't know. They think they've gotten underneath it. They haven't. They absolutely haven't. Usually it's because it's a bit awkward to call people out, but yeah, I can hear someone disingenuous. One word. That's all they have to speak. One word. So, I don't know. It's like these anti-flat earthers. I can't listen to them for more than 30 seconds. It just grinds on my ears.
Anti-flat earthers is like that. That's so first level. Like,
no, but I'm just saying.
We have plenty of people who have infiltrated our group many times over. Like
because they're dishonest, dude. Right? Because they're dishonest.
Like me, like myself. I'm Mexican Special Intelligence Group.
Well, yeah, Gemsy is an obvious one. Like, just disregard him. Like, everybody knows Gemsy's a fucking disinformation agent. But like, I mean, Gemsy aside, like, who else in here is a disinformation agent?
I'm not going to say, but you know you are. You know you are, is what I'd say.
Helio is being paid by YouTube. I hope he heard me saying that.
Yeah, no. Anytime I can trigger Helio, I would gladly do so.
So you're telling me, Luke, you're not the commentator on the Space Busters videos? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm telling you is I have like
just like that dude.
Like I literally have zero social media other than Discord. I have no Facebook. I have no. I mean, what Instagram? No Snapchat. No no Twitter. No. And I've never created one for any of these things. Like, no.
Well, you're not missing a great deal.
I knew that from the beginning. There's a reason why I've never done it.
But I felt obligated to post a few things about the last couple of years on Facebook, memes mostly, to the point that my own brother said to my mother, "Can't you ask him to stop?" That was the general feeling as well I got from the post that I'd put on. It's almost like there's a big train going to hit the family, and I was like, no. and I get asked, that's what I get. Can't you ask him to stop? Stop warning them that the big freight train's about to smash the family to pieces. So as I say, my conscience is sort of... I could have done more, to be honest, but I mean, if you know, you should say something for sure. If you've got prior knowledge, what kind of man are you if you don't?
Guy, the reason why I'm here is because even though there might not be a lot of people listening to us, I think people that come here are probably more susceptible to information. Like you have to go out of your way to find us. And so if you can go out of your way and find me and those like me, and hear our opinions, our ideas, then even if you fight us, whatever, you're well on the path. These ideas are still getting put into your head, and someday you may come to the realization, that the same one that I have and many others here.
Hopefully you realize it before Helio gets here.
Well, you got to realize it before Helio gets there any day of the week, because as soon as he gets there, it's over.
Just kidding. No, you got a good point, man. You got a good point. No, because there's a lot of accessible, media out there, and you could spend a lot of time doing a lot of other things. Obviously, I mean, while doing Discord, while doing other stuff, like I don't know, you could be doing whatever, Netflix or YouTube for a long periods of time. But most of my content is most of my bandwidth is consumed here in Discord. So
yeah. Well, yeah. I would say too, like there's a lot of problems afflicting the world at the moment, right? There's a lot of problems, and flat Earth definitely is one of them. Like if people don't realize that the Earth is flat and all the other lies that are attached to it, like how could they ever wake up to the others? Like this could be a good channel, but it's not going to be the channel for most people. Most people are going to have to figure it out the reverse way around, right? They're not going to realize the Earth is flat first and then realize the rest of the truth. They're gonna go, wait a minute, this was a lie, this was a lie, this was a lie, and all these people happen to be talking about flat Earth. What the fuck's going on there? You know what I mean? Like, so they're hitting it from a weird angle. Like all of us did actually, but maybe we can awaken a group of a new generation of people who don't have to come at it from a backward angle, and they can just go, okay, here's what's been presented. We have this available and that available, but they keep censoring our shit.
The new generation, they're gonna be given a better version of what we got, and they're gonna be happy with it.
That's a disadvantage at this time, because now, like, there's that algorithm, and like it's the things that were available aren't there no, basically. And it's kind of remarkable.
Sorry.
It's kind of remarkable also that 2015, none of the channels I was involved with suggested any Mr. Nathan Oakley or the Flat Earth Discord, which were for me the places where I got the nails to the coffin. I think these people should be shouting each other out more, like the more mainstream ones, like the Jaren and that sort of, and RV. They never said any of these people. It's kind of striking to me now, looking back. You know what I mean? That's my opinion on it. I don't remember ever them suggesting anybody come here or putting any links out. You know what I mean?
I know you're probably mostly directing towards me, but I'm sorry, I got caught up in a admin chat. I wasn't paying attention, so. I would you care to redo that? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, okay. So for a long time, I was following Jaren, that people, and RV, and I never got
Now you're cutting out. Now you're cutting out. Please start.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, so early on in my, like, it was kind of, the information was kind of not as powerful as what we've dialed it. And I wasn't being given links to say this Discord or Nathan Oakley. And it was the cast that.
You're breaking up really bad, dude. I'm sorry. Just give it a couple minutes. Like, find a new spot.
Yeah, drop out and come back in, maybe, or something.
Okay.
Right, try it now. You weren't getting the links. We got that bit.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's kind of, for me personally, remarkable that no links were given to, say, Quantum Eraser's channel, this Discord, or Nathan Oakley, via where I was originally getting information from, which would be Jaren's channel, RV, and that sort of areas. So, I mean, I don't want to put a whole bunch of names out in Front Street. All right, and you know, and it really doesn't draw a conclusion here, but for me, I think we all should be supporting each other. You know what I mean? Like, over a period of like a couple of years, I think a link to, you know, one of them 3 areas would have been a good thing to share. You know what I mean?
Well, you're breaking up a little bit, but we definitely got the sentiment, that's for sure. And I couldn't agree more. But in some weird way, maybe it's just because I know how this realm works, I'm kind of glad we censored to, you know, the shadow band into this little corner, because if the movement got big enough, that'd just be a lot of people for them to kill. Obviously, if it got too big, then that'd be impossible, but it wouldn't be realistic. And then I suppose they'd have to come out and say, oh, look, NASA, they were faking everything. I don't know how they'd do it, to be honest, but yeah, I've got a pretty good idea how this realm works. And yeah, they're not, the people who won Monopoly, they're not going to turn the board over and let someone else try and win. That's just not, that's not an option for these people. So while ever we've got very few people, that's safe. That keeps us safe. If you get a big giant platform, well, people want to listen to you, then you're a target. Believe me. You know, I always talk about John Lennon. He's a good example of that. He had a massive platform to talk about peace from, and that didn't go down well. Yeah, and I always think this lovely young lady, well, I don't know how old she was, but I'm assuming she was about 35, maybe. Her name was Jill Dando from this country. She was a news anchor, I guess you'd call them. But she anchored a show called Crime Watch, and she was shot in the back of the head, and on her front doorstep, actually. And the rumor was that she'd got, well, who knows? I mean, it's a lot of speculation. Some say she had identities of a paedophile ring, that kind of stuff, and that's why she was gotten rid of. Who knows? But whenever anybody talks about justice, or you think about a Hollywood movie where, oh, that guy's going to get the thing and do the thing, I always think of Jill Dando being shot on just as she was leaving a gate. And they said it was just some sort of petty robbery, but she was hosting this show called Crime Watch. And as I say, the rumor was she'd got privy to some information that she shouldn't have had. So, what that information is, who knows?
Well, another thing for me, this server does, it kind of lets me be able to kind of like come back to reality from dealing with normal people or whatever. It's like therapy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a therapeutic to it. Yeah, that's why I said early on that it's very important that we can come here and share this, but I don't think it'll last much longer if it keeps going in this direction anyway.
Oh, I'm not trying to bring up non-flat Earth related topics. I'm not trying to. I try not to real hard, actually. I try to always stay on that. I try to bring flat Earth up in here as best I can, because it is literally, for me, it's, I don't see the shenanigans work. We get enough people, and the way that I've been able to at least be public and have solid information, like it should have been obvious. Gas requires containment, but it didn't come to mind to me, and I hadn't heard it until running into QE. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've often wondered where did he get it from, because QE doesn't sound like a nerdy guy to me. He doesn't, he doesn't sound like he'd be drawn to that kind of subject. I don't know. Well, maybe that's wrong for me to say, but
from what he said, I'm not going to say it's verbatim, but it was in a chat regarding debating evolution, and the guy said air pressure without containment, and QE he said that he registered the reality of that immediately. That's what and that's not verbatim. It's basically what he had to say from what I could remember. But I think it had to do with a discussion happening regarding evolution. A person brought up gas pressure without containment.
That's interesting, dude. Interesting.
Yeah. So he was flat Earth early, huh? Ooh, pretty early. I think it was 2016, if I remember his year right. I don't remember everything I hear. But
yeah, I think probably the first time I heard it was around there somewhere, and I certainly hand waved it away. I imagine most people did here. I just went, "Oh, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard." As you do.
It was comment threads on live uploads. It could have been even Alex Jones when he was back on YouTube. I don't remember what it was, but it was
Alex Jones.
Comments that I kept running into on different content creators, and it would be the commenters. You know what I mean?
Right.
It wasn't creators themselves. The creators themselves were usually against it, and everybody would mock it. Like nowadays, you can say flat Earth without the chat attacking you. You know what I mean?
Well, I know David Icke, who I sometimes watch. I do like some of the things that he says, but I have watched him dance over flat Earth like a burglar dances over, laser beams. Just amazing how he just danced over it, and I thought, but he still says some good things though. I will give him that.
Yeah, I can't conjure motives for sure, but for me, it's kind of the deal breaker. I basically stopped paying attention to people that won't take flat Earth seriously.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? When you got a content creator that's like, say, an Alex Jones.
I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
Because Joe Rogan's the same, right? He did the same with the moon landings, just a total 180. No, I think the moon landings happened now. This guy, he was the biggest denier of such a thing. Denier. I need to go and have a shower now. Yeah, he used to go on diatribes on mainstream radio for fucking 20 minutes on that subject about this is not possible, that's not possible, and then all of a sudden, yeah, no, that's definitely possible.
Well, yeah, I don't see anybody going along with the new thing, whatever it will be, if we can get flat Earth message out. However, people have that internal desire to learn or something, or that ability to change their mind. I don't know.
I mean, $100 million might be a good reason for some people to change their opinion.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
And that's just on the public side. Maybe he got more, because 100 million on the public side is one thing. In the private side, could be way more than that.
Yeah.
But you know, I was listening to that podcast from the very start, and as soon as he did a 180, I was just done with it. I was just done. That's it. And again, I don't hate him. I don't, I just stopped watching, stopped listening.
You're right. Well, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go do some other stuff for a while. Have a good one.
Yeah, good night, dude. So, Arden, are you there? Can I ask you a question? No?
What up?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question, if that's okay. My brother's mentioned something about the system, the sort of system, entire system. He was talking about a Tesla coil, the sun and moon, moving around like a Tesla coil. And I didn't really understand it, to be honest. And if I'm truly honest, I don't really understand electricity at all, or a Tesla coil for that matter. I understand there's copper wire involved and magnets. But what do you think to that? You got any comment on that? Because it was more of a passing comment.
I don't know.
That's probably the best answer, if I'm honest. Like I say, I wasn't exactly listening very well when he said it to me, but I was like, okay. And he said a lot more things.
That guy, Flat Earth Philosophy, has like an idea he came up with where it's a toroidal hemisphere or something. So the inner part, which we know is the equivalent to the northern hemisphere is one part. Then there's a break, roughly around the equator, and then it goes into the next one. And the sun and the moon kind of go in between. And they kind of pass through there in some kind of energy that charges it or distributes it or something. I don't remember.
Dude, you sound shagged. You sound tired, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that when we were talking about the actors being prostitutes earlier. I was thinking about afterwards. I was thinking of the Matrix. Like I don't know that character's name. I think it's Cypher or something like that. And he's in the restaurant, and I totally get it. I totally get it when he's like, "I want to be back in the Matrix," sort of thing. But it just made me laugh. He says, "And I want to be someone important, like an actor." Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, yeah, think about it from a certain point of view. Is it seems that in the Matrix, but think about it, in the Matrix movie, it seems like they made the Matrix to be essentially humans get to run it, right? So they essentially would live out the lives that they normally would have lived out, right? It's not like they're being, yes, they're in a sense, they're in a sort of a prison, but it's almost like it's the exact same way their lives would have lived out if they had the logistics of the outside world, except the outside world, from what the Matrix says, is scorched.
Right.
Right. So living in the outside world is basically just, like Cypher said, just a crap show where you eat cardboard all day and you're afraid to die, and it's like, woo, whoopee, I'm free from the Matrix, yay.
Yeah, you just made me think of Aldous Huxley, who famously said that the sort of the future generations will love the servitude.
Yeah.
And that's what
it's like, you got to think about it. Like in the Matrix, if you don't have money, right, you got to go get a job, you got to work, you got to till the soil, you got to plant the seeds, right? Because that's the way the program runs. And then if you go out in the real world, guess what? You got to do all the same stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Benjamin made me think of that, funnily enough, because he used to talk. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No. This is really interesting that you bring this up. Because with Cypher, he wanted to go back because it was more difficult to actually exist outside of the system. But
yeah,
it's really difficult both ways, if you really think about it.
Right. When I said I totally get it, what I meant is 10 years ago, maybe a bit more, I remember thinking, why am I in a sea of people? Or they're all facing backwards and I'm facing forwards. But I should maybe turn around and face the other way with them.
I don't know, maybe it's kind of like if you face backwards, then you have really nothing to do, or you're not in some type of psychological or physical relationship or anything that, because everything they think is completely different than what you think. Since you've
Right. No, I've made my peace with it now. Obviously, I wouldn't go back now.
Me too. But at the same time, for new people coming in, it's a very difficult path.
Yeah.
And so it's not peaceful either way. That's what I was getting at. Go. It's like you're still going to have struggles on whatever way you choose, but once you see what we've seen, you can't unsee it. So it's just like, I'm going to go back, as if Cypher could actually go back and they would let him. You know what I mean? In the movie, because they manipulated him to come back and give him information about everybody else, and they intended to kill him the whole time.
Mm-hmm. But it just, I was just thinking about Owen Benjamin, who made me realise that, he's like, okay, you want to be free? Well, how free do you want to be? What if we just dropped you in woods? What are you going to do then? And it's like, oh yeah, shit. I'd be dead in a week. So, how free do you want to be? Is a real question.
I mean, how can you be free? It's just like America used to be the bastion of freedom, but now if you want to be free and you try to be free, you're going to get the government just coming down on you, now. So, yeah.
I always love that George Carlin bit where he's like, "What everybody's talking about rights? What are you talking about? Right? My right this, my right that. You ain't got rights. You got privilege."
Your voice almost sounds like it. Do George Carlin voice. Tell us. You almost sound just like it. It's like he's got this grumbly freaking.
Yeah. It's a great bit, is actually. Because it's like, if your rights could be taken away. Yeah. If your rights can be taken away, then they're not rights, are they? They're privileges. I do love George.
I do too, man. But your voice almost sounds like his, if you could do an American accent.
Well, yeah, that just shows.
A New York friggin' British. I mean, not a New York accent where you can just reproduce George Carlin's freaking. He's got this really grunty freaking.
What were you saying, Arden?
I was saying that just shows that, like, people when they say that, right? Like, it sounds rhetorically powerful, but it's not that your rights can be taken. It's that they can be oppressed or countered
by government, because as described in the Constitution, and whether or not the Constitution actually protects anyone, but the rights are described. It does in a legal fashion, but it also describes it in a lawful fashion more than legal. And so that's a difference.
At the point of the Patriot Act, the Patriot Act just takes away anybody's rights.
Yeah, but we're not talking about. Let's talk about say the 10 amendments. The first 10, the Bill of Rights
shall not be infringed.
Yeah, most of those rights are like, this should not be infringed, and this is the rights that were given to us by the Creator.
God-given rights.
Yeah. That was what the Bill of Rights was.
Right.
About.
So that means they can't. That means they can't be taken.
I mean, it doesn't mean they
think about it. If you kill somebody,
the only way they can be taken is by them populating this idea of ignorance about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Howard.
Yeah, but they really can't be taken. You always have them. You just don't exercise them. Like if someone kills
the only way you can lose them is if you're manipulated and confused.
Yeah, but like if somebody kills you, did they take away your right to life, or did they take your life? You still have the right to life. You just don't have a life.
They took your life.
Well, I mean, if you believe in the Creator, then you still have a life. So that's their fault.
Yeah,
they have to pay for that later.
Listen, if they took your right to life when they kill you, then that means you don't have the right to live, and so your death is no longer against anything. So then there's no murder to prosecute.
Hey, let me ask you something, AI. Why is there 3 Morvises on the right side? That's not only 3 Morvises. There's freaking 4 24/7 lives. Did you guys see that?
That's because of your. It's just your memory in your device.
No, I'm looking directly at my screen, and I'm seeing 4 24/7 lives, 3 Morvises. What the hell's going on?
There's only 2 live streams.
Well, let me close my Discord, and I'll come back and see if it changes. But bro, I'm seeing 4 of the 24/7 live and 3 Morvises. I'm gonna close, and I'll be right back.
Those aren't actually live, are they? Right now?
What ain't live, Holmes? We're always live.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's right. You're busted, sucker.
How many people are watching it?
Well, YouTube says -2, so that must be we're at positive yellow squash.
Holy shit! It's quite a bit.
To myself more.
You see, sometimes Globers, they like to compare numbers, and they're like, oh my goodness, Flat Earth guys don't get that many views as opposed to mainstream consensus narrative masses type stuff, which appeals to the mainstream conservative, masses. It's like, well, no freaking duh. The mainstream is going to get more. I mean, good grief. How dumb can you be?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. It fixed it. Yeah, it's not there anymore.
See, in my opinion, though, the Earth is flat like a pizza.
Flat like a pizza.
Yeah.
Really?
And then there's
couldn't it be just flat like Earth is, as you all observe it? Every single person on Earth observes it.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Really?
Yeah. I think we should.
What did I do? What did I do? Tell me what I did.
Well, you made it to where like you went against the grain.
No.
It's
flat. Pizzas are dependent on a flat, motionless, contained environment, because without that, there will be no pizza maker.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to make a shitload of pizzas. I worked for Pizza Hut for like 3 years, so I know how to make a fucking pizza, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody business. I know how to make.
So in a way, you're kind of like God, because God also made a pizza called Earth.
No, he didn't. No, he made the Earth realm that we live in, and it's definitely not a pizza. It's the only place that exists.
Exactly.
All right, so if I'm wrong about this, can you show me any evidence that some other realm that we exist in?
No, I agree with you.
Okay, cool. So we exist in Earth realm. This is what we call it. We're kind of limited in our understanding about how this came about, and we have all kinds of stories through different historical concepts and everything, how this place came about. But you can choose one. If you want to support it, you can come in here all day and just say, hey, I have evidence that my story about history and creation of Earth is true. You can go with the Big Bang if you want to, and you can go from a little dot in the center of the universe and call it freaking 1,500 trillion miles wide if you want to. That's on you.
Yeah. The Big Bang is big gay, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think the Big Bang is even plausible, but anyway, some people do.
I mean, how could you have something from nothing? You got to have a creator.
You can't.
Yeah.
So I mean, and the Flat Earth pizza around the sun is impossible too. So and you've never heard anyone say that. So nobody here would ever say that. So don't.
No, I was just referring to the shape of Earth as a pizza.
Well, I mean, it's what other people say about us. We don't talk
condone that.
Yeah, we don't condone that idea. We just observe Earth.
Well, it's just our little secret. It's just our little secret.
No, actually, it's not our secret. It's just a story that was made up about what flat earthers believe, and I'm just telling you that's not what we think. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would you say that when you haven't even talked to a flat earther? You're just like, oh, these flat earthers believe that Earth is a pizza, third rock from the sun. You know, that's ridiculous.
No, but Globers will be like, the Earth is like an apple. You know, so it's just an analogy, really. It's nothing.
Who cares? Because they haven't actually talked to us about how we observe and what we think. You know, and if they do, they just go on to weird tangents about, you know, their ideas about the globe, which we completely understand, but we show them on many different ways how it's impossible for that to have happened in the future or the past or even in modern times. What you're saying about this solar system and galaxies and shit, even in mathematics, and they admit themselves that it's impossible. But this is their idea about it, how it could happen. But the entire world is just fascinated with this stupid idea. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just I agree.
No, I do tend to bloviate. Go ahead.
No, I had nothing to say.
Well, I was just wondering, I mean, just like, how is flat Earth so dumb when we just observe what we see? And everybody else is like, you flat earthers are dumb. No, we're not. We know exactly what you're going to say before you say it. So,
yeah, I'm not fucking dumb.
Yeah.
So. No, we're not dumb.
Oh, man.
We are the answer.
Where's like Kiwi when you need him? Aren't paying attention to the new science. It's just like there's no science involved. This is your story. This is your religion that you want to. But there's no physical.
So I got a question.
You actually physically observe is Earth itself. Why would you believe this shit? Anyway, go ahead.
So are aliens?
Oh God.
Are they demons?
What?
Yeah. Hold on.
So first we've got pizza, and now we've got aliens.
Well,
I'm gonna go smoke. You guys freaking deal with this shit.
The second part of what he said, I agree with. So, I mean, this whole idea that there's aliens, yes, they are fallen angels and demons.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to, calculate where we're standing here.
It all makes sense because they want you to believe that aliens exist, that you can leave this realm and you can go fly all over the damn place. But, if people were to think for themselves, they would understand that freaking, how are you going to have these things flying around, but yet none of it makes any sense because, like, if you go back to, like, World War II and Hitler, and he was involved with the occult and all of this, the Wanda weapon and all of this stuff. So he was creating stuff before it even got going. So who was he in contact with? He never said anything about aliens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about you today, Fraud. Actually, funnily enough, do you know when I was saying? Remember, I was talking about the tree. The word "tree" is not the tree, and you got a little bit triggered about that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm over that, man. I'm over that, bro. I'm sorry about all that. You get your feelings and you turn into a little bitch, and that's what happened.
Did you understand though what it meant?
No, go ahead. No, I probably wasn't even paying attention because I was in my feelings. You know what I'm saying?
The words are not the world. Do you understand that?
The what is not the what? What was that?
The words are not the world.
No, I get
Sorry, you've cut out.
I said, yeah, I get you meaning. We've created them.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, but no, I'm totally on board with the demons.
What do you think? What is a deviating plane? What do you guys think that is?
Oh man,
that's
like when your colors in your house are very drab, and then the bathroom is like polka dotted.
Yeah.
It's nice when you contextualize what you're saying in like a sentence or a story. I've never heard deviating plane used in common conversation, so I don't even know how to respond to that.
And like in the Earth aspect, like either flat
it's usually described as a topographical plane, isn't it? That's probably better. But I always say level.
It's usually described as a LARP earther.
LARPer?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, that's when people come to our server and they just throw out buzzwords, and try to get rises or explanations or contradictions, or it's basically a form of phishing while pretending to be a flat earther. I'm not necessarily.
Are you trying to insinuate that that's me?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just talk naturally. Deviating plane, what the hell are you talking about? Let's just have a normal conversation.
He's making fun of you, fucking AI. You're fucking talking like a machine again. Fucking come back to humanity, please.
Shut the fuck up, lunatic.
I never said I was a flat earther or a glober. I'm in between. I don't know. I don't have proof of either. I'm trying to learn.
That seems to be the place for you guys now. I've noticed you're neither in or there. It's fun.
I don't have strong emotions for either. I'm just learning and talking, having conversations.
You sound like you're on the verge of laughing. Like when you make a prank phone call when you're a child.
Laughing?
Yeah.
Why are you guys
right
on edge? Like,
oh no, I'm not on edge.
Dude,
do I sound on edge?
No. You sound super chill. Like, I might have done that, but no, you have to understand. Being flat earthers, we're constantly being attacked. We're like, everybody comes in, so yeah.
I had the conversation. How do you think I was able to talk in here? I did the whole interview thing, and told them what I think. I'm not here to troll or whatever, LARP.
Yeah.
So.
No, so sorry if we're not always like in Zen. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Speak for yourself, Lou. I'm always in Zen. Thank you.
I would describe my mood as pretty flat. Yeah.
Oh, see what he did?
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Your jokes aren't landing. They're kind of lying flat. Oh.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Your jokes are falling flat. Oh.
I'm trying here. I'm trying.
Damn, this is the funniest I've ever heard Lemon. Seriously. Like, somebody give him a round of applause.
No worries. Let's just have a natural conversation and we'll go from there. I guess we can lighten up a little bit. But I would describe the Earth as an irregular topographical plane. Specifically, It's on pillars on top of a water deep. I go with the biblical cosmology. Surrounded by waters below and above. A firmament dome above us with the sun and stars revolving within them under the heavenly ocean, under the heavenly throne of God. That's what I would think.
Right on. I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, overcomplicating the flat Earth is a major problem, even for flat earthers. We get sucked in by the globers, the zealots, really. they want to overcomplicate things, and we get drawn in, and we fall prey to it. Like literally, it's as simple as you see it. Like they have the positive claim. They're like, no, but it's more complicated than that. And it's like, not really. No, not really. You still have the positive claim that is contradictory to our real life experience.
Yeah.
You like you have to prove my real life experience wrong. Do you understand that, Globers? I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
I think they just listen to what the media and fucking school tells them. I think they have the operating system to deviate off of that train of thought that the Earth is fucking round, and that's that. They don't really care to.
Yeah, I think they were told when they were in like 7th grade, like that no matter what you think, you aren't as smart as the experts.
Yeah,
and the right? Like, so you could maybe become an expert, but right now you are stupid. Yeah, and like you having an opinion or a thought or even observing reality is not valid. It's not like sure, like because you're not an expert.
Yep. Nobody is really. I mean, some may know more than others, but how can we really know for sure?
I just want to go to a place where people question things. I don't really give a shit about flat Earth or anything.
No,
like
but
that shit.
I disagree with that too. I don't want to be in a world where people are just only answering questions with questions. I don't want to be in that.
I don't want to be in a world where people get thrown in prison for an opinion.
Do flat earthers go to jail?
Certain people who have told the wrong kind of truths actually have ended up in prison, unfortunately.
I see. Yeah. They know a lot more than we do. They went to jail.
They exercised wrongthink. That's my point. And whether you disagree with them or not is not the point, because if you silence one man, you silence all men. That's the point of it. You may not agree with the extremist, radical, whatever he's chanting about on corner, but you can't silence him. That's the whole point of freedom of speech.
Mm. Yeah.
It's also the reason I say level realm instead of flat earth, because that seems to have been weaponized, just like the two words conspiracy theorist.
Right, and just like with with some YouTube and Facebook videos and stuff that we put out, they actually shut them down all the time. They freaking they put us on strikes where we can't even put our content up anymore. We didn't do anything offensive. We just questioned the narrative, and then they just don't like it. And as a matter of fact, about 3 years ago, they had the CEO of YouTube go before Congress and say, "What are you going to do about these flat earthers?" And she was like, "We're going to start criticizing their content, make it where nobody can see it anymore, and we'll actually just freaking shut them down."
I got a question.
They're doing it. They do it all the time. They do it all the time to us. Go ahead, Metalar.
What does it do to silence someone?
Hold on.
I was just making a comment. I was just saying, what are we going to do to stop the dissemination of all this truth? But continue.
No, yeah, go ahead. Who was the other guy we were talking?
Oh no, never mind.
No, I was just saying, this is our information. If you depend on YouTube to disseminate information, our information, that we do, we're I won't say we're fortunate, but so far they haven't just totally shut us out. But
no, for some reason they can't, and probably because we're speaking the truth. Like honestly, like the reason is that they can't shut us down completely. They can shadow ban you. They can push you to the bottom of the algorithm, but they can't censor you completely by removing you. Like You know, like let somebody who does a school shooting and live streams.
I disagree.
They can pull that off.
I think they can, and they won't have any freaking reciprocal.
No, it's just that the rules that they themselves set up. Like they still do play by a set of rules.
Okay. We'll see, because I don't think this YouTube thing we're doing is going to last much longer. But we're going to still keep doing it on other platforms, because every single day I get copyright claims and I get shit from YouTube every single day. But I never get it from Twitter or
they will not. They will make your life utter hell. But like, there's a lot of caveats, in that. Like,
we can still go live, and that's where we're going to get the most feedback.
Helio, just next time you reply to one of those emails, just reply.
I never reply to them.
So next time, just reply this: I know Gemsy, and send it.
Oh, and then they're going to be like, I know that guy from Boston.
Yeah, just tell him that.
So it just be everything's on course, because you got some clout with Google. Okay, I got you, man. Got you. I'll check that. I'll see if that works.
You're welcome.
No, the copyright claims don't necessarily affect the live stream. They're just like, but we do 12-hour streams as if somebody's going to watch a 12-hour stream. I know people go back and watch some portion of the 12-hour stream. They might click through or whatever. That gives us more views and stuff like that. That's fine.
Right. Actually,
that's one thing. That's why I created this.
Actually, this probably isn't even live streaming material, but somebody pressed me on this when I was saying it. We do use it like a tool for moderation and stuff like that, like for being able to view back. And I think there may be a caveat in the end user agreement with YouTube that, like, anyway, basically, we're not allowed to make use of it other than what they intend it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if it was really that hardcore, they wouldn't let me do it for 3 years. So
yeah, but no, I think there is a fine line there that somebody was pointing at.
Yeah, I think
I've seen it too. Go ahead.
It's mostly for the fact that most people in the world associate flat Earth with retarded people, so they're not too worried about it, I guess.
Yeah, because we're dumb as fuck, aren't we? It's like every time, but actually, that's when, just like Lou was saying earlier tonight. It's like, hey, we'll get dozens of people that join our server every day. They might find it through YouTube. They might find it through DLive. They might find it through just Discord or whatever. They find the link. They find their way here. And that's why I always like, when I'm checking people and I'm just like, how did you find the Discord?
That's how I found it. Thanks to Helium's channel.
All right, cool. But a lot of people find it just through Discord. Just like, hey, and they'll say, like, I was just looking up Flat Earth on Discord. I was like, really? So why were you looking up Flat Earth? Are you curious?
I found it through Globebusters. I was watching YouTube videos, and I was watching the Globebusters video, and they had a link to their Discord link. So I clicked it, but I was immediately, because I wasn't like, I wasn't like unofficial, flat earther according to you guys. They thought I was a troll, and that I was just fucking.
You sound like a troll.
He's definitely, Lou's definitely a troll.
Gemsy, if anybody should be talking, it's not you, dude. Like, you sound like a troll every fucking word.
Dude, I think this is the
you guys don't even trust each other.
If you have me and Lou and Gemsy in the same room, the worst place you should ever be. Because we
thank you. That's
so much shit. But anyway, go ahead.
That's why I believe in space, because I know the space that is between me and you guys, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we can love each other from a distance. Like,
yeah.
Dude, I think we could all have some beers together and just freaking have a blast. But whatever.
No, thank you. I hear Flat Earthers saying that
fuck you back, Jemsy.
Space doesn't exist. I'm like, yeah, right.
No, what I was getting at is, we obviously are oppressed, from whatever platform we try to the live stream or whatever. It's like they always mess with me. Roger's doing a live stream. He's back up today. I don't know if you guys know or not. I mean, Roger got his live stream back today. We're all trying to support each other in every way, and we all want to support each other in every single live stream. That's what we're all about. So anyway. But as far as like false information,
is I'm not gonna go visit Jemsy or you, Helio. Like especially you, Helio. Jemsy, maybe he might live in a really cool place. Like it sounds tropical or something. Where he lives.
Bro, I mean,
Jemsy's in fucking Boston. Is that tropical?
That's way too tropical for you guys.
Definitely not tropical in Boston. Anyway. God
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, in the flat Earth model, is there crust, like the crust on the Earth, or?
Oh my gosh.
Well, there is.
Do you guys have a better answer than I might have for this one?
Let's start off. Where did you get anything you learned about flat Earth from? Let's start there.
I know nothing. That's all I'm trying to learn.
He's asking. So when you say cross, what do you mean with cross? What is that?
Well, I mean, so my question obviously stems from what I was taught in school, is that there's crust, but I don't know if there is on the.
Bro, when you say cross, I think about Pizza Hut.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's why I wanted to figure out where he was starting from. You get me hungry right now.
Well, I mean, the supposed, the hard land that moves over the mantle of the Earth and all that shit. Or is that
so? The cross is a land that is moving above another layer of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
The mantle, yeah. Is that in the model for flat Earth, or I'm just trying to ask a question here?
From our frame of reference and everything we can gather together, including technology tests, there is no movement of the ground that we all stand on.
Okay. But what about earthquakes?
It's motion. Well, an earthquake is a definition that the ground is shaking, right? The ground starts shaking, so that's when the ground moves. But when when there is no earthquake, the ground is motionless. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have the inner canals of your ear that has a liquid inside, like water, that are aligned with the level of the water. So you have this vestibular system that if you move your head left and right, or even if you spin, right, you're gonna be able to tell if you're moving or spinning because of
the gravitron. When you go on the gravitron, you just ride the ride or roller coaster.
So your experience, your senses, your experience are telling you completely that you're standing on a motionless ground. You're observing the sky, the luminaries, like the sun moving across the sky. So your senses are pointing out to all this stuff: motionless, of the ground, level, water, flat description, and then the claiming the opposite of that, which is the curving, moving, spinning globe, will be nonsensical because your senses are telling you the opposite of the globe.
Sure, and one major test you can do is just watch the sunrise and sunset.
No, I'm not denying it, dude. You guys are answering it like I'm denying it.
Go ahead.
No. We're just talking, bro. We're not attacking anything you're saying. We're just replying to your question.
Right, because earlier people are thinking I'm like LARPing and all that shit. So.
No. Can I point something out though about that? Like something about your delivery, like your tone. I don't know. Like it's probably nothing you can do anything to change. Honestly, if that's you, then that's you. But
Bro, there is nothing wrong with this guy, and we've been joking around, and he probably no. I'm not saying you, Lou. I'm not Lou. I'm not saying you. But the thing is that we're here talking in the internet. We say things. Sometimes we joke, and this guy might reply with a kind of like a joke tone question, and some people get offended by that. But we're kind of having a cool conversation.
When I was getting at something about his delivery, his tone, the way that he phrases his sentences and stuff like that, and like all that.
It sounds like perfect English to me.
It sounds super official, right?
It sounds extremely uneducated.
Yeah, I apologize. I really kind of agree with Lou on this one. But
I'm sure I sound extremely uneducated because I am.
No.
But it's not about
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm educated, but I'm
bro. If you are uneducated, if you don't have an education, that might be a good thing, bro.
That's not what it is. That's not
No. Okay, when I say that I sound uneducated, I'm uneducated in flat Earth because I am. I know absolutely nothing.
That's good. That's good.
Here's the thing. Here's what I was pointing out: is that there's this like a paradox almost. Like the people who sound highly educated through the system, they typically also don't agree with us. Like like you're agreeing with us and sounding like you've been indoctrinated by the system pretty thoroughly.
It's simple clues, right, Lou? It's simple clues.
Yeah, it's weird. Like you have this flow about you that sounds just like a textbook.
Hey, bro, it's very simple. It's very simple,
like,
bro.
He already knows both sides. He already knows both sides. He's going to ask us like targeted questions.
You guys talking about the guy like you know him or something. Come on.
No, guys. I mean no.
I can tell by the way he talks that that he's going to ask a certain.
You can't tell.
No, I mean
really.
No.
Really, I don't know. I don't know.
My questions. No, you're so used to people. You're so used to people trolling you, right? So of course your guard's going to be high.
This is not about trolling.
Well, no, dude, even that answer right there was too perfect. Like seriously, are you fucking CIA? What the fuck are you? You have to tell me? You know that, right? If I ask, you have to tell me.
It's not that he's CIA. It's that you and Helio have been having way too many beers at the moment. So just relax.
Shut up! I'm being funny, man. This is good shit. Even if you're not drinking.
I can tell he's freaking clowning with us. I mean,
maybe
it's not even hard to pick out, man. If you can't figure this out, Jimsy, man, I question whether you can actually fucking, it's.
Bro, I question you questioning me. I question you questioning yourself.
Question me questioning you right at this point.
Yeah.
But this dude is obviously trying to lead us down a.
Let's talk about what we feel, what we think, and forget about this dude.
I'll make an agreement with you if Lou
Let's forget about the guy, and let's talk about how you and I feel at the moment.
I want you to just talk to him, and then once you talk to him some more, it's going to be proven out. So go ahead.
I feel like this is just the way I talk all the time.
Are you from the north? You just naturally sound educated, whereas the south.
I'm like 20 minutes from Canada.
Yeah, me too. Well, not 20 minutes, but
me three.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin. See, Northerners, we just automatically sound more educated. Like
I'm on the well. I mean, I'm in North.
People like Helio, you just write them off.
I'm a Southerner, so I sound ignorant because I have a Southern accent.
Because you're a fucking redneck, dude. Like, easily.
I mean, I'm pretty country myself, but Northern.
Well, but a lot of Northern people are country too. So I mean, show me your country.
No, what my point actually isn't. My point really is that it doesn't matter what you sound like. Just because he sounds like a dumb fucking drunk redneck and I sound like a dumb drunk fucking Northerner, Yankee or whatever, like it doesn't make one of us smarter than the other. And the rest of you all too, like just because you a lot of Englishmen, they you have too many damn narrators out there.
You know what's really special about Lou? What's really special about this conversation is he thinks he's going to get away with something which he can't do here because we've been doing this for
are you like inside of his mind looking at what he's thinking?
Am I coming around
this for
from the
5
back
fucking years? We know how this works.
Yeah, I'm about to come around from the back and I'm going to attack Helio and point him out as the drunkard drunk. I'm telling you guys, I'm drinking tonight too. You know, like I'm having fun. But
hey, just because of my tone and my accent that and because I'm from Boston, that doesn't mean I'm better than you guys, right?
You know what might be funner, Lou, is if we just let Jemsy do this and figure it out himself.
I'm with you, Helio. Let's team up and quit fighting each other. Let's quit fighting each other. Fraud and Jemsy on the same team.
What do you like think I'm an informant for somebody or something? Like
what the fuck does funner mean? What's funner? The fuck is that?
That's a southern thing.
Yeah, you can only get it if you're from the South, and you have to be white for that.
Funner. That should be somebody's name. Funner.
It's much more fun to listen to this fucking guy destroy himself by talking to other people when me and Lou have already figured his ass out. So anyway, go ahead. Talk to him, everybody else. Go ahead.
Helio, you destroy yourself every night.
Really? Well, why am I still here? If I'm such that bigot fucking weirdo asshole, why the fuck am I still here?
Because you like dudes, man. You're gay.
So, that's it.
All right, Jemsy, basically you're saying let's give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Helio and I are saying, like,
why not?
Helio's saying don't give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying, yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm warning you, it could be a fucking trope. You know what I mean? Like that's
I just feel like I'm not welcome here, honestly.
No. You are if you are sincere.
I don't know how much more sincere I can get.
I'm saying that is because I want
bro, all you need
he wants your
out of the conversation.
You're saying you want me to sound like a robot, pretty much.
I want everybody. They're criticizing me and Lou, but I want everyone else to talk to you so that we can hear exactly what's going to happen after we've already freaking.
Helio, that I'm agreeing with you for. This is rare. Helio and I are on the same team tonight.
I feel like you mistake me for someone that goes on these servers. This is my first time on one of these servers. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no. And if you're for real, look. If you're for real, then I welcome you with open arms, and I'll give you a big hug if we could meet. Like I seriously.
Well, hey, observation guy. Observation. Have you ever in your life spoken to drunk people while you're not drunk? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now you get the situation. You get it, right?
Yeah.
This isn't about drunk. It's about truth. Go ahead.
No, I don't even care, dude.
Do you agree with me
people that act
to
drunk
not
like
get involved? Lou, do you agree with me to not get involved?
All right, yeah. Both of us have been drinking. Both of us are going to shut up for at least 3.5 minutes. We're going to both.
No, at least 10 minutes. Come on, at least. You motherfucker. 10 minutes, maybe 30. Let's see what happens.
I'll give it 10 seconds.
Now this dude has to walk on eggshells for the rest of the conversation. It's hilarious.
Exactly. Yeah. No, he doesn't have to. Bro, you don't have to. Hey, you don't have to speak to us. You don't have to open your mic. You don't have to be here if you don't want to. You're here for a reason. You came to the server and you're talking to us, and these people talking in the internet. Some people are drunk, other people are not drunk. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I know. I only speak when I have a question or I'm interested in something. So.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions for anybody in here?
Not at the moment.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just here to this conversation.
So when you say observation unit 4, what does that mean? Are you?
It means I'm an observer.
Is there like a cute girl in unit 4 of your building, next building or something?
Sure. No, I'm out of servers. I've had it for 2 years now. So just I forgot what it meant.
Is that him or me? He's kind of like cutting out.
Yeah, he was roboting.
Who, me?
Yeah,
a little bit.
It was just for a second, but it's all good.
All right.
So you've been on this. So you see, guys, he's telling the truth. He said 2 years on this account, and he created the account on Saturday, 28th of March, 2020. And he joined this Discord on July 24th. So it was yesterday. So he's been having this account for 2 years, and you guys are calling him a troll. Come on, guys. Are you that dumb? Anyways, bro. Yeah, it's all good, man. Welcome to the server. Yeah. You got the VC verified. That means you can open your mic anytime you want. What brought you to the Flutter Discord? Because I see you're in the politics. We share this Discord called Politics. So there's a lot of people that join that Discord in the VC and talk about so many different things.
Yeah, and that's where I came from. Actually, someone recommended this server of politics. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen many people from the politics server in here, and yeah, that's kind of cool. So what brings you to the actual Flutter Discord? What was your mindset before you clicked the link and you said, "Hey, let me click this link and join the Flutter Discord"?
Well, I think I was having a conversation about Earth and the politics, and some guy was like, "Hey, join this server, and learn some more about it." So that's pretty much how. Just curious,
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good standing from that standing. So you've been here for about a day, and what have you learned? Have you heard anything that is kind of interesting about the topic of the server? Anything that kind of you say, hey, that's interesting?
Well, it hasn't really been a whole lot about flat Earth so far. It's just people talking about politics or other shit. So, but yeah,
it's been like that for the last 24 hours. Yes, I agree with you. Like the flat Earth talk has been most of the things that people have been, including myself, have been talking about here. We spoke a little bit about the horizon. We spoke about the luminaries earlier, and then a bunch of politics and Fauci stuff and that kind of stuff. I agree with you.
Goodbye, YouTube. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
So if you were ever speaking to let's say, so-called flat earthers, before you joined this Discord, I'm pretty sure you heard about these people that other people call flat earthers. Have you ever heard of those people, flat earthers? He cut out. I cut out.
Yeah, sorry, someone was asking me something.
I can hear you, James. Yeah, he might have cut out, but
it's all good.
I wanted to hear the answer to that question. That's what I wanted to hear.
No, someone just asked me something over in my house. What was your question?
Oh, that's fine, man. If you have to take a break, if you have to speak to someone in your house, you don't have to. Definitely, do that. My bad. If you're busy, it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your question, though?
I was just asking. You've heard about the so-called flat earthers, people that believe the Earth is flat. You probably heard that in the YouTubes and the Googles. Maybe someone mentioned it to you.
Of course.
So have you ever spoken to flat earthers before today?
Not that I'm aware of. I think this is the first time, probably.
Okay, I just want to say that flat earthers is. If you had a question for these so-called flat earthers, even though nobody's a flat earther, this is just like wearing a hat that you wear when you're, if you are a mechanic, you wear the mechanic hat. Flat earther. I'm not two words on a piece of paper, right? I'm not this term called flat earther. That's not who I am. But I can wear the hat and have a conversation about the topic. So if you have any questions for flat earther, what will be the number one question that you will have to a flat earther?
Let me think. Let's see. Shit, I don't know. Maybe.
Come on, you have to have one. Come on. Right in front of you.
Oh man, I don't know.
You don't have to have one, but you can formulate one based on your experience.
The only questions really would be like the physical aspect of flat Earth and how the Earth and everything would work. That's about it, really.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, it's very general, but it brings a lot of points that we could probably address one by one when you talk about the physicality of the flat Earth, whatever. So we are here because we were told that the place that we are standing on was a globe, right? A spinning globe going through space. So many people in here, not everybody, believe that story since a young age. So we were fed this information through the channels, through the screens. We were given these pictures and images about this ball spinning through space. And for many people in here, at different dates and ages and stages of life, we have realized that didn't make a lot of sense and started questioning those claims about the ground that we're standing on, it's curving and spinning, and the water is attached to the outside of an object that is spinning at the equator over 1,000 miles per hour, and the water is not fucking off the object like you normally experience if you will have water attached to the outside of a spinning object.
Yeah.
So a lot of people started questioning that, and me not being such a technical person like many people in here that are, teachers, engineers, people with experiences and many different jobs or whatever life experience. When I started looking into this, when I heard the word horizon, for me it was a known word, but I didn't know what it actually meant. So I started from there. From actually looking at the meaning of words. And I started looking, okay, what is the horizon? It's the apparent meeting of the eye, the sky and the ground, right? I mean, it's more than that, but that's kind of like the basic. And I didn't understood the whole conversation. So I started looking into the definitions of words and the meaning of them, and then putting things to the test, like the curvature and that kind of stuff, and doing the observations of long distance, like when they say that the globe, right? The globe has a radius. You know the radius, the middle of the middle of the sphere, from the middle point of the sphere to the surface is 3,959 miles. So a lot of people in here were questioning that, and they put with. Me, myself, I did observations that surpass like 30 miles, and other people shared photographs of long distances observations. And I started looking into that, and I saw that the 3959 curve, which adds up to 8 inches per mile, right, square of curvature.
Right.
And that didn't add up when I was going out there, and I went to the seashore. So the sea level, right?
My bad.
I saw sea level, and then I saw 15 miles to my left, and then I see 15 miles to my right of
shore.
Nobody else respond besides the guy that Jimsy's talking to, please.
Yeah, when I saw these distances, and then someone
telling me
someone was telling me that in front of me, looking towards the water, 3 miles from me standing at the shore, the curvature was 3 miles in front of me. And then I looked left and right, and I saw 30 miles in combination, left and right.
Wait. So you're talking about
what I'm saying?
where I kind of. So when you mean you're talking about how far the horizon is to you, or something. I mean,
no, I'm just saying that on the observation side, my own experience, when someone told me that when I was on the shore and I saw the boat going over the horizon, they told me that was the curvature. Yeah. That's what I was told when I was a child in school. They told me this. And they told me that Christopher Columbus proved the globe because he made it to the Americas and didn't fall from the edge of the earth. Right? They told me that stuff, and I believed it. And then the boat going over the horizon over 3 miles distance. They told me I don't see the boat because it was going over the curve, and since the boat is behind the curve, that's why I don't see it anymore. Right? Have you ever heard that?
Right.
Exactly.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, so when I went to the waters and I went to the shore myself, thinking about this, and I did the observations, the math of the globe didn't add up, and it's nowhere to be found. The curvature, I cannot see it anywhere. So that's a basic experience. But then it's not just based on my experience. Then we can, with the knowledge that we have and the advancements that we have these days, we can devise technology or devices like lasers that can point from point A to point B to point C to point D, and we can measure very long distances. Very simple. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we devise these devices, these lasers, and we put the claimed curvature to the test, we go to the shore or to a lake, to the seashore or to the lake. There's many laser tests out there. There's so many that I haven't watched them all, but I've seen many that are very precise and very well made that demonstrate that the claimed 8 inches per mile that is supposed to be there, if the ground that you're standing on or the surface of the water was part of this spinning globe, you will have to be able to see that and demonstrate that and test it and measure it. But when you put when you use the lasers, you cannot find this curvature anywhere you go, any surface of water.
To clarify everything for what you're talking, are you talking about the laser reflectors they're putting on the moon, or they put on the moon back?
I never said moon for anything. Nobody said.
Okay.
No, he's talking about the water.
Anyway, go ahead. Maybe I missed.
You said 10 minutes. It's been like 4 minutes, Helio.
Hey, I gotta take a piss anyway.
No, I actually.
Hey, go ahead. Take your piss. You don't need to ask permission, bro.
No, Jemsy, come on. We did pretty good. I promised 3.5 minutes.
No, seriously. We didn't say shit. We let you.
You did say shit at 2 minutes, Helio, and then you open again like a 3 minutes and a half.
I just thought I was trying to move the conversation.
Here has no filter.
Well, I thought I knew what you guys were talking about. I was just moving it forward.
Bro, and I was just rushing everything in because I knew Helio was going to open his mic.
No, I didn't, though. Didn't I? I didn't. I was just wondering if you're talking about the laser reflectors at that last point. No, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
You see why you misunderstood the guy since the beginning? Because nobody said anything about the moon while talking about the lasers and the seashore or the lakeshore and the water surface, and you saying that we were talking about the moon, bro. Come on. Like, Lou, do you heard moon on that laser test at the seashore or whatever? Do you ever heard that moon word?
Well, which laser test are you talking about? Because I didn't hear you talk about it either. So
It's okay. It's okay, Helio. It's all good.
Is it okay? Is it okay?
It is okay.
Right.
Even if it's not okay,
it's okay.
It will be okay.
All right, we'll be okay since you didn't say shit.
We're gonna just move on from here and go from there, and then it is what it is, and whatever cliche you want to fucking.
Homeboy's gonna take a pee, and he's gonna ask you about that moon test. So let's see what he has when he comes back.
What moon test?
I don't know. You didn't really describe it very well. Because I think you were talking about, when they went to the moon and freaking...
Yeah, when they went to the moon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Helio. You got it, Helio. We were talking about when they went to the moon. Yeah. How can you do it? How can you catch up so fast, Helio?
It's magic. Magic when I'm with you. So what the fuck were you talking about? Because I was trying to follow along when you were just bloviating about some shit. What were you talking about? If I'm wrong about this, tell me where I was wrong. While this guy...
Hey, Helio, I was talking from my own experience at the beginning, right? I spoke about, the claim of the globe that we were brought when we were children, right? They told us, you live on a globe, it's spinning, blah, 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 right? And then I told him, hey, and then I started questioning that, like many people in here, right? And then I went to the seashore and I started looking to see the claim
for a while during that. I was with you for a while during that.
Exactly. So I started I started questioning that claim of the globe back then, right? So I went myself to do observations with binoculars and that kind of stuff, and then I saw the seashore to the left 15, 20 miles away, and then I saw the other seashore to the right 15, 20 miles away, and then I looked forward when they told me that the boat was going over the horizon, and I saw that I could see way further than that, right? That was my experience, me doing it myself. And then I extended and I said, hey, then we can bring out the lasers, and there's many laser tests that have been done in lakes, bodies of water, seashores, and all that kind of stuff.
My bad. I see where you're going.
And then I looked through these tests, these laser tests, many of them that I've looked through, and I observed, and I saw the numbers and the observation distances from point A to point B to point C to point D, and then their results show that there is no 8 inches per mile square curvature anywhere to be found on any body of water. And that showed me that claimed curvature is nowhere to be found on the waters of the earth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it now?
Yeah, I do. I do completely agree with you, Jamesy.
It wasn't technical, but it's a pretty simple explanation of.
I don't think that dude would ever get it, but okay.
No, because it will have to be the way I did it. That I went through the documents and and through the videos of the laser test, and I saw the test and made the numbers, and then you have to take time to look into this stuff, right? I'm not doing it right now. I'm not gonna sit through the YouTube video or through the PDF document.
Hold on a second, guys. I gotta tell you, I'm neither here nor there. It is what it is, like you just gotta do what you gotta do. And
it's just like something like Jamesy said, I did this and this is what I experienced. It was like, believe me.
That's the thing. But that's the whole point. Bring him.
Please don't take what I said seriously and make an argument.
No, but I'm just trying to go step by step because, bro,
the only reason I'm saying that I feel bad
I've explained this to family members. Water level. I explained this the water level to family, and they get it, bro. All you have to do is keep it simple. If they want to further look into it, they can do it. But first, you gotta make them realize, water level and that kind of stuff. And then, if you want to bring up laser tests, like I was doing with this guy, if he's interested on that kind of stuff, because this is one topic, right? We're talking about water level. And then if he likes what I'm saying, maybe we can bring out the documents, the PDF, the videos, and then he can look through that himself.
Check this out in simplicity. When we first talk to people about this topic, let's say, a lot of the times I'll ask someone, well, Earth looks flat, doesn't it? And, of course, they're going to be like, well, it looks flat because it's so big. These simple questions we have to answer right up front.
No, bro. I know you
don't. I know you don't like it.
Listen, because
and you want to go through freaking hours and hours of freaking. It's like, well, the Earth is flat because
you're the one that speaks for hours and hours by yourself, Helio. That's you, actually. You're projecting at the moment.
No, I was just talking about if I ask someone, well, it looks flat,
when you tell people the Earth looks flat, most people go out of the door from their house. They get out, open the window, go out the door. They don't see the Earth being flat. They see the street. They see the cars moving around, and they go up the hill. They go around town. They don't see the Earth flat.
Who told them they lived on a globe?
But we're not talking about globe. We're talking about the immediate experience. We're talking about the immediate experience, and the best way to break that is when you actually go yourself and look at the distances and test that, right? So
test
if
what?
You tell them
what globe? It never existed. It never has existed.
If you tell people the Earth is flat, that's it. They're not gonna get it. So you have to go based on each people experience. You have to go by the experience that they're having.
Bro, do you think so? You've experienced, somebody when you go through all these details. Now they're like, oh, I see why the Earth is flat now because you just went through an hour spiel about how the Earth is flat.
Anyways, I am Biomax. You've been unmuted. Can you please ask a question and save this VC from Helio?
There's somebody new here. I'm sorry, I've been blubbering. There you go, CB. We unmute Biomax? No, I don't.
$1, Bob. I would like to bid $1.
I am Bimax.
Yeah, what's up, Bimax? Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
No.
Well, now you're talking to some flat Earthers. What do you think?
The opposite.
Hey, I think you should talk to Jimsy. He's the best flat Earth talker that exists in the world.
Hold on. Flat Earth is flat. True or false? 3 seconds. Go.
He said the opposite. To the question that Helio asked him, he said he believed the opposite. And anybody want to ask why will that be? Why do you believe the opposite of what you experience?
Hey, backwards. I apologize. I mean, you can talk to anybody you want to, and I'll mute my mic. I'm gonna go smoke. Let's see. I'll be listening.
No, we need Helio. Helio, you cannot go.
No, I want to hear what Bimax says, and you guys have the best questions, so I want to hear it.
All right.
Okay.
I just thought maybe you would be better at it.
Lou, stop it. All right, Baymax. So you believe the opposite. That's great. But how much do you know about the globe? Do you feel like you have a pretty good understanding?
I'm not sure.
How about how big is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you know what gravity is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
It's a force.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you really sure about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a George Musser who writes for Scientific American, speaking to someone who debates flat earthers. He's telling them about gravity.
Gravity is not a force, but...
So he's saying gravity is not a force. Why would he say that?
I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
So, are you sure gravity's a force?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay.
What is it?
Huh?
Define gravity.
Causes attraction between things.
So that's an out-of-date definition. That's why you think it's a force still. That is an out-of-date definition, and that's why you still think that gravity is a force, I guess. Or why
is it out of date?
Defined as one. Yeah, that was 107 years ago by Einstein.
Okay.
It's not defined that way anymore. It's defined as space-time curvature.
Right. You're not familiar with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time yet, are you, Baymax?
No.
Yeah, masses bend and warp space-time and cause gravity wells and things that things fall into. It's not actually defined anymore as mass attracting mass, and it's categorized as a pseudo-force. So not a force. But anyway, that's all just kind of sci-fi mechanics for the globe. Let's see if we have a globe.
Yeah, you got to know how big the globe is first, Baymax. So,
okay.
Why don't we take a quick look and find out how big the Earth is?
6,371.
Yep.
Radius.
So now we need to know, because I can just ask you like how tall you are, and you could just give me any random number. So to check, we would need measurements, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So who measured to get that number?
It was obviously some sort of equation or something. I don't know.
Okay, so an equation is how you measured something?
Possibly. It's probably satellites, I assume.
So imagine this: you need to go get some fresh pair of kicks. You go to this mall to the shoe store. Do they check the security camera to measure your foot, or do they just directly measure your foot?
Well, yeah, but the security cameras don't have. They're just a camera.
Right. So what is going away from the
satellite.
thing you need to measure? How does that help you measure it directly? By going away from it? If I want to know how tall you are, you just start sprinting away from you?
Yeah, but my feet aren't as... The feet are smaller than the rest of me. The Earth's... if you're standing on the Earth, you can't just measure it because it's so much bigger.
Then how'd they measure it to have a 39-59 mile radius?
Huh?
Then how did they measure it in the first place, like they claimed?
Well, yeah, they've probably tried to measure it themselves. But,
tried and it didn't work out?
Well, yeah, because there's no way that would happen.
Well, so no globe then. So no globe. I guess we're done with the globe already. All right.
Well, Baymax, it doesn't really sound very scientific to just spray and pray things up into the sky. If they have these machines up there that are quote-unquote measuring the Earth, you would kind of need to know some stuff about the Earth before you send it up there. I would imagine you don't just hope you're sending like valuable stuff in the sky. You're just going to spray and pray it up there. I don't think so. So, did anyone measure this globe yet? Because the number's there, in the same way that I could just say I'm like 6'5", But are there any measurements to back that up?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, really, we're sending you. This is an attempt to send you on a wild goose chase to look for something that you'll come to realize isn't there. We could just tell you, we rip the Band-Aid off and say that no one measured that to get that number.
Okay.
And you know how you said like the opposite? Well, actually, the opposite is true here. People went out and have measured the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature. So this isn't really like an agree or disagree type of thing. Like, just like your height isn't something that I can just disagree with or call a conspiracy theory. Your height is what it is, brother. Once you measure it, you know it's not a theory. It's not an idea. It can't be debunked. It can't be the opposite either, right? It just is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
So, yeah. No one here believes the Earth is flat.
You guys trying to trigger me with that? It is what it is.
I was late to it earlier, Lou. But yeah, Baymax, if someone did measure the globe, then I'd be on the ball. I'd be a baller again, no problem. Because then we would know it was a globe.
Shot caller.
Wish I was a little bit taller. But yeah, what do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, that's not unfair, really.
Well, it's okay to believe in the globe. Like, I would say majority of people here used to. Strongly. For the majority of their life. So, we get it, bro. It's what you're used to. You have the home field advantage. The home court advantage. You've got the crowd on your side. When you go to Google, it'll tell you that, yep, it's a globe.
Yeah.
But
so what, do you just think satellite footage is just fake then, or?
Oh, well, it's showing curved water. So when do you see that? You know, you don't just take it on face value, right? You go on and make sure it's real. Did you do that?
No.
It's okay if you haven't. I mean, I didn't when I was a globe earther. I just believed it. Seemed like it all checked out.
Yeah.
But really, it starts to fall apart upon your investigation. So I would recommend don't leave here today and say, oh, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. We want you to go and check for yourself. Go check up on the thing that you currently believe in, right? You said you believe the opposite. Well, go check to see if that's really there. They've given you the numbers. You just looked up the size of the globe. It's simple geometry now. 8th grade geometry. You can calculate the distance to the horizon at any given observer height.
Yeah, and you can actually check it out yourself. You can go to the shore of the ocean, I'm kind of landlocked. I live in Central America, but bro, I mean the horizon. If you think that's the curvature of the Earth, then you're sadly mistaken. That's not even what it's described as. Sorry, CB.
No, you're good. That brings up a good point, Helio. It's like people don't realize that the original claim was, well, the horizon is the Earth curvature. And then we debunk that with, obviously, our long-distance observations. Black Swan. That kind of thing. And then people want to talk about all these other excuses, refraction, all that stuff. Okay, well then I guess the horizon isn't Earth curvature. That was easy.
I'll just ask Baymax, do you think boats go over the curvature or the horizon?
I suppose so.
So do you believe the horizon is physical?
Maybe.
Well, it's a yes or no. Is the horizon physical?
Sure.
No, the horizon
is what it is, Pat.
I'm so
the horizon's not physical, so it's not the curvature. Boats don't go over the horizon.
Well, they're definitely not going over any curved water, right? Because water doesn't form into hills and mounds.
Yeah,
in the
and
way
we have a lot of fun around here sometimes, but when it comes to this particular argument, this is the basis of everything that we're talking about. You live on the same earth that we do, don't you?
Mhm.
Don't you live on the same earth that we do?
Yeah.
I live in a certain city. Everyone here lives in a different city and different country. But when we observe Earth, we're not seeing curvature of the Earth from Earth, right? The only reason you think the Earth is a globe is because of the story they told you with pictures from space, but they're not really pictures, So, where do you see Earth's curvature? If you think the curvature of the Earth is the horizon, you're sadly mistaken. It's absolutely not true. Yeah. Jamesy, I didn't know you weren't talking about that, but I was talking about something else. But that's just going to come up eventually.
The cool thing is, Baymax. Yeah, go ahead, Morris.
What?
I saw you light up. Go ahead there.
I have a simple question. But you guys think the Earth's flat, right?
Well, depends what you mean by
that. Yeah. Earth can't
So
be.
No. Here's the thing: is you think the Earth is a globe? We are damn well certain that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it cannot be a globe. It definitely cannot be a globe.
Right. So if I had a telescope, this is in your world. If I was in New York, right, example,
I already know where you're going.
Could I see all the way to Africa?
Let me take this one, boys. Let me take this one.
Oh, you better make it good. You better make it good because I have one too.
You guys have this idea that you can point a telescope in the sky and see billions and trillions of miles. So then you take that idea and then you think, well, why don't I just point it down the street? Okay, dude, there's things in the way. There's trees, towns, buildings. There's things in the air, weather. Okay, so you can't just point it down the street.
Flat.
Yeah, but there's also weather. Okay, just because it's clear where you are doesn't mean it's not going to be poor weather in the downtown or 20 miles away. Okay, so
it wasn't.
Okay, so when do you control the weather?
Wait for midsummer.
Okay, so but then just because it's clear where you are doesn't mean it's going to be clear 100 miles down your path of view.
Yeah, on that point, we've had people say, "Hey, if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see Mount Fuji or Mount Olympus or these different mountains, in Europe from the USA." With a telescope, and CB's exactly right. You wouldn't be able to see them. Even doesn't matter what the weather is. You're just not going to be able to see that far, even with a telescope. If you point it laterally.
Here's the thing to keep in mind too. It's like nothing changes about the world. It's not going to shift and morph into something else when you realize that it's not curved. So it's not going to change. You're not going to all of a sudden start seeing like Superman when you realize the Earth is flat. It is what it is. So you can't see to China. Doesn't matter whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth. The only people telling you that you should be able to see on a flat Earth are people who don't know what flat Earth is. They're coming up with some silly magic carpet that you can see across. No one supports that. So instead of making up a cosmology that's easy to debunk, you could steel man our position, which is when
that's exactly what that is, a steel man. When have you ever heard of flat earthers say, well, since the Earth is flat, I can see freaking Mount Fuji from California? I mean, nobody would ever claim that, as a real flat earther, because that's absolutely ridiculous. Nobody would ever claim that because you wouldn't be able to see that far, even with a telescope. That's freaking 500 times zoom or 1,000 times zoom, you still wouldn't be able to see Mount Fuji.
And that's also a case of moving the goalpost, right? Because the globe side has already said, well, you can't see it past this distance because there's a horizon blocking your view. So you're moving the goalpost a crazy amount to say, oh, well, why don't you see infinitely? What happened to us seeing 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer?
Well, and that goes back into the original argument about the horizon. Is it the physical curvature of the Earth or not? Right? Because
all right, can we have the guy replying to what is being said instead of babbling? Helio, like, you see?
Sure.
So just
sure, I'm babbling. Go ahead.
I'm just listening.
Do you heard and understood what was being said by any chance?
I'm kind of listening, but now you're rambling on. Helio, Skepta, you continue.
Yeah, you gonna reply to what's being said?
No, you're not allowed. That's against rules.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to because Jemsy said I can't talk anymore.
Helio, that's the one rule that's been established. Jemsy established that he is not allowed to address you in this topic tonight.
No, the guy was talking to CB, and you guys been saying stuff. He can't reply to what is being said, so to see if he can understand what is being said or not.
I don't know. That's not how I heard it, but whatever.
Okay, so CB.
No, I'm telling you, shut up. I'm with Jemsy.
Right? Oh, shut up.
Okay.
Or just let's just keep talking, and the guy's gonna just leave eventually, like the other guy.
Well, it's also important to remember that, like, you're not really seeing billions and trillions of miles with a telescope. So the logic doesn't hold up
Hubble
anyway.
telescope.
Go ahead, Morris. What you want
the Hubble telescope?
What about it?
Well, isn't that the world's best telescope?
Are you? Well, that medium that the Hubble telescope claimed to exist in. Yeah, that medium that it's claimed to exist in only exists on TV, brother. It's not a real medium.
In real life.
The Hubble telescope.
Yep. No, well, I've seen the building. I haven't been inside the building. So.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about outer space. Unfortunately, as cool as a theme it is, and it works really well for movies and shows, it's not a real place.
What?
So
where I've been isn't a real place.
What, outer space? You've been outer space?
No, I'm not talking about outer space.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, brother. So outer space. Okay, but you're still not seeing into outer space. Billions and trillions of miles. That's kind of my point. You're not seeing into outer space. You're not looking into Narnia's closet. You can't zoom in on Planet Namek because it's on TV.
When people go in a rocket to space, they don't go anywhere, is what you're trying to say.
Well, you can't go to space.
Well, where do they go then if they just keep going up?
Hold on a second, brother. You can't go to space unless you jump into a screen, like Blue's Clues. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Blue's Clues.
Dead serious. He's right. Like, even that Red Bull space jump, this is what we were talking about like a day or two ago. I'm telling you, dead to rights. Like, if you want to get into it, we can. But the whole Red Bull space jump, he didn't jump from 126,000 feet up. Okay, they might have filmed a ragdoll falling from 126,000 feet up, but you remember how he tumbled and was unconscious for like all of it up until like when he had to re-enter and all that. You probably don't, because most people haven't actually looked at. Most people started Flat Earth after that event happened. I was into it, like I watched it. So the whole thing, when you look back, if you watch it in full, like all the time and everything else, all of it is staged. All of it. Even that Planet New Mexico, they purposefully use a fisheye lens on a small chunk of land and presented it to you as the Earth. Okay, and most people went, "That's the curve of the Earth." And
wait, you're telling me 19 and they go to space? Like, what? How dare you?
It's all in a studio. It like there might have been like real takes, like I said, like dummies drop from planes or a guy dropping from 60,000 feet instead of 120,000 feet. You know, like you know, they can piece this stuff together. The cameras are pretty good for that. You know, like it wasn't a real event.
You know
Hey,
what's
guys.
crazy? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Lumpy. Hey, I got a new guy in the car with me, and we're just listening. And I thought maybe we ask guys to go over like 3 points because he doesn't really want to talk, but I just wanted to let him kind of get familiar with the Discord a little bit. Just riding with me, we're making about a half-hour ride, and if I can request that, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mean just for the conversation. I'm sorry if not, that's fine too. I'll just mute myself, and you guys.
No, you're all good, Lumpy. This should be a good opportunity.
Why is he not Canadian? Can somebody tell me that? He's just the nicest guy in the world.
Well, I'll start it then. Point number 1, and I know you guys will, that no human directly measures Earth curvature to match the radius we've been given for the over distance with laser tests and high-powered zoom. Correct. Right? You hearing me? I go. Did I lose you guys?
Yep, no, we still got you.
Okay, cool. So that's an agreeable statement. No human, no agent, government, nobody ever has directly measured the curve. It's all like hat tricks and stuff, and shadows and different garbage like that, right?
Correct.
Correct. Sorry, I don't mean the conversation boring. I'm not trying to. And then the next one would be Earth movement. I mean, it's like common experience that I don't experience movement. In first experience, I'm not feeling like I'm moving. Do it like we're in the car right now. When I turned, you can feel that. So that's another thing. Is the only indication that we're moving is trick sort of things like a Foucault spindle, where we can't see the mechanism of the item. And the claim is there's Coriolis, which is 2 reference frames, because if there wasn't, as you elevate in the sky, the air speed would have to speed up in relation to the radius increase. It would be measurable. And flights.
Is that the major claim, though, about spin of Earth? Is that the major claim, or is that just
what
one of their ideas about?
It's a unverifiable claim, and it's actually verified false. Coriolis, when you strictly adhere to the definition, yeah, it's verifiably false. So they add hat tricks, and so bullets experience Coriolis, but hot air don't, and airplanes don't. You know what I mean? Bullet. It's going to take a direct path. It's like a line of sight. You can use a laser. So.
Sure, but there's a lot of the details. I mean, you want to go over the 3 points. I mean, is there anyone to talk to about this? Some new people?
Well, I got a guy in my car right now. If he wanted to get on voice, ask. He doesn't really want to, so that's it. Yeah, let's do it.
Go on. Why not?
Do it.
End it.
Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead, guys.
Well, somebody can do it, or I can keep trying. I just wanted to come.
You're already halfway done.
I'm pretty much there. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Go ahead, Morris. Go ahead, Morris.
So you said like space is fake and it's a myth, whatever. I can't really remember, but it was fake. well, how come now you can send up, like, I've seen many YouTube videos of YouTubers sending up food to space as just content and delivering it, but
right, and Superman as well. Don't forget Superman flew around the Earth as well.
And I'm not talking about
we
Superman,
saw that.
I've seen that
as
video
well, though, didn't we?
I've seen that video you're talking about. I've seen that video. Moors, I've seen that video you're talking about.
Well,
and you should
There's no evidence.
go and check. You should go check the video because you can see that. You can see that the camera is.
My question.
Sorry, if you let me finish, because you referenced multiple videos, so there's multiple of them. So we already understand the premise of your question. Keep in mind, Moors, you're not the first contestant. You're contestant number 25,000. So we've had this conversation a lot, and you probably haven't had this conversation with many people because you're just Googling things on the spot, I would imagine. If you just Google, we talked about outer space, and you're looking at people sent their iPhones to space with food, right? So I'll finish my point by saying that if you look at the cameras, you can see that the houses and stuff, when they just let the camera go, it's curved there on the ground. But regardless, I could just, even without that, I could just ask you, do you even know at what altitude they were sent up? And once you give me the altitude, we can explain why there's no curve at that altitude anyway. So, do you have any information on altitude?
I just watched the YouTube.
In my opinion, I think that's the wrong question. But go ahead, gentlemen.
Thanks for the input, Helio.
Yeah, but I can bloviate, and freaking talk about the.
Well, Helio, it's not that I agree with you, but again, I would point out in this same argument, like, I don't know if it's a great argument because, essentially, a big part of the flat Earth argument is that no matter, even if you went to the space station, you still wouldn't see it. And that's the globe Earth claim. Okay,
well, the reason I think it was the wrong.
No, hold on, Helio. What I'm saying is, I don't know if that's like really a good hook.
Well, the reason I think it was the wrong. The reason I think it was the wrong question.
Let him finish his point.
Dude, Lou, I think it was the wrong question because he was talking about a certain distance where you can start floating around the Earth, and how are you going to throw this rocket up there and then start floating around Earth? That's what I was.
My point is that to tell somebody like the Earth is flat, and they say "nuh-uh," and you say "uh-huh," and then they say "prove it," and you say "okay," and then you go, even from the ISS, you wouldn't see curve, and they go "nuh-uh," I saw it on the live stream, and you say, well, according to math. You wouldn't be able to see it. And this is the conversation we're having, right?
I know, right? This is so ridiculous.
It could either go that route or we could go the gas pressure route. But most people have this idea that you can see curvature. So
no, you can't. No, that's not even the question. With this one, it's actually just like how far can you throw something up into the sky before it starts revolving around Earth?
Well,
here's the thing. It's true. According to the math, on the globe Earth model, you shouldn't be able to distinguish curvature from even the ISS, but yet all videos show extreme curvature.
Crazy curvature.
Like extreme.
Like those food videos you're talking about, more, they're showing curvature from the moment they let go of the camera. The houses, the backyards are curved. Come on, man. You have to have some sort of discernment to detect it.
Just watch it then.
But what, just saying what I said though, is according to the math, is like, it's not really a flat Earth argument then, is it? It's a globe Earth argument. It's saying, according to the math, even from here, we shouldn't see curve.
Yeah, it's educating a baller on his own worldview.
Hey, check this out. On the flat Earth side, if you anything like say we're talking about the The Go Fast rocker, right? That's the only one we really have to go any way off of. Go Fast is like, hey, this is us. We got some funding and we're gonna shoot a rocket 70 miles into the air and see what happens. And that's pretty much all we have to go on. But when it comes to NASA, they have all kinds of freaking weird shit. And it's like, oh, yeah. Well, what you can do is use the gravity turn and just launch the rocket into space and then use a secondary rocket. And then you can go into higher altitude and then you're in orbit. That's how they reach low Earth orbit, according to their thing. I don't know if you knew that or not, but that's pretty much the way they say. They'll use some big
guys. Does everybody agree with Helio? Yeah, you're probably right. I'm going to trust you on that, Helio, because I haven't.
Don't trust me on it. Fucking look it up.
No,
we have new people that want to have a conversation. Who was it? Let me see. Since Helio cannot moderate himself, I'm gonna start moderating him. So Lumpy Gas Vacuum, is your friend still there? Lumpy Gas? Lumpy Gas in a vacuum.
I don't think he's there. Oh, yes.
You have Morris here as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But remember, Lumpy Gas jumped in and he wanted to. He probably wanted to address a few things with his friend. So we could probably kind of talk to the new people instead of listening to Helio talking for 5 minutes in a row.
So them are the first 2 points. That no Earth directly met, no record of it. And the next one was nobody's ever did Earth motion. Other than the stars moving in the sky. That's the only indication that Earth's moving from the heliocentric perspective, except for their double speak where they say bullets do and these, but whatever. Well, no, don't use that word. Anyway, hypothesis the construction of a test for in the use of making use of the scientific method, which is an independent variable and a dependent variable. But that's a little past where we're at right now. And then the next one, in this one, serious clincher for me. Just think a balloon, think a propane tank, think anything where there's a difference in air pressure and it's not equalized, because that can't happen. Air pressure fills volume, always. And it's thermally... Stop. So that's the 3 point. And to that, I don't know. I just thought I'd have a person that's willing to hear it, then just come to the server and just talk about, I guess, whatever's on topic, or I don't know.
So you did brought up the 3 points, and it will be kind of like better if he can get in the mic, but you saying he's not gonna get in the mic? That's what you're saying?
Well, just
don't mind. I'm not real shy, but I'm really grateful for the education here. I love learning. I'm very open-minded.
Yeah, that's cool, man. So the 3 points that he's bringing up to you, just maybe if you come to the curvature of the Earth, he mentioned that, and gas pressure, and also the movement of the ground. Those are
hey
three
guys,
topics.
Can I ask for a few posts to be put up?
Posts? You want to look at this stuff? Are you guys driving?
I would like to say that like, most of what we're saying is not like missed in the information A to Z down towards the bottom of the server. So if you care to do a little of your own self research, we do post a lot of the stuff that like within the server that you can like dig in there. Otherwise, of course, there's the live stream voice text that follows along the chat, and so, a certain percentage of it might just be joking, and another percent might be relevant. Yeah, and if anybody doesn't have relevant information, it's always nice to put it in there. But yeah, well, I guess what I was saying is like, don't expect for it to just be there in sources and all that stuff. I know we want to be specific. If you want actually that, you might want to dig a little deeper in the server.
Well, I was just thinking the coin vanishing bottom up on the table is a good visual, and then the black swan, or I can do that too. I don't know.
Don't. Yeah, sometimes you're lucky and somebody will post something for you that's relevant to what you're talking about, and other times you got to do it for yourself.
Lumpy guys, I'm gonna post citations for the gas pressure. Maybe if your friend might be interested on that topic, which is a big one. So there's some citations right here. I tagged you, and there's links to that.
Okay, I got them. We'll go over that. Yeah, we'll be checking it a little bit tonight.
Yeah, that is a good one for the gas pressure side, and then for the curvature we have the channel car laser test. I'm gonna put the channel over there. We also have long distance observations like this one, and you guys can go through that if you want to expand on any point. We can do that.
Yeah, yep, I'm good. Yep, we'll make use of it. Anybody willing to hear? Yeah, what up?
Lumpy, can I ask your friend one question? How long ago did you hear that flat Earth is really a thing? How long?
He's talking to his friend. He has a friend next to him, so he's a flat earther. Yeah,
I know. Lumpy.
No, he's asking the friend.
Yeah,
the friend.
I think a couple years ago I was locked up with a fellow that was being flat, and I listened, and there was some relevant points that, So I mean, it's been a couple years since I've heard one.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
The truth is with
you. Sorry.
With flat Earth, we are limited to our resources in our testing, especially in the modern era, right? Like, what type of testing equipment can we use? Where can we go? Geopolitically and all of that. Like, so it's kind of a new resurgence, and our information is limited, but. So you have to give it a little bit of a benefit of the doubt sometimes, which I know is a shaky case when you're trying to make a case.
There's some kind of animal over here. Oh, it's a big deer.
But also for the guy and his friend, I kind of feel like maybe I'm wrong. This is just intuition, but I kind of feel like he's sort of playing like I'm the flat earther, he's the Glober, but really they're both Globers and they're both curious.
Oh, me? A Glober? No.
Are you both curious instead?
Lumpy gas actually works with pressure systems involved, and he knows.
This is Lumpy's friend.
Lumpy's
for real.
What are you talking about? Lumpy's OG.
He's an OG, and you're doing the Helio thing that he starts saying things that happen.
No, stop! I just took it back. Don't fucking make it worse than it is. I took it back. No, I didn't realize it was Lumpy's friend. No, Lumpy's legit. Yeah,
Lumpy is legit. Yeah.
Hey y'all.
Yeah, I thought having support like communities would be good. And actually, the post that we got, we're going to be looking at that stuff for sure.
Somebody has an echo right now.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute myself because we're driving and.
Yeah, concentrate on that.
Can he look at the screen? I'll go over the Black Swan with him if he wants to see it. Or not, whatever you guys want to do, go ahead.
Let's see. Yeah, he opened his mic and he asked for us to speak with his friend, and we did here and there, and yeah, that was great. And we also posted a few links for them to look into for him to look with his friend. So that's probably good enough for now because they're driving. So yeah.
Well, he just said in the chat, Black Swan, yes. So he just posted the picture. So I'll just give him the real brief version of it, but it's still accurate to the argument, okay?
Yeah, the Modus Tollens of it, he has it, the image right now. And I'm going to mute again. Hold on a second. I got to find me. Gregory's here too. Hi, Gregory.
Hey. I don't know how the hell I was trying to ask a question, then I somehow zipped myself to the Earth Awakenings. What I was trying to say was, can any of y'all explain to me real quick how they supposedly calculate the speed of light?
There's an experiment you got to look up from the 1800s.
Yeah, I would love to know. I think somebody tried to explain it to me, a couple times throughout life, and I was like, yeah, okay, I think I get it, but I didn't. I did.
Can I bring us back maybe, because I've been sharing some DMs with Morris, but if you guys want to carry on, I'd love to carry on the topic. So Morris, I just sent you that clip. Were you able to check that out?
About that black guy talking about
black guy. Yes.
The space jump.
Yeah.
Gregory, could you have a more black name, please?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, so what did you think about that, Morris?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Okay, well, I referenced that because you sent the pictures of the video of the GoPro sending food, right? And I showed you how it's showing curvature even on the ground. Like,
Was
food
it?
on the
It
ground.
could just be the camera, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the point, right? That's the point, right? So
no, it's 360-degree camera there.
Yeah, of course, right. That's kind of my point. So, and in the clip that I sent you with the Neil deGrasse thing, he basically says the same thing, right? You can use cameras to curve horizontal lines, but at that altitude, you're not seeing any curvature. I know Lou referenced this, but I think it's important for people to understand this, because you were saying that you saw curvature in an airplane. There's a lot of people in this VC. Many people have flown. You've said you've flown many times.
Yeah.
You there's no seeing curvature from an airplane, brother. We would have all seen the same thing.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, but okay, so if you're at 4 times that altitude and you can't see curvature, then what did you see?
No, but I did.
What would you say to people who claim that they see curvature from the beach?
But what do you mean?
There are people who say that they stand on the beach and they see the curve of the earth when they look at the ocean.
Correct. Morris, if you scooped up 10 different globe earthers and asked them the same question, how high do you need to see curvature? Well, Morris, I'll finish my point real
question.
quick. But if you feel like you have to speak when I'm speaking, then go ahead.
All right, okay. So, do you know like the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse?
Okay, wait, Morris.
Right, so
we're talking about altitude. Hold on, buddy. We're not even on eclipses yet. And before you bunny rabbit, hop over to another topic. What about what we've been talking about? Can you address what's being said? Because you decided to interrupt when I was trying to make the point very clear.
Right. Wait, what? I thought again talking about beaches or something.
Yeah, so pay attention here. We'll make this very, very clear. If you scooped up 10 different ball earthers and asked them, can you see curvature and at what altitude? You'll get one of them that says you can see it at the beach. You get another one that says you can see it on top of a really tall building. You get another one that says you can see it on a mountain. Here comes you saying you can see it in an airplane. Then you have other people, experts, mind you, astrophysicists, who are telling you you can't see curvature from that altitude or 4 times higher. And then you have even more people saying mathematically you can't even see curvature from these altitudes. So that's the point. You guys all have this these different ideas about where you're supposed to see curvature, but none of you understand that you literally can't see curvature according to your own model.
So when I saw with my own eyes, apparently that's all fake, and you're right.
No, you just didn't see curvature, brother.
Okay, so
that doesn't even match up.
It's called confirmation bias. We have many people in here that believed in the globe, and they actually were like skydiving on an airplane, and they say, you know what? I really thought I saw curvature, and I even told my friends I saw the curvature from the airplane window. But now I've realized that no, you can't see it, and you're gonna have people that look through the airplane window and they say, I don't see any curvature, and other people will tell you, yeah, I see the curvature right there.
Wait,
Morris, let me ask you this
curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So yeah, he's talking about at 128,000 feet up. So you were flying at about 40,000 feet. So you're going to double or triple down on you definitely saw something that you mathematically cannot see.
Well,
according to your own model.
I have a deal with you. Right. So I'm going on holiday like end of August. I'm going to look out the window.
Okay.
And if I don't see curvature, I'll come back and I'll say you're 100% right.
Dude, the thing is even if you come back and say that you didn't see curve, it fits your stupid globe Earth model.
Yeah, that's correct. But Lou, they need to understand that what they're claiming isn't even it's not related to them.
It's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. That's it.
It is, and the reason it is because if you're looking out a window of an aircraft, if you have clear skies, you think you're seeing curvature, yet you're seeing things hundreds of miles away, which totally debunks any curvature anyway, just by the view you're seeing. And if you actually look at the horizon itself, you can put a ruler up to it, and it's not curvy. There's no curvature.
Let me ask him this question.
Listen, I used to think I saw the curvature myself on a cliff at the beach. I can see the curvature. This is many years ago. Now I realize that even in that view that I was seeing, I could see things that were way, way, way too far for it to be the curvature that was prescribed to us.
All right, Gregory, thank you, Sonny. Gregory's trying to ask a question, and we're going to allow him to ask the question, and the other guy replied, and to bring it to a logical conclusion. Go ahead, Gregory.
When you made your observation out the window, did you see everything or some things curve away from you downward in a convex pattern?
Well, what you mean?
Like, so imagine you and I are standing on a hot air balloon, right? A humongous balloon in the air. If we're standing on the top of it, we can, even especially the higher up you go, you can see the balloon become smaller the further away we get away from it, and you can see that it is curving down and away from you convexly. When you were up there, did you see the Earth curving down and away from you? And did you see anything on the Earth leaning away, down and away from you?
I saw the curve of the horizon. Like, can't see anymore. Yeah, that was pretty curved, to be honest.
Well, the horizon, the meeting point between the floor and the sky, but did you see the Earth curve down and away from you?
Don't remember. I might have done.
So that was a fucking lie.
What are you on about, CB?
Well, dude, because you're making it seem like we don't all live on the same Earth. We don't all experience the same thing. So you're telling us something contrary to what everyone else experiences, and we're trying to just educate you. We're not even debating a flat Earth at this point because we have to educate you on your own model. Right, so that's what's sad about this. We're not even able to have a debate because we have to teach your guys' own worldview.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so right, so this is my question now. So do you know the solar eclipse? This is what I was asked before. Right, how come?
One second, did Gregory finish with his line of questioning? Gregory, did you finish?
I think it concluded his last answer was, I don't remember. So that's a conceit to not having knowledge.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
My bad, Greg. Okay, so do you know the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse? How come the shadow's round? Wouldn't it like not have a shadow if?
So when have you confirmed any of this? Right. So
wouldn't it like?
You have a narrative and you have an observation. We observe things in the sky, but you haven't confirmed the narrative is true.
Somebody post Selenilian or whatever it's called and get rid of these clips.
Yeah, so you're saying what you're saying is you're asking us about the lunar eclipse. Can you formulate a question? Like, can you be specific? What are you trying to say?
Like the shadow's round.
Where do you see shadow?
Like no the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, right?
So what you're saying is that the shadow, the phenomena that we observe as the lunar eclipse, you're saying that is the Earth getting between.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Are you saying that phenomenon that we observe is the Earth getting between the sun and the moon, casting a shadow on the moon? And since the shadow looks round, therefore the Earth is round. That's what you're saying?
Well, I thought you said what?
In other words, you're saying the ground is blocking your view of things in the sky.
We're casting the shadow on the moon. Supposedly the shadow.
Does that make sense, Morris?
Wait, say it again.
Yeah. You think the ground is blocking your view of things in the sky?
The ground?
Yeah. You think the Earth is round, right? So that's what's causing the shadow of things in the sky. So the ground is blocking things in the sky. Huh?
Blocking the sun.
The moon is, I think. Wait.
Oh, so that's the solar eclipse. Are you talking about a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse?
I'm talking about the solar eclipse.
So
okay, the sun being eclipsed by something.
Right. So you have.
What is the actual claim? What is the actual claim that he's making?
In front of the way, the moon goes in front of the sun, blocking sunlight to Earth for like 2-3 minutes.
Right.
And then the shadows. You can see the shadow that's round.
Yeah, no, it's Morris. We're all aware of the narrative, right? But is there anything you can offer, maybe like some verification or some evidence? Because right now, the best you can offer is just retelling the story over again. We already know the story. So
yeah, but
what do you have for proof?
The shadow's round. It's round. That means.
Well, how do you know that's a shadow? Again, you're just you're retelling the story isn't proving that the story is true.
Well, it is true.
Okay, but by just saying it one more time?
Just asserting that it's true does not substantiate it. You have to give an argument, a series of premises to support your concluding premise that it's a shadow.
That's like going to a courtroom and saying, well, I'm not guilty. Well, how are you not guilty? Do you have evidence? I'm just not guilty.
I'm not guilty.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying...
You just did, brother. I said,
that's exactly what you said.
Your story. And you said, well, it's just true. Come on, man. You got to keep up a little bit.
So let's back up. Pump the brakes. Try this again. Solar eclipse. You believe that is the supposed rock?
Well,
that is the humongous rock that is the moon, sitting in front of the humongous ball of gas that is the sun. Okay, so those are the premises. Those are the premises. So that's the concluding premise. And so the premise to support that concluding premise is that the sun is a circle, the moon is a circle, and it's very dark when the solar eclipse occurs. But that doesn't support the concluding premise that the sun is a humongous ball of gas behind a humongous rock called the moon.
Wait, do you guys think the moon's real?
Yes, the moon is up there.
It's just no land in the sky.
We don't know what it is. That's the thing. And we certainly don't think people have gone and played golf on it. You'd have to be a retard to believe such a thing.
No,
correct.
Well, I haven't seen that, to be honest.
Furthermore,
wait. So
the shape of the sun, the shape of the moon, the the gasseousness of the sun or the supposed solidity, rock or mineral, solidity of the moon and being a rock, it doesn't support the concluding premise that therefore the Earth is a ball. It doesn't follow. You can have the Earth be a level plane, and there'll be humongous balls above the level plane. It just doesn't follow.
Also, there's an eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse, and that is NASA calls it the impossible eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon, both at the same time.
Now, those premises don't support the concluding premise that the Earth is a ball, and then there must be substantiation for the assertion that that the moon is a humongous rock flying up there, and that the sun is a humongous ball of gas flying around up there. How do you know these to be true?
Eyes.
Say again?
Got eyes. I can see them.
Yeah, you also said you could see curvature from an airplane, so just relax.
Hey, CB, I'm not talking to you. Right. Gregory, say again.
Okay, is this your first time on the internet?
What do you mean? I'm talking to a man like Greg.
Okay, well, you're in an open panel.
Yeah. So you look up at the moon, you look up at the sun. Describe what you see.
What I see the moon. Right, so
describe what you see. Describe it.
Let me look at my window, see if I can see it from my window. It's 3 a.m. where I live.
Yeah.
We all see it. It's a big white. It's hard to explain. It's like trying to describe water.
It's glorious.
It looks like it's kind of looks like
big white rock in the sky.
You see a rock.
Well, I don't know what's. I don't know what. I see a big white round thing. That is what I see.
Yes. So you see a big white, grayish, bright circle up in the sky.
That bitch glowing.
That's what I see. It is glowing.
In order for you to know that it's a rock, you would have to get closer to it.
Okay.
But you're much too far away to see whether the moon is or is not a rock.
Bring back stuff from the moon, like moon rock. That's not moon rock. Like, what are you trying to say? I'm confused. So you're saying that
So we're informed.
Wait a minute.
We're told by our government that there's these personnel that have gotten into these vehicles and have traveled very, very far distances to one of the celestial bodies up there above the face of the Earth.
Do you know the moon rocks were discovered to be petrified wood, by the way?
Well, come on, Sonny, don't steal my thunder now. And so,
you remember me.
We're also told that these gentlemen collected samples from this celestial body, which are rocks, supposedly from the surface of the celestial body. Now, how do we verify that narrative to be true?
Test the rocks.
So
you see it? We're waiting for someone to quick draw. So I'll just say this. So that's the narrative that we've been told. Now, we didn't see them do this. The report from the personnel is authoritative, which gives it some possibility of credibility. But then when we ask them to substantiate the cosmic paradigm, which is presupposed by this narrative, they fail to substantiate it. They fail to show us that we live on a ball flying in a humongous, unfathomable void, and that the moon is a humongous rock flying around us. They haven't actually gone there.
They have gone there.
But they haven't.
Come on, dude.
People have gone to the moon.
Stop retelling the story like no one's ever heard it before.
But
say things that you know, because when we start to test you, see if you know if that really happened, it's gonna fall short.
But it did happen, right?
Okay, but you're just saying that, right? You're retelling the story again.
Video evidence.
How do you know that it happened?
How do you know that it didn't happen?
Oh,
well, there's multiple reasons why it didn't happen, but they even tell you themselves. The astronaut who supposedly stepped on the moon says he didn't step on the moon. Okay.
Let's converse. That's why we're in here.
No one's ever been to the moon. Tell me why.
But hang on. No. That's not how this works. We are being told that people have gone to the moon. That requires substantiation.
Yes.
So how do you know? You can appeal to what they say because you're not one of the astronauts. You're one of the professionals. Supposedly to them, how do they know? Excuse me. Good grief, I got distracted. How do they justify the assertion that they went to the moon? How do they demonstrate that they went to the moon?
They have video evidence. They brought stuff back from the moon. I'm guessing. Why wouldn't they?
Okay, so video.
UK astronaut. HCB. Shush. There's a UK astronaut who went to the moon and then he came back and said how it was. I've seen a video.
So pretty much you and I, folks like you and I, the common person, because I'm not your enemy, have been informed. We've been we've been told by our government that they went to the moon. Well, not necessarily. Well, technically, yeah, our government. I'll just say it that way. We've been told by the government that they've been to the moon, and then they've supposed a body of evidence such as video footage or some rocks, you see. But then you also listen further to what they tell you, and someone, posted in the text chat, they tell us that they destroyed the technology to go back there again, and they lost the telemetry data that records this, that is the substantiation of this supposed event. So they tell us further, that's essentially telling us they destroy the evidence that substantiates that they went to the moon.
Wait, do you know how Elon Musk?
Wait, Morris, can you address what was just said to you, please?
I've got short memory loss. I don't remember.
Well, maybe just pay attention.
No, I've got short memory.
So they tell us
my condition.
They tell us that they went to the moon. They show us some motion picture. They give us some rocks, supposed rocks. Okay. But then they also tell us that they lost the telemetry data that is the substantiation of this narrative, and that they destroyed the technology with which they used to go where they said they'd gone. So by their own story, they destroyed the substantiation that substantiates their narrative.
And just so you don't forget that, here you go.
Most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans. The landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box.
Every single time they've gone there.
That has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it.
Greatest accomplishment in human history.
Nice job, dude, with the all those audio. That's awesome.
Now you see, Moors, they tell us the narrative that they want us to know, that they want us to believe, and then you listen to them continue to talk, and they hang themselves by their own words. You let them talk long enough. They are telling us they don't have substantiation for their narrative.
Yep. And just to top it off on that little topic, Orion, just go to the experts themselves, NASA, in 2015, the Orion project, they admit it right up front, right in your face, that they never went. They have to solve these problems with the Orion before they could ever go beyond low Earth orbit. NASA, unquote.
What about when they left like the flag on the moon?
But they can't substantiate that narrative and no details in them.
What about
by their own words? They tell us they don't have and cannot substantiate their narrative.
You know, Tim Peake is.
Right, Morris, what you got to do is substantiate your claims as well. So instead of just stacking,
this is my claim.
Instead of stacking claims on top of each other. Oh, what about the flag on the moon? Okay, that's
hold on. I see what he's trying to do right there. He's saying they're not my claims. All of a sudden, it's not his claims. See, like that's what they do. It's a little sidestep, a little shift.
Okay. So let that be said. Fine, that's not your claim. So then, what they are saying is still what they're saying, and they're also conceding that they don't have substantiation for their narrative. So whether you agree with them, whether you are reiterating their narrative or not, they are admitting they can't substantiate and thus justify their narrative.
All right, okay, I'm back.
So
did you hear the last thing that I said
about the flag?
Once again, whether you be consistent in what you're saying to me right now, because you were appealing to their narrative and assenting to it, but now you say that's not my claims.
And Peak.
Hang on, slow down and keep up. Converse with me. You were telling me your assent to the narrative. You were saying, well, they did this and they did that, and what about the flag? And so you were expressing assent to the narrative. So you subscribe to it. Okay, and then you tell me that, no, these aren't my claims, which is doublespeak, saying that you're not subscribing to the narrative. But whatever. Whether you subscribe to the narrative or not, whether you're reiterating the narrative or not, they are telling us that they can't substantiate their narrative.
Right, sorry.
They are conceding and confessing to us that they don't have evidence to prove their narrative to be real, to be true.
They don't have evidence.
We just played you the clip where they told you, brother. Just pay attention for like maybe 5.
Yeah, trust me, we're not asking you to prove
make fun of my conditions.
Like that would be a tall task for you to prove.
Don't make fun of my conditions.
You've kind of proven that yourself in the recent moments, but like, yeah, no, including the people that you think haven't figured out, like they will admit to us that they can't prove it.
What about Tim Peake?
What is that?
What do you mean? He's the GOAT, the UK astronaut. He mute. Oh, hello. Why'd you mute me? Okay, anyway. So Tim Peake, he's a UK astronaut. Everyone loves him.
Do you know who Buzz Aldrin is?
No, I don't care about that guy. So
okay, so why don't you?
Hang on. Let him say this.
He's doing a bit. He's just doing a bit, fellas.
I know. Let him do the bit and let him hang himself also. So go
I'll
ahead.
admit, I kind of want to hear the bit. Like
lunatic.
Do your bit. You can practice your acting while you're here, Morris. It's trash anyway. So,
hey, CB.
Yeah. Shush. What's up? You want me to shush?
Hey.
You want to go shush? Okay. Yeah. Nah, go ahead, brother.
So what about Tim Peake? What about him?
He's a UK astronaut. Yeah,
never heard of him.
Why could you search him up right now? Any UK people are back?
Okay.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, top funny. Everyone's laughing at me. There's UK astronaut. He done videos from like live videos with the news at the time. He's done it with lots of schools of him in the International Space Station. You can clearly see the background, the Earth. You can clearly see he's in the outer atmosphere, and there's lots of pictures of him on the moon.
With curved water as well.
On the moon, they bring lunar rocks back. So you're trying to tell me that
the ones that turned out to be wood?
No, I don't think they were.
Actually, they actually admit that it was wood.
Yeah, well, we don't know that every sample they ever brought back is wood, but the ones that they gave to the Dutch turned out to be wood, and that's admitted.
So you're telling me
that's not every single. We only have one that we can verify.
But let Morris finish.
It's just funny that they don't know that, right? You tell them, they're like, no, that didn't happen. It's like they admit that happened. You guys don't even pay attention. Why are the flat earthers educating on you on your own globe?
Morris, did you conclude?
Yeah, hurry up and wrap your bit up, dude.
Hey, no aggression. Calm down. Where was I? I forgot because you cut me.
Okay, so Tim Peake is an astronaut. You've seen footage that you believe you've seen footage on TV or on the internet where you believe he's actually in space.
No gravity. How are you gonna get no gravity?
Well, you got to stop talking through people. You can hear me talking, can't you?
No, he only talks when you're speaking, right? So
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Must be his condition.
I've got dementia.
Okay. So premise number one, there's an astronaut named Tim Peake. Premise number two, you've seen him in footage on TV or on the internet that you believe
in person
he's actually in space and supposedly went to space.
You're not from the UK.
Say again.
Should I find you a video?
I mean, you can hear me talking. If you talk through me when I'm talking, I can't hear you, and you're not listening to me.
Calm down.
Yeah, he's not here for the dialogue. He's pushing rhetoric at this point.
Getting angry at me.
So Baymax, what's up? I hear you giggling in the mic. What do you have to say?
What?
Yeah, you're flashing every time you giggle into the microphone.
No, whatever.
It's all recorded on live stream, so you guys are working on your acting or whatever.
There's plenty of stuff to giggle at, man. It's not a crime to giggle. Like I giggle all the time. I just usually mute my giggles, That's all.
I get it. I'm funny. Yeah. Cheers. So Tim Peake, if you're from the UK, I make a lot more sense of what I'm saying, but American at this side of the world.
Yeah. So your appeal to this astronaut is not an adequate substantiation. This is the inductive argument you're trying to build, and so it doesn't support the concluding premise that they actually went to the moon and that they actually go into the sky vacuum, aka outer space. It begs the question ultimately.
But you can clearly see. So you're saying it's all. You can clearly see videos of him going into the rocket flying all the way up to the outer atmosphere, so the cameras can't see them. And then you can see inside.
The important bit, right, until the cameras can't see anymore. Then it cuts to...
because cameras have certain lengths, but it's all live streamed. And there's people there watching it. Like family, friends. If you're saying that's all pre-recorded and it's all fake.
That's cool.
Every single person.
I mean, fireworks, you can set up rockets. I did rockets when I was in Boy Scouts. It's not that hard. It's nothing new.
But did they go up to space?
Well, can you have gas pressure without a container? That's the question.
Container? Where does that come from?
Well, they're saying that gas pressure exists without containment. So can you demonstrate that?
Gas pressure?
Here's the relevance, Morris, because it's not that difficult, but the relevance is this. We supposedly live in a cosmos where we are traveling upon the surface of a ball with liquid and gas sticking to it in a vacuum. So can you demonstrate this to be possible?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that to be possible?
Prove that the Earth's a rocky planet.
Can you demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because that's what's supposedly the cosmos that we live in.
The atmosphere keeps greenhouse gases.
All right. So
inside the atmosphere.
Can you demonstrate? Hello, excuse me. Can you demonstrate that we can have gas pressure without a container?
I'm trying to demonstrate anything.
Mars, are you able to hear? Okay.
Hey, CB.
Is your condition got your ears up today? Okay. So, let me ask you for you. Right? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Without a container?
Yeah. That's probably the 5th time we've asked. So,
doesn't matter how big the container is.
You're supposed to demonstrate it without a container, brother.
Well, no, because pressure can't be made without a container.
There we go. There you go. That's
so
correct.
that we don't live in a cosmos where we live on a ball with gas and liquid attaching to it in a vacuum.
So Morris, when Gregory's speaking, that's your turn to listen,
I
and
can
then
hear
you
him.
can respond. Well, then you can't if you're
I like
speaking
his
when he's speaking. So the floor is yours, but we're talking to you, right? We've been here for like over half an hour, so you're welcome to speak. It just not when someone else is speaking.
Yeah, I've just got issues with autism as well, so don't make fun of me.
Pretty good actor, I've got to get you. There's a lot of
Andy,
actors
I'm not talking
that
to you.
come in this. There's a lot of
Andy?
actors that come in this server.
Andy,
And
shush.
you're pretty good. You're pretty good. You'd
I mean,
you probably
well, he gets like a 3 out of 10 in the acting department.
If he had a $300 budget on some porn B movie, he'd struggle, but
I mean, he gets a 0 out of 10 because to really behave this way with fellow humans is just entirely disreputable, where you are not going to honestly dialogue with someone unto the truth about some very, very important issues existentially, but you would rather play this nonsense game of acting and not actually get to the bottom of the truth, especially when what's at stake is the entire world order lying to the public for extremely malevolent ends.
Yeah, we can
So you
address
get a
other
0.
people in the VC instead of allowing the guy just, being triggered and trying to troll the VC, which is a normal occurrence in here.
Yeah, everyone should probably just go outside, to be honest. Stop debating.
What do you think, Bimax? Bimax, a quick question. What do you think about the conversation? Like, gas pressure, that kind of stuff, flat Earth. What do you think?
I don't really care at this point. I'll go to bed.
So, Baymax, when you go outside, what are you experiencing when you go outside?
Huh?
What are you? You said maybe we should go outside. So, what do you experience that's globe related when you go outside?
Not really what I meant, but
he wants to experience his pet right now. He just said so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can volunteer myself.
Sorry if you guys hear me laughing. I was laughing.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I'm a proud
proud
globe-tard, right? And I've been friends with iLevel Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate in this voice chat.
Hey.
So I can be your guys' test subject if you want.
No, there is no you guys test subject, but I'll give you the VC verify, so you're gonna be able to see the VC chat, and you will be able to open and close your mic whenever you're not speaking, right? So go fast. Welcome to the VC.
Hey guys, happy to be here.
Hello there.
Hey, go fast. I have my friend Gregory. He like to speak to you for a minute or two.
Okay.
It's you, go fast.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to speak to whoever would like to have a conversation with me. Like I said, I've known iLevel Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate with this conversation. So that's what I'm here for.
All right. The last thing I was talking about just now is the very cosmos that we supposedly live in that supposedly makes it possible to leave the surface of the earth and travel to these other celestial bodies elsewhere in the void. But in order for that to be substantiated, it must be demonstrated that, first of all, that we live on a ball, and that we live on a ball flying in a vacuum with gas and liquid sticking to it in a void, which means that you can have gas pressure without a container. So can you show me any instance where we have gas pressure without a container, outside of a container?
Yes, I've had this conversation a few times, and I think I have a pretty good understanding of the argument. So in order to understand how gas pressure can exist without a container, you do need to presuppose gravity. That's the only way. And obviously, yeah. So part of the reason that this is a contentious debate in the flat Earth conversation is because you do need to presuppose gravity in order to have gas pressure without a container. Can you at least understand, in the event that gravity did exist, how you could have gas pressure without a container?
I understand that argument. I understand that a priori theory, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that's my answer. Is presuppose gravity, the existence of gravity. But I think I can continue on that by saying that you do not need to assume.
I don't need to assume what?
The existence of gravity does not need to be assumed. I believe that the force of gravity as described can be demonstrated to a degree where it doesn't need to be.
So gravity, you mean Newtonian or Cavendish mass attracting mass?
Yes.
What was the naturally observed phenomenon?
That masses attract each other dependent on their distance, multiplied by their distance, divided by, what is it? It's their masses multiplied divided by their distance squared. Masses attract. So I believe that can be demonstrated. You mentioned
has mass.
Pendulums. So
steam has mass. Which way does that go? Steam has mass. Which way does it go?
Yes.
Steam has mass. Which way does it go?
It depends. It depends on your environment. You need to.
Steam goes to the floor. When you boil your kettle, does the steam go to the ground?
Again, you need to describe your environment that the steam is existing in.
Hang on. not. I mean, I see where Andy's going. It's a valid line of questioning, but to get to the heart of the matter, so supposedly mass is attracting mass. Now, this question isn't as complicated as it may seem. When you go out into the world and you go about your daily human experience, what do you observe in your human experience that provoked you or the other person, whomever it is, to hypothesize that mass attracts mass? So what did you go out in the world and see happen?
So the foundation for that question, I mean, the crickets are entertaining, right? But the foundation for that question is assuming that you cannot believe things that you have not independently verified, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. That's not the implication of my question. I'm just saying, who observed what? What was observed?
Like I said, you mentioned the Cavendish experiment. You're aware of torsion pendulums. You're aware that there are people that at least claim that they've measured the force of the gravitational constant on human relevant scales, right, without using the Earth as your force vector. So I believe that is the case. I also believe that World War II occurred. I have no individual experience to verify that.
Okay, so supposedly, I mean, what I was hoping you would say was that we observe things fall, because that's what people say when they say, "I've seen gravity occur," because we see things fall.
No, because right? I mean, as I'm sure you guys are familiar, you cannot justify things falling with the density argument because it presupposes gravity as well. But you could just say that things fall. You don't need to assume that there is a mutual attraction between all masses.
What about things? Oh, my bad.
Pump the brakes. You're trying to anticipate the.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize.
What I'm trying to say, because based on previous conversations, just follow me. So we observe things falling, correct?
Yes.
And so do people in the past. You know, these gentlemen, Newton and Cavendish, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
You know. Okay. And so, what is the hypothesis that caused that event that we observed?
I don't think it's not related to my reasoning for why I believe gravity exists. The hypothesis for why things fall is not my justification for believing in gravity.
Okay, tell me yours, since I'm talking to you.
Mine is because I believe that tests have been performed that demonstrate that masses attract independent of other variables.
So the hypothesis is that the mass of the object is causing the mass of the objects is causing other objects with mass to attract to one another.
Yes, I trust that all other independent variables have been isolated in the many experiments that have been performed to measure the gravitational constant to a degree that we can isolate the attraction to the mass of the objects.
Well, the independent variable is the mass of the object because that's what's causing the supposed effect, and then the dependent variable would be the motion of the objects to one another. Okay.
Well, the dependent variable is the mass that you're changing to measure how much this force changes dependent on the mass that you're using as your test subject. But what I'm saying,
other way around.
I believe gravity exists because I believe that these experiments found valid conclusions and were not affected by external forces.
What experiment?
Torsion pendulum.
Wait. Because we talk about experiments, we got to get the variables correct. So the independent variable, if you look 30 minutes past the hour, the independent variable is that what you change in order to provide the result. That's the cause. The dependent variable is what you are measuring. So that's the effect. And then the control variables are things that never change. Okay.
Yes.
So the of the objects.
You cut out for a moment.
The independent variable is the mass. The dependent variable is the motion of the object, because the mass is causing the motion of the objects to one another, supposedly.
Well, you said that your controls are your variables that are unchanging, right? So the mutual attraction, the force that's being measured, is an unchanging variable. It is constant. It cannot be manipulated.
Well, we're equivocating things because the attraction is the effect, the dependent variable, and the cause of that attraction is the mass, the independent variable. The control variables is just everything else in the environment in which this event is occurring. So you don't need to equivocate.
Okay.
So that's the experiment. Now, who conducted this experiment? When and how did they manipulate the mass of the object? And what effect did they observe?
If you want to talk about the original Cavendish experiment from 1891, it was done to identify the density of the Earth. It was not done to measure the gravitational constant. But
so that's not
similar. The same or similar experiments have been performed for the past 200 years. They have one at MIT. They have one at Oxford. They've conducted this experiment to a level of precision that is far more precise than what was done by Cavendish in the 1800s. And it's now done with lasers and very precisely measured lead weights. And I mean, this is not a one-time experiment.
So you agree that the experiment that should be conducted, given the hypothesis, is having the object, manipulating the mass of the object, the independent variable, and so to cause the effect and measure the effect, the dependent variable. Correct.
In order to accurately measure the gravitational constant, what you change should be the masses of the objects that are being used to test this.
Yes. Okay, you agree. So who did this and when and how?
I mean, I can find it for you and send it to you. This has been done many.
There's no due date. Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
But is Ghostfast saying mass attracts mass? That's why things go down?
Our most recent and highest precision measurement was done October 13th of 2024 by the Royal Society.
2024 in the future?
Yeah, 2014. I apologize. It was a cryogenic torsion pendulum. It was used to measure the gravitational constant to an incredibly high precision. And I can send you this if you want.
Can you post it in the livestream voice text post here?
But that's all great and all, but they still don't have a valid independent variable. So they don't have a valid hypothesis or a valid experiment. Therefore, they cannot show a cause and effect in anything other than the mechanical phenomenon that they're dealing with. Natural science has nothing to do with mechanical phenomenon. That's from a man-made device you're looking at. That's not anything in nature. It falls outside the realm of natural science. It's not natural science. It's not science at all, actually, because it doesn't have independent control. You cannot find a cause and effect relationship, period.
If you place a large mass next to a very small mass, and you are able to measure an attraction between the small mass and the large mass, is that, and you isolate, hypothetically, you isolate for all other possible variables, electromagnetism, static effects, momentum, sound, atmospherics, etc.
When was this done? Is that in the test? Is that in the test? Did they isolate all of those things in the test that you posted?
No. I don't know. I assume so, but I do not know, so I don't want to confidently say that.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, but I'm asking if this was, so our presumption here is that there is a overlooked variable in these experiments, right? That's what you guys conclude. I don't want to assume all.
You can't account for all the variables, is what we're saying.
Okay. Yeah. So you believe that there is a flaw that invalidates the results of these measurements that have been done for the past 200 or so years.
All it is, you're measuring a mechanical phenomenon of a mechanical device. That's all. That's all you can get. It's a mechanical phenomenon. Wow, this is wild that this mechanical device is having this phenomenon, but it doesn't matter what you're trying to do with it. It's only a mechanical phenomenon. That's all it can be.
Yes, exactly.
It cannot be an experiment. You don't have a cause and effect relationship of anything other than these balls to the torsion rods, these balls to themselves. If you don't isolate every single other effect or possible effect that's causing this, then it's null and void.
They won't inform you of what the true cause is.
Okay.
Well, can I ask a fast one question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you realize that you're defending the wrong gravity story? Because 107 years ago, they changed it to bendy space-time. Are you aware of this?
General and special relativity are not incompatible with torsion pendulums in the Cavendish experiment or the gravitational constant as described by Newton.
Somebody post QE citations, or I don't need to get into that with him. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah, or just show the citation for what you just said, sir, if you would. I'll find the other citation.
That general relativity is compatible with torsion pendulums?
Yeah, I want to know who said no, I don't care about torsion pendulums. That's the problem. No, I want to know how the citation for what you said that proves something about gravitational force. That's the citation I want. I never said that. Okay.
I mean, I may have.
Whatever you just said about it.
Yeah. He asked me, he said, you're defending the wrong gravity because when the Cavendish experiment was first performed in the 1890s, we were still operating under the presumption of Newtonian dynamics. That was before Einstein, that was before the revelations of general relativity, and that was before our contemporary understanding of gravitation as it exists now. So I responded to him by saying, none of the experiments that we're talking about, Cavendish or torsion pendulums specifically, are incompatible with general relativity.
That's the citation I want. The citation that says none of those are incompatible with that exact statement you just said. I want the citation. Who said that? Where? When was that said? I need a citation for that statement. Thanks.
I've been describing general relativity.
Yeah, that's okay. But I want a citation for what you just said, that it's not incompatible.
He was incorrect. He was incorrect. I was describing general relativity. He said that I was defending Newtonian gravitation.
You just said that there's nothing that's incompatible with gravity, right? Didn't you say that? With special relativity or general
relativity is our contemporary gravitation. Yes.
You said that nothing of the Cavendish and any of that, the supposed tests of the gravitational testing force of this pseudo force, that nothing is incompatible with general relativity. That's the citation I want. Show me who said that. Where are you getting that information?
The test was performed.
I want the source and the citation, sir.
Go fast. Hang on.
Okay.
Pump the brakes. It's not that difficult. He wants you to give the citation that substantiates the assertion.
I want the source. I can explain it myself. I want the source and the citation. Please.
This is going on too long. It's not this difficult. We're just going right around in circles on the same point.
I'm muting myself and I'm providing a citation.
Okay, good. The one that says exactly what you said about the gravitational force having to do with Cavendish is not incompatible. So you're trying to say that Newton's gravity is not incompatible with general relativity? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, he's muted.
Absolutely not. I did not say that.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Listen. Is Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity compatible? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're not compatible. Okay.
And do you agree? Wait a minute. Do you agree that also Newton's gravity was completely replaced by general relativity?
Yes, but it makes a lot of the same predictions. There are very, very few predictions of Newtonian gravity.
Okay, another citation then. I need a citation.
Well, that end part of the response is moot because you already conceded that they are not compatible. And then academia began to subscribe to Einsteinian gravity.
Okay.
In abrogation of Newtonian gravity.
I've been entirely fair to you. So I want to ask a question to you. In your opinion, why was Newtonian gravity rendered obsolete, and why was general relativity so important to resolve the conflicts that Newtonian gravity presented with reality? Because there were things we observed in reality that were incompatible with Newtonian gravity, which is why relativity was so important.
If you take a look at the citations, 39 minutes past the hour, it explains.
Okay.
Is that Mike? Who's that speaking? Was it MC or RC?
It sounds similar, don't it?
Yeah, no, that's him. That's Meisty. Yeah.
The first one I posted 39 minutes past the hour. Quote, because, this is from Encyclopedia Britannica, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, quote unquote, through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. The next one, quote, from ScienceDaily.com, Einstein's right, at least for now, quote unquote, said Gaze, a co-lead author of the research, quote, we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Okay, that was a great example. That was a good answer, and you're exactly right. Specifically the orbit of Mercury was what prompted our investigation into Newtonian gravity and our desperation to find a replacement theory, because the orbit of Mercury was incompatible with Newtonian gravity, and if we see something in nature that's incompatible with our theory, obviously our theory is flawed. So that's why general relativity replaced Newtonian gravity, because it makes better predictions about reality.
Would you say that it was created because it basically it's supposed to cause balls in space, right? I mean, basically, simply, isn't it?
No, absolutely not.
It's supposed to support that claim, though.
No. General relativity was developed to justify observations that we made of nature, not vice versa.
Of nature, of the sky, which is supernatural, actually.
Okay. We needed to justify a new model for gravity to explain the orbit of Mercury, which was incompatible with Newtonian gravity. So our new theory was to reflect our observations of nature. We did not develop a theory seeking a conclusion. We looked at our surroundings and we developed a theory to justify them.
Hang on, this is kind of getting obscured. So what we're saying is that Einstein's gravity abrogated Newtonian gravity because the scholars say that Newton's theory violates special relativity. It's in violation of special relativity.
No. Newtonian gravity is in violation of real life.
Hang on. No, we're talking about why they chose one theory over another. Why they said
because
toss that one out and here's this one.
And one does not.
Okay. But the sources are telling us they tossed Newtonian gravity over their shoulder in favor of keeping Einstein's gravity in their hands because Newton's theory violates special relativity.
Is that one of those citations we posted? I want to read that.
Yes.
Okay, I want to read who said that because it's a very poor way to describe why relativity was necessary to supplant Newtonian dynamics. Because the reason we replaced the theory is because it made inaccurate predictions about reality.
Well, the whole citation I read, so I'll read it again.
No. I'll read it. I'm walking around, needed to pull my phone out of my pocket and check links. That was at 39 minutes past the hour as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Just under the picture, if the Earth is a rotating sphere, why are these pendulums not moving? Talking about trains.
What headline is this link under? I see the top one, obviously, in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. Which link am I looking for?
Go up. Okay. Encyclopedia Britannica, relativity, curved space-time, and geometric.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you.
I just, the cranes meme. That's brilliant, Platter. Well done on that.
Oh, I can't take the credit for that. Some genius before me, and I just screenshot it right away.
I'm giving you credit. Shut up.
Where do we see Newtonian gravity was disregarded because it conflicted with general relativity?
You don't see the link I posted next to my name?
No, I'm on it. I'm on Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm reading it.
Oh. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified quote-unquote action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the Sun and Earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Special relativity precludes Newton's gravity.
Okay. Do you believe that the reasoning behind that specific statement was that special relativity was proven to be true, and thus, if there were violations in Newtonian gravity that disagreed with special relativity, then Newtonian gravity must be flawed? Now, this is not the reason we knew Newtonian gravity was flawed. We knew it because of the orbit of Mercury. But in this specific instance, it's referring to the maximum speed limit of the speed of light suggested by special relativity, which is well tested. So, I mean, in this instance, they're talking about violation of causality and faster than light information travel, which is impossible under general relativity, but which is also true and proven to be the case.
I don't believe they crossed out Newtonian gravity for Einstein's gravity because Einstein was proven to be true. But that's beside our point. The point that we were making was that the fact that they abrogated Newtonian gravity for Einstein gravity.
Do you know why?
It's beside the point. That's beside our point.
No, I mean,
point,
are you suggesting a reason why Newtonian gravity was aggregated for relativity?
I think you asked the wrong question. Should you believe it? Should you believe it? Not do you believe it? Should I believe it?
Yes. Should I
what
believe?
You just suggested.
Yes.
Should you believe it?
Which is a valid question, but hang on, to follow the line of dialogue. So, regardless of why they did it, I mean, my point is the fact that they did it. Okay.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
So, when people appeal to Newtonian gravity, which is an ad hoc solution to
And if
the
you
issue
compare
of
the two, they're almost incompatible. Anyway, go ahead, Gregory. I'm sorry.
when appeal to Newtonian gravity, it's an ad hoc appeal to solve the problem of how do things, stay on the surface of the Earth, which is contrary to the rhetoric, which contrary to the dogma, the doctrine that academia teaches concerning gravity, that it is the mass of the objects curving space and time, causing them to go down.
Right, it's a contradiction.
Why do you believe
it's an innate
Newtonian gravity
contradiction?
is so?
It's an innate contradiction.
Okay. All right. Do you have a question for me? Because I have a few for you, but I'd like to allow you to ask anything of me because I'm very familiar with these topics. And if you have any questions you want to ask before I ask you, please go ahead.
Yeah. So where we are now in the dialogue is, this appeal to Newtonian gravity, but it's already been abrogated by the academics themselves.
I need to stop you. I did no such thing.
Well, now you do. We just read the citation.
I never appealed to Newtonian gravity. I don't operate.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Well, hang on now, because we can't have confusion. You were just appealing to mass attracting mass gravity. That's Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity. So you did appeal to it.
I can describe the interaction in relativistic terms. It's just typically people use Newtonian terms when talking about gravitation because they're a lot more familiar with people.
Okay, well, regardless of the rhetoric that you use,
is it real? Is it real though? Is it real?
Yeah, regardless of the rhetoric that you use, you in essence appeal to mass attracting mass gravity, aka Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity, which has been abrogated by academia by Einsteinian gravity.
Well, again, if you want me to describe the interaction as space-time acceleration and like relativistic frame dragging that's caused by mass in sitting in space-time and causing space-time curvature, I can describe it that way. But the reason Newtonian gravitational terms are used so commonly throughout modern discourse, even knowing that Newtonian gravity has been academically abandoned, is because Newtonian gravity works for the significant majority of use cases when we talk about gravity. I mean,
but the academics say it doesn't. First off,
well, again,
if you do
only for very few cases. Only for very few cases does Newtonian gravity not describe reality in a way that's convenient for normal conversation.
But no, that has
Gregory, go ahead, brother. I think you got this. Everybody, just let Greg take this.
So, first of all, that have not been quantified. If it has, then please demonstrate how it has been quantified. And secondly, that's beside the point. And thirdly, if you do choose to answer the question in a way that is duplicitous at worst and very confusing at best, so if it's not mass gravity, if it's Newtonian gravity, then don't use Newtonian gravity rhetoric when it's contrary to the supposed gravity that is at play in the world.
Okay.
So at this point of the dialogue, we need to now address the gravity that is supposedly at play in the world, Einstein's gravity. Okay.
In the future, I'll use relativistic terms to describe gravity.
Yeah, appeal to the actual theory that is supposed to be at play. Okay, so mass attracting mass, no. General relativity, mass curving space and time. Okay.
Yes.
Explain this. What is this?
General relativity?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So space-time is a tensor metric. It has different velocities at different points, and that velocity will always move in the direction of mass. So that's how general relativity describes gravitation, and that's how gravitation works in our experience in real life to the best of our experimental capabilities. So again, space-time is the tensor metric. It is a thing that has different vectors of acceleration at different points. And the direction of those vectors of acceleration is dependent on the amount of mass that is in any particular place of space.
I'm going to give you an amen on that. I'm going to give you an amen on that. That's what they say about this thing called
acceleration. What is accelerating?
Accelerating is increasing speed relative to
No. What is accelerating? What is doing the act of accelerating?
Accelerating is an increase in relative velocity.
No. What is doing the act of accelerating? What is accelerating?
The mass.
But the
The
mass.
mass within the tensor metric.
How is mass accelerating?
But wait. So mass, matter, things exist. They are where they are. They're either moving or not moving. And the mass is causing the acceleration, correct?
Yes, the mass is causing the acceleration and the direction of the acceleration. They are
It's
one
also
and the same.
the effect of the acceleration.
So there's a thing. I got a rock sitting here on the ground. Okay. No, better yet, no. Yes, I got a rock sitting here on the ground. It's a big rock. It's a boulder. Okay, and supposedly space and time is being curved by the mass of the rock, and you say that it's accelerating towards the center of mass. What is the thing accelerating towards the center of mass?
Again, you need an object with mass to be your thing. When you ask me what is the thing that is accelerating, I don't know what you're talking about because you haven't identified any reference object to be used.
Pretty sure he just said.
Well, the thing is, I haven't identified it because you haven't identified it. I don't know what the thing is accelerating. I'm asking you to tell me what is the thing accelerating.
I mean, I can add a massive object into your thought experiment if you need me to reference something as your thing. Okay, there's a ladybug that's sitting next to this. And first of all, is this boulder on Earth? I need to clarify this thought experiment. Okay, it's sitting on the surface of Earth. So immediately, I don't know the dimensions of this boulder, but I'm just going to speculate. I'm going to say it's not massive enough to have consequential effects in relation to the mass of the Earth. So can we put this boulder? This is how we do thought experiments in physics. Like, can we put this boulder in deep space in the absence of any external gravitational fields for the sake of
sure? It's just the boulder. That's all that exists in the reality.
All right. Yeah, fine. No, great. This is how we do thought experiments. So you said, what is the thing that is accelerating? If it's just the boulder sitting in deep space, it is accelerating radially inward dependent on its own mass. And if there is nothing else in the universe, then nothing else is accelerating towards the direction of this gravitational field. Now, if we say put a ladybug 20 feet away from this boulder, it will experience acceleration in the direction of the mass. And the boulder will experience acceleration in the direction of the ladybug, significantly less so because of the differential in the mass.
Okay.
So you just make shit up.
So
no, this is all proven.
By implication, the most massive object is again going to basically curve space and time so much that everything accelerates toward it.
Yes, as well as the most massive object towards the other objects, because they all have independent gravitational fields.
Yes.
But yeah, the most massive object will always aggregate other masses around it and dominate the gravitational field.
And with this simple explanation, it causes all of Earth, where we live, everything comes from that. All of humanity, everything that exists comes from this simple understanding of the bending and warping of space-time and how space-time affects.
I mean, I'm not very sure what your question is. If you're talking about
because your question is more simple than our largesse question, right?
Well, if you're asking me existentially about the existence of reality, we can have a different conversation. But no,
you don't think this is philosophy?
No, I love to have that conversation.
Okay, well, it definitely is philosophy, but at the same time, if you have any real physical evidence for this occurring, then we'd love to hear about it.
Yes, we have many, many, many experiments to validate general relativity.
Really?
Where? Hold on, I'll post some voice links.
Hey, Greg, if I'm stepping on your toes, man, go ahead.
Thank you.
Let me say real quick, you guys are extremely polite, and I very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you,
I'm
likewise.
just curious if with this thought, I mean, he obviously thinks that in physical reality,
he's used to the internet. The internet is not polite, just like I feel like.
Well, it's just like he's not used to talking about to flat earthers, because if he talks to globe earthers, they'll all agree, and he's like, "Hey, whatever the fuck."
I'm quite familiar.
We're quite familiar with what they say about this Earth too. So we're not. It's not like we're ignorant about this. I mean, we don't think the Earth is flat for no reason, right? We're quite familiar with what they say about Earth.
I know to quite a high degree of detail why you think the Earth is flat.
There's certain things like in this server, like we try to adhere we like to say it anyway. It's kind of a goal to try to adhere to like the scientific method, like what can be and what cannot be proven. Like we need to define terms, and we need to talk about causes and effects and all kinds of stuff. It's not so much about speculation in this very chat, And as long as you can understand like the method, then there's not much to be rude about. If somebody is purposefully detracting from like the logical train of thought or whatever it is, which would be also known as being as
it could be dishonest, but maybe they're not
dishonest or deceitful. But maybe you don't even recognize that you're doing it because it might be programmed into you, and it's our goal to point that out, stop you before you continue that. And often people think that that's an interruption and it's rude and whatever else, but like if somebody's being logical about it, they should see it also. They should.
I think this guy's really cool, Lou. I think he really understands, the scientific quote unquote argument about space time and all that kind of stuff, because he'd been talking to Gregory about it for quite a while, and this part of it. If you think that flat earthers are ignorant about this, and that's why we think the Earth is flat, we're not.
I hate it when flat earthers go on talking about how people think we're stupid. Like you don't want to go on.
No,
you
I'm
can
just
mention
saying.
it.
I already said it. Now, I just wanted to say it.
If I can put a target on my back, right? I do believe that the main reason people hold the beliefs that this group aspires to is due to a lack of information about experimentations of reality and how we've come to the conclusions that we've come to.
That we are. Wait a minute.
Give us your favorite source.
Wait a minute. Healer, you're just going to whistle through the graveyard? Hold on a second. Wait a second. You think the reason we hold these ideas or the reason we've come to these conclusions is because we're ignorant of the facts? Is that what you just said?
Let me clarify.
Just answer yes or no. Yes or no.
Yeah, there's nothing to clarify with that. You've been pretty clear.
You said it.
We've already
exactly what you said.
We told him. We told him. Over and over.
I'm trying to be all right. I'm trying to be respectful. I think this is
You don't have to sugarcoat it. Go ahead and tell us.
We all are being respectful. It's fine. Go on.
Okay. All right. As someone who has talked to many flat earthers over many years, it seems that there is a trend where a lack of information that they do not know, that they then learn, is the source of the confusion about specific issues.
Okay. Can I point out? Can I point out that actually, if we were to say, let's go per populace, like a percentage of flat earthers and a percentage of
populum.
Yeah, like let's say we took 100 flat earthers and 100 globe earthers, people who believe in the globe, just at random. Who do you think would know more?
Flat earthers are typically more scientifically literate than the general public.
So
but we still don't know as much as anti-flat earthers.
Hello?
If I continue with Go Fast, so the last point we were on is the acceleration. And so we established that, in principle, the implication of Einsteinian gravity is mass curving space and time, and the most massive object would have the strongest curvature upon space and time, thus attracting everything to it. And likewise, the most massive object, call it object A, having the same effect, being attracted to other objects, but mostly the most massive object, outpulling everything else. So that's the implication. Now, the next thing is space and time, but first space. Supposedly, space and time are curving, which is a very peculiar assertion. What is space?
Space in general relativity is used in reference to the actual geometric term space. It just means location, possibility, just your degrees of freedom. It's a very, very general term. Space literally just means like your ability to exist in a location. It's very, very.
That's what space. I had no idea that's what space meant. Seriously, I thought it was. I thought it was the area between you and me, or like of a box, or.
I get the essence of what he's saying, and so it would be synonymous to the way I phrase it. When people ask me that question, my answer is, it's the area of absence that can be occupied.
Yeah, just a degree of freedom, a place that a point of reference can occupy. Yeah. So
So with that being said, space is an area of absence that can be occupied. Is that
I would just stick with area. Like space that is occupied by mass is still space.
I mean, area is very vague. Like I could have surface area, and then that surface is taking up area throughout. You know what I mean? Now it's measurable. It's like a real.
To be very specific about what is meant, it's an area of absence. It's not an area on a thing. It's just an area of absence. There is no thing there. There's no thing there, but things can be there. That's what I mean.
I disagree. If an apple is occupying space, but the space that is taken up by the apple is not space. It is still space.
I know. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the same idea. There's nothing here, but something can be there, and when something is there, it's still space. It's occupying space. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being said, space isn't matter. It isn't material. It isn't a substance. It isn't physical. It isn't a concreta that has extension in space.
Well, it's literally described as the absence of matter.
Right. Go fast.
Yeah, in mathematics. Yeah.
Not just mathematics, but also in logic and in metaphysics and physics.
Well, in reality, space has properties beyond what you described.
But what other properties of space are there?
Space has direction in real life, as opposed to mathematics, where space does not have inherent direction. It also has inherent rate of time compared to other locations in space. So we describe space as area that can be occupied by things. In real life, space is area that can be occupied by things. And space also has inherent to the space, absence of any objects, a direction and a rate of time.
All right, now here's the problem. So flat earthers and globe earthers alike are going to have problems when we get into this topic, because all of a sudden it's going to be, well, that's space, what takes up space, like it's the absence of anything. Is the absence of something, can it be defined? Like, not properly. Yeah. It cannot be defined properly.
Well, we just defined space. But the problem with his answer is number one, direction is not a property of a thing. Direction is a property of an action. And secondly, time is not a property of space.
especially
in
especially
real life
when
it is.
space
In
is the
mathematics,
absence of something.
in mathematics, time can be removed from space. In geometry, you don't have a clock required to draw a square.
Both are only constructs of men.
Well, not merely. Hang on.
Yeah.
So, space is an area of absence that can be occupied. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay, but something can be here. Now, there is no other properties to such a thing, where there is no thing there.
In mathematics, if you're referring to space in real life, in our experience that we measure, space has location, direction, and rate of time.
Okay, but the problem with these axioms that are held in I guess academia when they do math is that this is ontologically absurd. You say,
well, these are testable. We didn't, again, we model our understanding around our observations, not vice versa. So,
well, no, you've never observed direction on time. If you never observed direction on space, that's ontologically absurd.
When we see an object move in space without being influenced by forces like electromagnetism, it is moving in the direction of the space it occupies. That is why things move in the absence of forces. That is
No. Pay attention to the sentence you're saying. Direction is a property of an action. I moved the action. I moved to the left.
Again, you say that what you just said is very important to this conversation, because in general relativity, as we have observed reality, direction is a property of space.
But it's not a property of space. It can't be.
Okay. And I'm asking you, for the sake of conversation, direction is a property of space. Space has direction. So I need you to at least imagine that is a possibility, and then we can proceed at least as if you can understand.
I'm not going to take the premise for granted. I'm not going to grant that premise to you.
You can ask me how we know that, but that is a thing that we know.
You can argue that later, but when I give my critique of what it's saying, you can't just demand that I take it for granted for a moment and then let you continue. That's not how the debate works. So when you say that, my critique is that this is ontologically absurd. A direction is not a property of space. It's a property of an action. I moved to the left. The action, I moved. The direction, to the left. The left in which I moved is the property of the action, not space.
Okay. All right. If I can respect the rules that you're playing by, why is that the case? Why is it the case that space cannot have direction inherently?
Because when you examine the usage of the word in language, when we talk about direction, we're not talking about space. We're talking about the thing, the direction the thing moved in,
as we defined it.
No. Actually, I would argue that space can have that. However, your model that you stick by doesn't have that.
They can't have that because we never talk about space moving in a direction. We talk about things moving in a direction in space.
Okay, if I can say something it's going to sound offensive, and I do not mean it that way. There's no way else to word this. When you say that is because you don't understand what I mean, and you do not understand that I am describing general relativity.
Yeah, because it only exists in your imagination, Go Fast. That's why. And none of it can be proven on any level. So you presupposing space, the universe, all that stuff's fine. But it's all speculation. It's all thought. It's only thought. It doesn't correlate with what we see in reality. So you saying that these are from observations taken in reality? False. They are not taken in reality. If they are taken in reality, then afterwards there's a storyline laid down about it that is fallacious at first base.
Okay.
So
you've said a bunch of things about my position. So I would respond that there exists no suggested model for reality that is possible besides the one that I have described. that is in accordance with experimentation.
A model is not reality.
Please,
Okay,
please
I'm just
listen.
saying.
Please listen. Hang on, because we're getting lost again. Please listen.
Yeah, please.
So where we are now is me critiquing this assertion that space, one of the properties of space is direction, but that's grammatically and ontologically absurd. Why? Because space doesn't move in a direction. Things move in a direction in space.
Why?
Space is not moving.
I'm sorry. Why?
Bro, this is your
Again,
claim.
it's evident in the language. It's evident in the language. Whenever we talk about things in a direction, we're talking about a thing moving in a direction in space. Direction is not the property of space, it's the property of the action.
In typical mathematic terms in geometry. So referring to our definition of space as we defined it, why is it that unoccupied location cannot have inherent direction and speed?
Because direction is the property of an action.
Why don't we
that
have
seems
him
like
tell
that
us?
seems
Wait a
presupposed.
minute. Why don't you tell us how it does instead of asking us how it doesn't? You tell us how it actually does.
See, I don't know if there's a disconnect here. Like, I think there is, and I think it's a flat Earth argument. Like, I think like the whole idea of where all globers want to know, like, why do solid objects? See, they phrase it wrong. But what they mean to say is like, why do like solids?
Oh, this guy's smart. I see the logic you're making. You're talking about things falling and density. Oh, you're so smart.
Wow,
Sorry,
you read in really, really well. Okay, so, but yeah, no,
What?
In air are more.
What the fuck was that?
I was excited because he made a connection. He made a logical connection that's like really valuable.
Certainly were excited, weren't you? Did you pee pants?
Little Tourette's there.
Dude, I don't know what else is going to take me off track. I hope I can say this now. No, it's gone. No.
What's up, Mike?
Okay. So you want to try and argue that direction is a property of space? Try.
Okay. Like I said, that is the only explanation for reality that justifies our experimentation. I see no reason to believe this is not the case, and I see every reason to believe this is the case. We see objects move without being affected by. We see objects move without being affected by particle forces, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. We see things move in the absence of a force field. So my implication from that, and the implication of contemporary physics, is that space itself has direction, and things in space move in the direction of the space they occupy.
So when did you observe? When did you observe direction itself, and in space?
Again, I dislike this because when did you observe the storming of Normandy Beach? Right? You believe it because other people that you trust say that these experiments have been done.
Unicorns. I'm going to try to play for I could be wrong. Let's say you're at a war and the front is always moving. You could count the front as like whether it's moving forward or back. You could call it a gain or loss depending on whether it was last week or yesterday, right? Like, did we gain ground or did we lose?
More like the direction of water.
Well, no, it's
the direction of water in a river.
No, it's worse than that. Direction is not a concrete event that can be observed. You don't observe direction. You observe things moving in a direction.
Yes, exactly.
You don't observe direction itself. You observe things moving in a direction.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not equivalent to your retort with that question is not equivalent to my question, because I'm asking you, when did you observe an abstracta? Not when did you observe a concrete event?
Me, when I observed, yeah. If you ask me when I observed objects moving in space without being influenced by force fields, I have not observed this. Much in the case that you have not observed.
What are you talking about?
No, right? That's not the question.
Is that fair?
No, that's not the question.
Other people have.
No. That's not the question. The question is, listen to me very carefully. I'm very calculated with my words. When have you observed direction itself?
I observe direction as related to my reference upon other objects that are moving. I determine their direction based on my definitions of what the direction is, and I measure that based on how I observe them moving, and the speed, obviously. So
okay.
Direction
so
is
what
subjective, dependent on me, but things moving.
See, here's the thing: is he's different from most Globers, where he's basically arguing for a law of up and down.
No, what he's doing is that he's confusing the concrete event that is observable of motion in a direction with the abstract entity, which is direction itself. You have never observed direction. You have observed the concrete item
if I can
moving in a direction. What you observe is the thing moving. You don't observe the direction.
I've been very polite to you, Gregory. If I could ask you a few questions. When you observe
please say that. You're talking through my critique. Do you understand the critique?
Of how I observe direction, I observe it in relation to objects moving. I do not observe direction itself. I observe things moving and apply direction to their motion. That's your critique.
Right. You don't observe abstract entities. You observe concrete entities moving in a direction.
Yes.
Okay. So since you concede to that, then you telling me that direction is a property of space where both entities are abstract, they're not concrete at all. You did not observe that which is not concrete at all. You can't.
I do not believe in entities that are not concrete, for clarity. When we talk about geometric space, I'm talking about an abstract entity. When I talk about the motion of objects in reality, I am talking about space.
What about yourself? What about yourself? Are you real? Do you take up space in real physical reality?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not solipsis. So yeah, I believe I take up. I occupy space.
Okay, well, whether you believe that abstracta are real or not, even though you're using them right now in order to have this conversation, it doesn't matter. The critique is that you cannot observe abstracta. They're abstract. They have no concreteness to them.
Yes, I agree. You can observe the effects of these concepts on material objects.
Not that either. Abstracta have no causal power. Space cannot cause an event, and direction can't cause an event.
All right. If I can ask you a few questions before I go, Gregory, and I do need to go. My girlfriend's. I just got off work. But I'll be back. I do like you guys. But yeah. So if I could ask you some questions first. When in typical life, and this, you asked me if I've observed direction, and that brought this up in my head. When we observe things moving in our typical experience, they are always moving in response to force fields. May it be when you push on something and it moves, that's an electromagnetic force, that's repulsion in the atoms of your hand upon this object. If you see something move because of, a magnet pulling it, et cetera, et cetera. We see things move because of massive force fields.
What about the sun?
Now,
well, hang on.
Yeah, let me continue. So that is the case for the vast majority of our experience for why things move. So let me give you a thought experiment where there's an object in deep space and there's another object next to it that's very large, and there is no force interactions between them. There's no electromagnetism, no strong nuclear force, no wind, etc. If the object moves towards the other object, it is not moving in response to a material force. It is moving because the space it occupies compels it to move in a direction because the space has a preferred direction for things in it to move. That's what I mean by space has direction.
Mm-hmm. Which is ontologically absurd because that's assigning a concrete property to space, and space has no concrete properties, therefore it has no causal power.
So how are the subatomic forces excluded for here?
It seems to work pretty well for my justifications for reality. But regardless, space everything is a thing. A thing that is not real does not exist, right? So when you say space is immaterial and direction is immaterial and time is immaterial, that's it's unhelpful, right? Everything that exists that has an effect on reality is a real thing.
Well, not everything that is real has causal power. Okay. For instance, the word English.
That's one of my, yeah.
Well, so obviously the difference here between you and I is that perhaps you're familiar, but you're kind of a realist, where even abstract entities have concreteness to them, you say, but I'm not, because I recognize that abstract entities have no causal power. Space has no concreteness and has no causal power. Time has no concreteness and has no causal power. Direction has no concreteness and has no causal power.
I believe you have our worldviews completely backwards, frankly. I think that you believe in abstract entities that do not have causal power. I do not believe in
What?
Wow.
I do not believe in abstract entities.
The whole thing around, huh? So everything that you do, you're claiming we do. That's great.
No, let me clarify. When I refer to space or direction, I'm referring to causal, not abstractions.
Right, but space is not a concreta. You keep asserting that it is, but it isn't.
When I refer to space or direction or time, I'm referring to things that have concrete relationships with material reality and thus are part of concrete.
Yes, I've heard you. You said that 3 times now. You're telling me this. I heard you. And what you're saying is wrong. Space and time and direction and everything else that is abstract is not concrete and has no causal power.
So thus I would implore you to ask me why I feel that way.
Okay. Why do you believe that
you don't
space
need to ask.
and time
You're delusional. You don't need to ask.
Why do you believe space and time and whatever concreta have causal power?
Okay, I define a thing as existing if it has causal relationships with other things that exist, location, and energy density. Those are my 3 requirements for considering a thing to exist. I do not believe in things that do not satisfy these 3 definitions for a thing existing.
You understand that time is a concept.
Okay,
you understand that time is a concept, don't you? It's a concept.
Time has material relationships with.
Time is a concept.
Are you sure that you isolated time from all other confounding variables that could possibly exist?
To a degree that's within my.
Okay, so that's just a no. You're qualifying it.
Yeah.
So it's to a degree, so it's just a no.
No, I'm just an honest person.
Was it isolated or not? It's just a simple yes or no.
That might be
okay, time was isolated from absolutely everything else within it. There was absolutely nothing else present.
Gregory, is this not a kind of unfair question for him to ask? Because my answer
no, this is just it though. Right.
To a degree of certainty that satisfies my justification for epistemology. Yes.
Well, let me address his criterion. Okay, so number 1, no, I don't remember. Take me again. It exists if fill in the blank.
Yeah.
It has causal relationships with other things that exist in physical reality.
Yes.
So how do you know that you've isolated time and space itself from everything that exists that could have a causal relationship with everything else that exists? How do you know that you've actually done
I'm happy you asked that. I'm happy you asked that. So,
well, I'm asking you because this is your story.
I can't understand with the cacophony. I can't understand. Okay,
I'm happy you asked how we isolate time. Thank you. I'm happy you asked how we isolate time and measure its material effect on reality. As you probably know, all unstable nuclei decay at a certain rate. It's predictable. We have half-lives, etc. If we put a unstable compound in some kind of isolated vessel in which it's not affected by other forces like electromagnetism, etc., and then we accelerate it and change the rate of its clock, because, like I said, space has direction and space has a rate of time, and those are connected to each other. So the faster the reference frame is moving, the faster it traverses time. So if we put isotopes in an isolated system and we accelerate relative to a stationary observer, their clocks will move faster related to the stationary observer, and those isotopes will decay faster.
So,
Okay, so
to the best of your knowledge, you isolated those things from all other things that exist within space and time that could possibly have any causal effect on them aside from space and time itself.
To the best, to a degree of certainty, this satisfies my epistemology.
Well, it sounds like a bit of a wash then. But anyway.
Well, that's great. That's what a degree of certainty. That's not bad in something that is entirely of your own description. A thought experiment. Thanks for prefacing that with that. It's just thought experiments. Doesn't match reality.
Yeah,
that's
he is good. He's very good with the software.
No. This is
very good.
No. This has been done.
He's very good with the software.
I need to be clear. This is not a thought experiment. I need to be clear.
It is. Dude, you've been talking about outer space.
What I just described. No, what I just described. No.
Yeah, but you don't really know that you isolated it from absolutely everything but time and space itself, though. You just said that. You said, to the best of your knowledge, yeah, we did. So you don't really know that. So great story, but where's that curve at?
If I could please continue with Go Fast, because...
Well, you like to let them get into the weeds with you, but sure, if the room is all for it, I guess.
No, I never get into the weeds. I get to the central point. The last thing that Go Fast was telling me is that his criterion for existence is causal power and what else? I think it was 3 things. Go Fast?
Causal power, causal relationship with other things, energy density, or location.
I think we lost him.
Well, I heard it. I heard him. You're very low, but I could hear you. Okay, so there are plenty of things.
Or something.
There's a multitude of things that don't have any of those properties, and they're real. For example, the laws of logic that you and I are using right now in this debate, which is a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. They have no causal power. They have no causal power. They don't have energy mass. They don't have causal relationship to other things.
I do not assign.
You are very low. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
Yeah, I can't hear a word he's saying, man. I don't know. He lost his connection.
I have to fix it.
He's dropped. Is he dropped? No, he's still there, man. Go Fast. Oh, there you are. You're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. Wiggle your headphones or something. Oh, he gone. He's back. He's back. Check 1, 2, Mike.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
It's just his mic is like not there anymore. So
yeah, he's having some technical problems.
He disconnected himself or something.
Well, he's dropped in and out a couple times trying to.
Must be in a signal area.
I think this is really good, Gregory. I like where you're going.
Greg, man.
Wait a second. Non-physical concepts, they cannot have within them anything that has physical properties. If it's non-physical, it's just a concept. You can't claim that they have physical properties. Therefore, you cannot claim a causal effect of something that has no physical properties with saying they have a cause that is evident through some sort of physical properties is just unbelievable.
It's a reification fallacy.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's Narnia, baby.
It's concreteness.
He's done.
That's what the globe has. That's all the globe has.
Correlation, not causation.
If they're not into if they're not into the weeds like this with gravity and all this stuff for hours and hours and hours, they lose immediately, because when it comes down to what we actually experience in reality as far as Earth goes, it's flat and stationary and everybody uses it the same way.
Came back in.
He's back. Go Fast. You there?
I'll answer. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
I want to clear up any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview, and then I want to go. But like I said, just ask away. I'll clarify any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview.
The last thing I said to you was your criterion for existence, or your criterion for being real, fails because you're using the thing that doesn't meet any of those criterion, and yet they're a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. Those are the laws of logic, which have no causal power, which don't have mass and energy, and don't have any causal relationship to anything else.
Yes, I do not include immaterial concepts in my definition of exist or real.
Do you concede that, do you concede that abstracta are real?
I don't describe them using those words personally. I use the word abstracta or concept, but I don't use the word real or
well, if they aren't real, if they don't have reality to them, then we wouldn't be talking about them. We wouldn't even know them, especially when they're only abstract and they're only known in the mind.
This sounds to be just a definition disagreement here, which is fine. I mean, if I know your definitions, we can communicate with them, and if you know mine, then you can understand where I'm coming from. So I do. Well,
let's settle the verbal dispute then.
That do not have. Yeah, exactly. So I do not describe things that do not have the properties that I just laid out for existing as real things that exist. I describe them as concepts or abstracto or immaterial. And
so
I don't feel necessity.
So abstracta aren't real?
I don't feel. Sorry, I cut you off again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So abstracta aren't real?
I use the word exist. I think real would apply to just everything. I would probably include immaterial and abstracta in real. But when I say exist, I'm referring only to things that have, causal relationships, energy, density, location, etc. But that's just a definition disagreement, it seems.
So then abstracta, like you just said, are real.
I would say, yeah, I'll use real, but I won't say exist, just for the sake of our discourse, yeah.
Okay. So I just posted the Wikipedia article 36 minutes past the hour that informs the reader about abstracta and concreta. And then the greater subject it goes under is ontology, the study of being. Like you're familiar, I believe. So there are abstracta and there are concreta. These are the two basic categories of real entities, things that are real, that have being in the world. Now,
yes.
So there's that.
I disagree with concepts. I think the relationship between abstracta and concreta, as if they are equally applicable to, equally important to existence, is kind of unfair. I think that material reality is all that matters, period. And abstracta are concepts that we use to help communicate with each other, but they have no validity outside of communication amongst conscious beings.
But what does that mean? What do you mean abstracta mean less or have less significance than concreta? What does that mean?
In my personal worldview, I do not value abstracta or concepts or the immaterial to any significant degree outside of communication. So when we go into ontology and we talk about concreta, abstracta, and their relationships and describe them both as real, it paints this ideology where they are equally valid, I think, which is dangerous because it causes,
valuing concreta more than abstracta is a red herring. It's beside the point. It doesn't matter. It's beside the point that these two entities are real, and objectively they're not more valuable than the other, especially when you need the abstracta to express your value judgment about the concreta.
Yes.
Like if there were no abstracta, and if there were no abstracta, you wouldn't be able to think at all. You would have no thoughts. You would have no mind. You would have no life.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A chunk of granite that is 700 feet below the earth does not have any concept of abstracta, and that's what I mean when I say that they don't have equal value. Things that don't think don't care about abstracta or concepts. They're just useful for communication purposes. And obviously, as a conscious being, that's a pretty significant part of my existence, is communicating my thoughts. But
that things that are senseless that can't value anything is a moot point. That's a moot point. That's beside the point that abstracta and concreta are real, and abstracta is the necessary antecedent for you to even think, let alone debate.
Okay, so you described like you're very good at pulling debate back to what was important in the original subject matter. So before I go, you described direction and space as abstracta.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I describe direction and space as concreta. All right, I'm not talking about space and direction as they are referred to in geometry. I'm talking about space and direction as they have material relationships with concreta. I'm talking about them as concrete entities.
Okay, I get that. I understood that. I mean, why did you repeat that?
So space-time is physical to you?
It has.
I mean, I already remember that that's your position. Why did you repeat that?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's fine.
I guess I'm not entirely sure where
concepts cannot push around physical objects. Concepts cannot move physical objects.
The answer to your question was yes. No, the answer to your question was yes, not no.
Can you get me a jar? Can you get me a jar? Can you get me a jar of space-time, please?
Yeah, actually. I'm not capable.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, great.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I heard it.
You donkey.
Actually, no, I couldn't because you have 0 point energy and like vacuum density and quantum fluctuations and shit. So I could not get you a jar of space-time isolated.
Yeah, no shit.
No.
So remember your position. Remember. And so my critique still stands.
So where in any of this is Earth a globe? Like, can you show us that part?
Yeah, we've gotten very specific. No one's asking any questions about that. I mean, we got here by initially it was gas existing without a gas pressure existing without a container. I said you need to presuppose gravity to understand how gas pressure can exist.
Maybe next time then.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So after all this,
next
now
time we'll get into more stuff.
After all this, now do we have proof of uncontained gas being able to exist within a vacuum without dispersing to fill that available volume? Is that what happened? Is that what these thought experiments proved?
Well, again, if you like, yes, I believe this is obviously a thing, right? Gas pressure exists without a vacuum.
Well,
I believe that is the case.
Okay, can you just set up a vacuum chamber and just show us some uncontained balls of gas just sitting in it and not seeking their equilibrium to fill the available space?
Well, you would need to find an area of space that's isolated from external gravitational fields, and I don't have the resources to get you there.
So it sounds like an unfalsifiable thing, then. And then also, it's just a no. It's just a no.
It's not no.
It's a no that you're trying to qualify. You're adding qualifiers to it, but it is just
no. I need to
like a no. You can't demonstrate it. So thanks,
Gregory. You just said that
I'm not
gas pressure existing without a container is unfalsifiable. I know. I don't know. Greg, are you a mod?
No, but it doesn't really matter like which one of us it is. But the point is that you can't show us, and now you're adding qualifiers.
You said it's all right. You said it's unfalsifiable. That is not true.
Yeah. You just told us that you wouldn't be able to set something like that up. So yeah, you just said that.
No, I'm referring to myself.
Okay.
I'm referring to myself.
Don't worry, no one else.
If I had infinite funds, yes, I could do that for you. No, look at.
No,
but
no one else
if I had infinite funds, I could do that. It would take me.
Well, you need infinite funds.
But yeah, I could.
So unfalsifiable then.
I wouldn't need
infinite
infinite
thing
funds.
Is infinite funds.
No, I can give you an amount of money. What if I had $8 billion, I could do this for you.
$8 million.
I can do it.
Listen, go
fast. That's pretty much on the side of unfalsifiable. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you give me $8 million, but then I blow it and I go negative $6 billion? You know, what happens then?
I have a problem with you describing.
We got to use globe salesman here, folks.
Well, go fast. Just think of this. The court hearing already started. So you saying that the evidence is somewhere in the future, the court case already started, brother. If you don't have the evidence, then
it's over.
You might be shit out of luck.
Yeah, you lose. Sorry, you gotta come here prepared with that stuff. Right? I mean, not tomorrow. It's not going to be okay, Judge. I'll have it next week. Judge, just hold on. Give me $8 million and I'll produce the evidence for you. No, it's now. Let's go.
Right. It's extremely suspect.
I need to be very honest with you guys. I'm not sure what I'm being asked here.
I mean, this is the
I'll just say it again.
The hostility and the quips is not really helpful.
He said, "Can I?"
Well, okay, yeah.
Said,
you don't have to do it yourself. You can just give us a citation of anybody who has done it. Just go ahead, post it. Let us have a look at what they actually did.
I don't think this is
so you can't even do that. So you're going to replicate something that you can't even show us anybody else having done if we give you $8 million and you're not a scam artist. Okay.
Okay,
I was never asked for that. I would never do that. You said it's unfalsifiable.
I said it doesn't have to be you. I think that was sort of your attempt to sort of skirt around it. It doesn't have to be you specifically. You can just give us a citation of somebody who has done it or any time it has been done.
No, we got to stop cross-talking each other eventually.
It's not. What's the crosstalk? It's a pretty straightforward request. Like, just demonstrate the gas pressure.
You haven't been checking on his answers.
Not dispersing to fill the available volume in a vacuum chamber. If you can't demonstrate it yourself, just offer us a citation of someone who has. It's really straightforward.
But
he's misunderstanding it on purpose. He's misunderstanding it on purpose, Gregory. In case you don't understand that.
We got to stop talking through each other. It's not helpful.
He's misunderstanding you on purpose, Gregory. It's called sophistry.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Go ahead. Go fast.
Thank you. You asked me if I could demonstrate gas pressure.
Oh my God, that wasn't the point.
Well, this has already been cleared up.
Yeah, that wasn't the point. Who cares? Okay, it's just a matter of speaking. You can just give us a citation. It doesn't have to be you specifically.
Okay, no, I don't believe this. No, I don't believe this has ever been done.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Okay. Now, if you ask me if it is possible, yes. I don't think it's ever been done, but I mean, I could easily comprehend the experiment and how it would be performed. You just need to have a large amount of gas that's just put into space, right, and just let it sit and let it coalesce.
Well, it's a really cool sci-fi story. Let us know when you come up with the $8 million to try it out. I got to go do something else. See you later.
And start by upgrading from Velcro to shoes that you tie. That might help too.
Let us know when they actually prove something about the globe. We'd like to find that part out.
I mean, go fast. I'm under the impression that you gotta go, but if you don't gotta go, then okay.
Yes, I do. I do. No, thank you. Thanks for enforcing my own fucking thank you guys for this. This has been
go fast, man. Go fast.
I think you go fast. My pleasure.
Hey, go fast. I'll just say this, man.
I do need to go. Thank you, Gregory.
Hey, go fast. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, man, slow is fast. Ask Sonny. He's a guitar player. Slow is fast.
Slow is the new fast.
Slow is the new fast.
Do my fingers have direction?
Safe is slow. Slow is fast. What is that?
Are my fingers violating space-time?
Yeah. Safe is slow. No. Nothing you do is in violation of anything.
Hey, but you live in a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If you're living on a globe, you're living in a complete, utter violation of thermodynamics, second law. Check it out. Don't believe me.
We ought to let go fast go, so it doesn't just become skewered.
I do gotta go, but I need to tell you, entropy is not material. Entropy is is conceptual. It is not material. So second law of thermodynamics does not have material impact. So it's not like.
But the gas pressure does, though.
Later, guys.
That's a very interesting thing to say.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
I gotta go.
All right. Get some back, man. Come back again.
I implore you to look at entropy.
Hurry up and go
I'll
so we
see you
can
guys
talk
tomorrow.
about you. So we can talk about you after you leave. See you later.
That's
Like
so
we always do.
That was the almost honest thing I've heard all day. It's Sonny.
I just don't know why you would advertise your confusion.
I don't know, but we all maybe did it at one time, and none of us are like spot on. But it's fascinating, man. I love it. That was a great conversation. Thank you, Gregory.
Yeah, it really was. Thanks
for holding that down, man. Thank you.
It's one thing to advertise that you're confused. Another to like try to compel people that you're right because you're convinced of your confusion.
Yeah.
Right. And then say, like, well, you guys just don't understand my confusion. Like, well, dude.
It really starts appearing like the alcoholic who believes their own bullshit, like, or somebody else, like, you know, someone on an acid trip that actually just starts believing their own bullshit.
Yeah, Sonny, I've been saying this lately. It's like we're dealing with people who have imaginary friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, gravity is my imagined friend.
Probably part-time furries or something on the weekend. I don't know.
I heard that. ODD put that in his song. And gravity is our imaginary friend.
Nice.
I was like, what a great line, man. Throw in the gravity's my imaginary friend.
Are they like is that like the romance, like above all romances? Like you're laying in bed with your girlfriend or whatever, and you're thinking of space time and balls in space. What the fuck? I mean, it's like a weird romance with space, man. I don't know what these people's problem is. I still want to ask the question I ask every now and then. Why do they want it to be space? So why do they want this space to be real so badly that they'll lie, be dishonest, and pretend like they're saying something that's factual when they preface the statement with a presupposition, a guess? In the beginning, the whole thing, the first step, imagine it's a globe. You hear him say it all the time. That's the first thing you have to do. Imagine it.
Yeah, he literally said that.
Because you're never going to find it.
I came in kind of late. Did he say that? Did he really say that?
Yes. And I kept trying to stop him, but Gregory was on a roll, and it was a good process.
Yeah, it was great, man. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
You know, I come in here late night, you know, take a couple of beers, hang out, laugh about most of this because it's ridiculous. You might as well laugh.
You gotta laugh.
Gregory is, you're quite, I think you're a bit younger than myself, man. I don't want to dox you or anything, but I'm 58. And I think you're
gonna shit your pants when you find out how Gregory is.
I don't know your age, but somebody whispered it in my ear, and you're like in your 20s. I heard.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, man.
26. 26.
He's like, you're like half my age, bro, and you are just a light.
I like that.
Light in my flat earth, man. You are a beautiful light, bro, and thank you for being a light.
God bless you.
I'm the same light. I'm just a different generation, man. That's all. We're the same light.
God bless you.
Bless you.
We're lights too. We've just been kind of beat up a little bit. The outside of the bulb has been like fractured. It's got like stains on it.
It's fucking stupid bouncing around inside of a fucking globe. Fucking for a while.
Inside the globe.
As long as you've been alive, I was been bouncing around in a globe, man. I'm like, damn, he's 20s in his 20s. Oh fuck, really?
Yeah, I think it's astonishing. Anyway, I think it's really great. That
congratulations, man.
Really coming on.
Just enjoy it. Be blessed. Bless others. Everything will be all right, man. You know that.
Amen.
I don't know if it's
Now that's what this is all
clapped. Woo-hoo! Woo! Somebody clapped. That's funny, man. CV, you're killing me, man. I love it. Anyway, keep carrying on, man. That was fantastic. I was listening a little earlier in the day, but I was listening when I was driving this morning, but I think it's been an amazing day around here. All right, if anybody has any, how we can make it better, I don't know, man. Good luck. Let me know. All right, carry on.
Yeah, it's been a good day.
Your guitar playing was great this morning, Johnny. I
don't know. Oh, thank you. I don't know what happened in the 4 or 5 hours when I was laying down trying to sleep. I still couldn't sleep.
Man, you were around all that radio frequencies closer to the city, man. That's all.
Still here.
That's probably why you couldn't.
I think it's higher amplitude up
I think
higher.
we need Faraday cages, man. I think we all need them, maybe.
Have you guys talked to Jesse Gordon?
Jesse Gordon. I like the name, man. He was an outlaw back in the 1840s. He's been around a minute, man. He's a global salesman.
No, Jesse.
He's been around. QE survivor.
Hey, I'm looking at him. I've been in the used
Good
globe
luck
market.
with that, man. You survived QE? Fuck. Tell me about it.
No, he's running from me. He blocked me. He won't answer the simplest questions. I don't know where he runs off.
Anyway,
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
yeah, I'm not going to take on QE, man. And I'm
I heard you, Jesse. I heard Jesse, but you were quite low.
Jesse, you sound like you were on like a CB radio from 1952.
Fixed.
In a shoebox. In a shoebox.
Shoebox.
I had been eating, and so I had my microphone pushed up to my head so that I didn't get food on it.
There you go. Yeah, you don't want to get slobbery food on your mic, dude. That's a bad idea. I agree.
Yeah, you don't want that microphone mass to attract the mass of your food, you know?
Yeah, if the food jumps off my spoon and sticks to the mic, I'll never get anything to eat.
Then other masses, other smaller masses might start getting attracted to it, like flies or something.
There is a magnet inside of the microphone. You guys know that, right?
Not the
Is that what's pulling the flies?
That's just gravity.
Don't eat your microphone.
Is that what's pulling the flies to the microphone?
How else do you think it gets your voice in there? It's the gravity.
The gravity refraction. It has to refract. It has to refract through the wires.
Yeah, the sound refracts through the gravity.
I was wondering about, does sound curve too, man?
It bounces around in a helical fashion inside the wires, like a little room. The gravity causes that. That's called gravity electronic refraction.
Holy goodness. Levelist, man. Are you here?
Because gravity got you down.
Yeah,
You there, bro?
gravity's got people out here depressed.
Oh,
Yeah, it got us all down, huh?
Dude, do you go to those kind of events where they do that, or you like that kind of shit?
I don't know what events you're talking about.
The GIF in the back at 956, it's like this supercar just smashing all these other cars. Anyway.
No.
It's a hillbilly thing here in America. They love to smash up cars.
Don't worry about Flat Earth, dude. He's just easily distracted sometimes.
Well, I'm looking at the GIF that's dropped in the back there, man. See how... Moving on, man. Carry on. Please, carry on.
Well, I just was popped in to listen and learn while I was eating, and thought if QE was around, I'd ask him a question, but he doesn't seem to be here, so...
You always come in. You come in a lot of times. You come in a lot of times when you're eating, don't you?
Well, yeah, I'm always busy with something, so when I'm eating, I can listen, and it doesn't keep me from eating, and eating doesn't keep me from listening, so I try to do two things at once when the one doesn't interfere with the other.
I hear you.
I hear you. Well, what have you learned today, man? Tell me what you learned.
I don't think I've learned anything new since we last spoke, actually.
When did we last speak, man?
Well, it might not have been you, but it was enough other people here that if I were to tell you about it, they would be bored and unhappy.
Okay, let's move along. I'm glad you're here tonight. Come back anytime. We're here 24/7, man. There's different people dropping in all the time. I don't have to tell you, man. You don't know who you're going to run into. You want to run into QE? He's available, man, on different platforms, man, throughout YouTube. I mean, he's on Nathan Oakley's. He's all over Discord. You can get a hold of QE, man, anytime you want. I am pretty sure.
Oh yeah,
I'll be QE.
He's ducking you, bro. He's ducking you.
He's not ducking you, man. Believe me, he ain't ducking you.
Oh, doesn't QE duck?
He don't duck. No,
he's more of a swan kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's a swanner. Fuck the duck.
Well, I guess bigger is better. At least that's what Texas says.
That's been the rumor.
That's a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Apparently, that's what the Globe says too. Like the Black Swan, 264,000-mile radius.
It's a big one, man. Come on, they like it bigger is better. Come on, Sonny. Come on.
That's what she
Bigger
said.
is better. Bigger's better, damn it. You gotta have a big damn American thing. The big giant car, the truck, and towing them thing. No. America, man.
Okay.
America is absolutely unpredictable. I don't know what's going on, but it might be it's mixed up, man. America's mixed up. I'll say that. That's it. That's good enough. All right, man. So the Earth happens to measure observably flat and stationary, man. If anybody's got some kind of contrary beliefs to such a claim as I'm making, man, I'd love to hear about it, man, because my equilibrium system is it's aware, it's working, still working pretty good, man. At 58 years old, still working, man. But yeah, stationary and level, man, seems pretty cool. Kind of measures that way. So.
Oh, hey, is LIGO an allowed topic here, or did that already get hashed and tossed?
That's the light imaging radar. LIGO. It's like
the so-called gravity wave detector system.
Oh, it's gravity wave.
What kind of shit is that?
Damn, gravity wave. Hey, man, I saw a scientist come out and go, dude, we detected the waves and we finally did it. We're so proud of ourselves. We detected gravity waves. Yep. They've pronounced this in public arenas, for lack of a better word, institutions. They've proclaimed have detected gravity waves. That is the claim.
Oh, I don't know if they have or not, but they build a
claim, not mine.
Yeah, beats me. But they did build a very fascinating structure because they wanted a laser to go straight for 2.5 miles, and they wanted it to not be, distorted by air refraction or air movements, so they built a 2.5 mile long straight steel pipe.
Yeah.
For the laser beam to go through, and then they put a vacuum in there so there was no air to mess with the laser beam. They actually built two of these at right angles, so it made like an interferometer, basically, a laser interferometer. And then they built two of these whole setups, one in Washington State and one in Virginia, or somewhere a long ways away from Washington, so that their idea was to see if a gravity wave happened from an event in way outer space, that they wanted to see if they could pick up the wave from at both locations, therefore to prove that it was from space rather than just an earthquake or something. I have no idea if they actually detected anything, but they claim to have built these 2.5 mile long pipes on a straight.
Yeah, exactly.
and they published the blueprints that they call the as-built drawings, which are supposed to reflect how they built it.
Yeah.
And the blueprints show that concrete path curved with respect to sea level.
Okay.
So in other words, they're saying that it's a straight run, but they're saying that it's only level at one point and not level at other points. So basically, their plans are as if the Earth is curved, and they put a straight path on that curved Earth.
Yeah, it's called the force the line. You're forcing the line. Have you ever heard that term?
I heard the term, but I don't know what it means.
Well, if you're going to measure something over a distance, man, you can, plumb bob that shit straight, down the line, man. You're forcing it to exactly what the plumb bob's going to tell you, basically. And when you do that, man, you should find some curvature, man. If you live on a ball.
Right, but that obviously can't be your answer.
I'm just saying, it sounds like the same thing, man. You got a pipe that's 2.5 miles long, and you're saying they detected some irregularities with their...
Well, no, they just planned it out with reference to mean sea level.
Yeah, over the ocean, right?
Well, it's not built over the ocean, but that was their elevation reference point, was mean sea level.
Is this thing done?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Can somebody drop me a link to it or something?
You're talking about a 2.5 mile pipe or 3.5 mile pipe. How big was it? And they're trying to see optical light through the end of it. What is it? What am I missing here?
Yeah, they're shooting a laser beam down and back inside the vacuum in the pipe.
In a vacuum.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show like where they're doing this. What's the
Yeah, man. I just want to link to the information about it. That's all, man. I'll take it up with you later, man. I got to do a little research on this, man.
Sure thing.
Cool, man. Thank you. It sounds cool, man. I mean, 2.5 miles of a pipe that's supposedly straight, and you shoot a laser down it. I want to see what the hell they saw, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I mean, laser is one thing. Like if it's just like if they're trying to expect to see light at the end of the pipe, that's a whole nother,
Right. Yeah. What were they trying to achieve here, and what were they doing to figure out, light speed? What were they looking at exactly? The curvature of the Earth? I would hope so. I don't think they were looking at the curvature of the Earth with this experiment, right?
No. They just wanted a large-scale laser interferometer in a vacuum, so that it wasn't affected by air fluctuations.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. I mean, take all the air out of the pipe, shoot the laser down there, see what okay.
Yeah,
this would be my question. So if it's a 2.5 mile pipe.
Yeah.
Did they assume the Earth to be curved when they built the pipe?
No, I don't think they did, man. I don't think he's going there, man. Right?
Yes, they did actually.
Oh, they did.
It looks like they did because they drew sea level on their chart as flat, but then they drew the pipe concave curved.
Man. All right. Send the links, man. Put them in the chat there, man. Let's check it out.
And I just uploaded.
I heard someone else talk about this method in the debate flat Earth, but then another flat earther over there said something about diffraction and how that would make it so this is an unreliable method inside the pipe. I don't know much about it, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know what.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, okay, let's say there's no one piece of pipe. There's segments of pipe. How do you know that even if you have a perfectly straight segment of pipe, how do you know that you've perfectly aligned it? Right? Like, there's way too much variable in this little bit of information that we have.
Right. Well, just all I have.
He's making the argument that even if it was straight over a certain distance, the light wouldn't go through anyway.
No, the pipe's big enough that it would still go through, but
why? Why would it?
The pipe's many feet in diameter, several feet in diameter at least.
How long is it?
2.5 miles.
Where's the links, man? You got some links?
Yeah, what are you just talking about?
The links, man. I gotta have some links to this shit, man. Please. Thank you.
Hold on.
Hang on. Yeah, dude, we're here 24/7. Take your time, man. No pressure. I want to check it out, man. That sounds really cool. Thanks. Definitely. Thank you. I love that kind of shit, man.
Okay, I just posted a link to an index of all the civil engineering drawings.
Okay.
Ooh, I do like a good drawing.
All right.
And
the video?
The arms are actually long, so they're split up across like 10 pages. So I actually posted or uploaded a really skinny, wide picture at 8 past the hour, which is all 10 sections from one leg pasted together, so that you can actually get kind of a full put together view of that arms.
I see it. Yeah,
profile.
Yeah. Okay. Looks pretty flat, man. My first impression there, man.
Right, but if you look, the center is at 63 feet even, and then as you go to the left or the right, it curves up to 64.12 or 64.06 or something. Which, if you check, is like 8 inches per mile squared.
Hey, you know what? It's 8 inches per mile squared. This graph definitely guaranteed. Check it out. Cool. We like 8 inches per mile squared around here. And this nails it, man. All right, shut the server down, everybody, man. Shit, we're done. Crack a beer. Let's have a big. Dude, you did it. Thank you.
Knitting circle? What are you going to vote for? I say we turn this into a knitting circle.
I like the knitting circle. I was going to go Hot Wheel collectors. What do you guys think?
Micro machines. I like Hot Wheels too, though. We could combine.
We could do Hot Wheels or
micro machines.
Micro machines?
Yeah, with the Hot Wheels, of course.
Oh shit! You know what? I think you're on.
Yeah,
that's it. There we go. I like music. I don't know about you guys, but I'm in the music biz. I love music. Can we go music server by chance?
No music. It's
I'm good with Hot Wheels, man. I'm good. I'm down. Let's do it. I'm going to my next. I got 3 estate sales and a garage sale to hit this weekend. Check it out.
If we have music, it can only be like 80s, like I don't know, like commercial, like racing music. I don't know, like or car music, whatever.
Commercial racing music. I love it.
I don't know if it's a real thing, but I'm making it up.
Well, we're gonna make shit up. Exactly.
Yeah.
We got categories you never even thought of, man. You know why? Because we're flat earthers, man. That's why. Yeah, we could give NASA a run for their money, man, with Hot Wheels. Yeah.
I mean, I think Jesse probably is getting it. Like that was who it was, right?
Yeah.
So like, we don't need to take you seriously until you present something.
Yeah, man.
This is something.
You presented some graphly picture, man. That's cool, but I need a video of how they set it up. You know, was there anybody there to like videotape anything at all by chance? That would be cool. I'm more into that. I'm not going to read through 27 pages of shit, man. I'm not that guy. There might be some guys around here that can do that, but that's not my style. I'm more of a hands-on kind of. Let's build this shit. Where are we going with this pipe? We have to pick it up.
Yeah, me too. Really.
Yeah, let him respond.
Over here, we got to put the pipe down. We got to measure this. We got to, calculate that. I can do those kinds of things, but I'm not going to read through fucking 26 pages of fucking documents. No. Might read the abstract though. That's cool.
All right, let him respond now. Go ahead, Desi.
Oh, yeah, it's just, I thought it was interesting because
I like it.
There are plans that were released for something that is allegedly built, which, if the plans are correct, they're indicating that straight is not level, and it would be two places in the United States where one could possibly, get the right permission and go take a water tube level and set it up and just see if it followed Earth, if it followed the water level, or
it's called Force the Line. We've been talking about it since 2016, and if this is like the Force the Line thing, man, oh my goodness, dude, I think we're going to be really, really happy.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what it sounds like he's describing.
Totally sounds like that, Lou, man. Come on.
They didn't do it. They didn't do it for the purpose of measuring Earth.
I understand they didn't do it for that purpose, but we might be able to take their data and look at it as very close to what we call Force the Line. And there's a way to do it. A engineer showed us how you can do it, and we've been wanting to do it. It's very expensive. 2.5 miles of anything, whether it's, sticks and stones, man. I mean, it's, if you have to measure every, 10, 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever it is.
Oh, does that mean to build
anything? I don't care what it is, made out of wood or plastic or tubes or, whatever. You're going to pick a material, you're going to build some structure that's 2 miles and 2.5 miles long. It's just a tremendous expense, man. It's not like I should be able to go out here in the deserts of California where I live and see some kind of monument that they built that, it's 2.5 miles long. You can see the curve, something. I mean, there's plenty of stretches of roads out here that are like, 50, 80, 100 miles.
I mean, 2.5 miles is
it's totally flat, man, for like 80 miles, bro. Guaranteed, maybe 120. It's California is the flattest shit in the world, man. When you get out to the deserts, man, that shit is flat. As far as land goes, it's great, man. So,
yeah, when it comes to like 2.5 miles, doesn't seem like a very long distance, but yeah, when you're going over terrain and through the woods and whatever else to grandmother's house you go, right? Like trying to keep something perfectly straight all of a sudden becomes a very tall task.
Oh no. I mean, you gotta measure 3 times and then cut, right? You gotta make sure for sure. I think they call it.
Need to find some old railroad tracks that aren't in use anymore.
Yeah, they do a pretty good job with that stuff. They can only they go up to like a 1% grade, like, or even less than a 1% grade.
So yeah, I want to go out. I want to see the line. 2.5 miles would be just amazing, man. I mean, that would be like such a perfect number of level that would, pretty much knock your 8 inches per mile squared out of the park. But according to Jess here, he's like got some information that potentially could say otherwise. Oh my goodness, really? I've never heard information that could potentially, through the universities and very, very high budget, maybe market manipulated institutions that come out with information that confirms whatever they fucking want it to confirm. Period. They will just figure it out.
Well, typically we find out that it was all done using, like he was describing, light, like they're in a lab shining light and telling you theoretically this is how it works.
If you got enough money, man, you can get enough papers written that confirm anything you want, man. You want rainbows up unicorns' butts? Yeah, we got that. We got it. For enough money, we can make that happen. Hold on, man. How much money are we talking about? Oh, shit. A shitload of money. Oh, okay. What do you want?
Scientists agree with whoever is funding the research.
100%, man. And if anybody disagrees with that, I live in Anaheim, California. Let's meet up, man. Because we'll take it to task, 100%. Take it to task. We like doing that. We love taking things to task around here. That's what we do. This is the place to take Earth take it to pieces, baby. Take Earth to pieces.
Beyond what was just said about the scientists agreeing with whoever is funding it.
That's right.
They even go as far as like, they will. They'll pad the results for just what they believe. Like, oh man, it's
hard to explain. I get it, Lou, man. Yeah. Basically, they can end up with results whatever they want. Basically, I mean, they can come up with 42 pages of some college student, something, who knows, that was just doing a thesis on gravitation or whatever. They'll just take whatever it makes it seems like it actually does work, man.
You ever were in high school, you had to write a paper, and they were like, you have to write a paper on this and this, and you're like, I don't agree with any of that, but I know what I have to write to make the grade, right?
Right. You gotta kind of bend over and say, hey, what do I gotta do, man? Oh, okay. I'll just do that because I want to get my grade, and okay. Yeah. Those are the ones that get through, man. They get through it. If you go against the system, I don't have to tell anybody here, man. You go against the system, man, you will, you're going to have some humps and hurdles rather than just getting along to go along. Yep. Pick your road, man, I guess. Orion's out there crushing it up and just handing out flat earth, talking to flat earth up in the western region of the United States, I guess they call it. That's what they call it, man. Beautiful place, man. It's flat up there too, man. I checked it out. I've been up there.
I mean, what I didn't, and still probably won't phrase properly, but it's just all the fundamentals about it, like what he was mentioning.
Yeah.
Whether or not level is curved and all that stuff. All this stuff, it's based in theoretics. It's not testable. And maybe what he's talking about with this tube is interesting, but I don't think that it's just already listening to it. I doubt that it's definitive. Let's just say that.
Nothing's definitive.
Yeah.
Nothing is. I mean, if anything was definitive around here, we wouldn't even fucking be here. But we've got so many things that are undefinitive, and it's just a ridiculous amount of shit that's undefinitive. And just like Jess and he come and even Go Fast tonight was coming in going, hey man, the measurable light between the distances is causing this and that. Like, no.
I mean, if you're still listening on YouTube, I think he left, but like this thing with the tube, I just wonder if he knows about like just atmospheric light extinction. You know, like
he might not.
You know what I mean? Like then again, I didn't look at what he said. He's talking about lasers. Maybe the laser makes that point that I just made irrelevant. Maybe it does, but no, I don't know. It's like these guys all often come in thinking like, well, light just travels forever, and if I just create a straight tube and I look through it, you know?
Well, that was the thing, man. I was kind of nailing them down a little bit. I'm like, 2.5 mile long tube, cool. All right, I love that idea. We're gonna add a vacuum to the. I love that. Here we go, vacuum tube, 2.5 miles. And we're going to shoot a laser through it. Okay, what are we looking for, man? That's all I want to know. What are we trying to observe here? Light travels through a vacuum? Oh, okay.
Well, I think he was trying
What is are we trying to... I kept pinning him down. Tell you, are we trying to measure curvature here? But he dropped that little GIF thing, man, or not a GIF, but a JPEG with the little line across it, and he said, "Yeah, man, this works out."
You mentioned LIGO before that, and I don't know what LIGO really looks like. Is that was he just describing LIGO? Is that what LIGO their experiment consists of? Is this 2.5 mile tube or what?
Well, LIGO is like the infrared radar or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a. That's what I'm doing light, like, but. I don't know what they really did to conduct their experiment. I probably by now really should have looked into it more. Honestly, I'll admit that, but
we all should have, man.
Yeah.
But I asked the dude, man. I kept bugging for like, you got a video? You got something that explains what's going on here? And I got nothing, man. I got fuck all. So,
yeah, I mean, when the guy presenting it doesn't know any more than you do, and he's just like, look at this website.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting, but, show me what you're doing. We're out in the field building the fucking 2.5 mile long tube that you're going to add vacuum to. How you doing this? Where you at? I mean, what city? Give me something. I'm sure it's all in the paperwork. He dropped the link. We can check it out, but there's no video, man. I'm probably not going to check it out too far, man. That's not my expertise around here.
I just, out of distrust for people, don't click anything, honestly, unless I trust them. The rest of you guys, I know it sucks because we're in this public forum. Yeah. If you want to talk to somebody and you want to drop me a link, I'm not going to fucking click it because fuck you.
Well, you got to have a little bit of trust there, Lou, man.
I don't. No, I don't.
Is that really a problem for Discord, though? I thought that was really just a problem for emails.
I just don't click. I don't use my email either. I never have. Never fallen into that. Like, I go in like twice a year or once a year and just delete everything without opening it.
All right, man.
Wait, what's the purpose of having an email address then?
I don't know. They made me get one in 1996 or something. I don't know. I've never needed an email other than to sign up for shit. That's the only thing I've ever needed an email for.
You still have AOL.
You've had the same email address since 1996, but you've never read an email from it. You just go in there every 2 years, and then delete everything. Yeah, that makes sense.
Lou, man, it doesn't make sense. It's a little paranoid for even this crowd, bro.
No, dude, what do I need that shit for? Like, I didn't sign up. I don't need nothing that comes to me randomly in the email. And I don't need that. I need that less than I need the bullshit that comes in the mail. And I don't look at that either most of the time.
Hey man, you can get a new couch at the local store, man, for like, $99 this weekend, man. Come on. That comes in the mail. You can get a new couch.
I'm not filling out anybody's survey. I'm not fucking letting you know what I thought about your product. I'm not doing.
Hey Lou, man, I had a guy approach me. Lou, I had a guy approach me in the parking lot today, man. He's like, "Hey man, will you sign a petition to have less taxes?" And I was like, "Dude, man, I'm not a registered voter, man. I don't think it's gonna help."
Yeah. Whatever you gotta say to get away from.
I agree. I agree with you, man. But
like I'm not putting my name on shit. Fuck you. Get away from me.
I'm a realist, man. I'm not a hopefulist. Is a hopefulist a word? If
no,
not,
but I like it.
A hopefulist. I'm a hopefulist. Damn it.
You're addicted to hopium.
Addicted to opium. You guys gotta hope me out, man. Hope me out. Mm-hmm. Who's got the best hope in the house, man? I want to hear some hope, man. Give me your hope, baby.
Somebody I don't trust drops a random link and wants me to click it. I am not clicking it till I make sure that my VPN is working. I'll tell you that for sure. I have to, and even then, I'm like, this better be fucking good.
I would never, disagree with that. That's logical, man. Yep.
Did you guys know that clip we always play of the submarine, how he's deep down in the water and they find like another salt ocean that they can't descend into underneath the ocean?
Yeah.
Well, that guy died in an airplane accident.
Yes, he did, man. Right after that.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
It wasn't long after he recorded that, by the way.
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to die in a plane accident.
Well, I know a few people personally that have.
Really? Yeah.
It can happen, man. I've been up in planes. Accidents happen, man. Mostly on takeoff and landing. That's where they really mess it up. But there are, mid-flight interruptions. It happens. My buddy survived a helicopter crash, dude. No doubt, man. Yeah, pretty wicked. The middle of the desert in California here, man. Low desert. The low desert, not the high desert. That's different. We got low and high deserts in California. I don't know if you guys know that.
I do.
We got below sea level deserts, and we got up to like 5,000 foot deserts. So we got both.
Top the Column Pass is 4,000 feet.
Yeah, 4,200, It depends. I mean, if you get up on the mountains themselves, man, you can get up to the high desert, like 7,000 feet. But I don't know. I guess they call those mountain ranges, but it all looks like high desert to me. I can't tell the difference. It's up on the plateau, the flat plateau of the Southwest America, California, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona. Arizona's lower, but New Mexico, it's up there. It's the plateau of the desert in America. It's beautiful. Beautiful place.
Mojave?
Mojave? Mojave. It's the Mojave Desert. The American Indians lived there and they ate the fruit from the cactus in the roots and everything. They ate the whole fucking thing, man. Yeah. Way to survive, man. The history of the Southwest is skeptical, at best, man. It's just it's not fitting together. Something's got to happen.
Yeah, how the fuck did they live out there in the middle of nowhere? I mean, what was there to eat? What was there to drink, man?
You never know. Maybe if those natives had an opportunity to look at you and your home, they'd think you live in the middle of nowhere.
Or maybe everybody was connected by a world network of flying Vermanas.
Have you ever been out in the Mojave Desert?
No.
You realize that it gets up to like 120 miles, 120 degrees out there, man.
Oh, this time of year, yeah, it's 120. Well, 110, something like that. It's a mild summer. It's only 110. Very, very mild. Hey, man, it's dry heat. You guys know the difference between dry heat and wet heat? All right, I've experienced both, man. I'll never go to Florida again, ever, or anywhere near it. And it's just never going to happen, man. I got there and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm standing in the water and I still feel like I'm sweating, like this is not good. This is not good. In California, man, you go out, you're sweating, you can drive to the beach, get in the water, man. You're cooled off immediately.
People are in California on the beach in the middle of summer wearing like hoodies and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's Northern California. It's not Southern California, man.
Whatever, dude. Anywhere else, it's like that doesn't happen. You don't get dry freaking heat like that. Like,
yeah,
if it's 80, dude,
in Northern,
you're wearing a hooded sweatshirt, you're sweating your balls off.
In Central and Northern California right now, this time of year, at night it drops down to like 58 degrees, man, along the coast, and it gets up to like 75 during the day, but it's
like in California, especially like I've heard Sonny talking about it. Like he'll be complaining one day about how cold it is, and like 3 days later about how hot it is, and you ask him the temperatures, and it's like a 10-degree window. It's like
wow,
yeah.
Like fuck you, California weather.
I'm telling you, Lou, man. Listen, man. Today I drove about 250 miles from like the middle of the state on the coast, all the way down to like a quarter of the way to Mexico border, right? I drove like 250 miles of this stretch and I started out at like 63 degrees. I'm driving up the coast. I go inland just a little bit, man. And it's all of a sudden it's like 84 degrees. Right? And then I go back to the coast. The highway takes you back closer to the coast. It's like 68 degrees on the coast. And then I drive inland towards LA and it's 93 degrees. Right. And you're like, oh shit, I've just traveled through like.
All right, I'm gonna hit you with something. In the last year, like less than a year, so in winter, we got down to like negative. Well, not this year. I don't think we got this cold, but a couple years ago we got down to like negative 40.
Negative 40. I remember that, bro. I remember. It was wicked.
Yeah. So we can go like negative 40 in the winter, and like we hit over 100 degrees already this year, like more than a month ago, like month and a half, 2 months ago almost, over 100 degrees.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize Wisconsin was that fucking far north, dude.
It's way up there, man. It's up Chicago.
We're above Chicago.
Above Chicago, man. Yep. I know Janesville. I know Madison, man. I spent a whole bunch of shit time down there. They were one of the first cities in Madison that had this outdoor dining walkway that you just kind of go up and down the boulevard with, seating in the middle, people playing music on the side of the street. It was just like this scene, bro. Back in the 90s, like 94.
Oh, dude! Especially during the 90s, during the 90s, like that whole Madison area was.
It was so cool, dude.
It was like they were voted every year as like the #1 party school in the nation, and
dude, they set the trend. I'm gonna shout out to Madison because you guys just fucking were like 20 years ahead of your time, man. Every city has one of those now, but not, every major city has one. But that was Madison, Wisconsin, set the tone because they all feel the same. I'll never forget it, dude, man. That was the coolest experience. I was like, people playing music on the street, restaurants, bars.
Yeah, like Wisconsin, like every city, pretty much every town has like more bars per capita than like you could ever imagine. In fact, like Watertown, Wisconsin, during that time, I remember they had the most bars per capita in the world at like 9 people, like 9 people of their populace per every bar in town.
There you go, man. There's some check that.
That's because they're kind of a suburb to that whole like Madison like college bar scene. Like, so like there's not a lot of people that live there, but there's a ton of bars.
It was ridiculous. I mean, when I saw it in the 90s, man, I should have known that, Starbucks was going to start up. I should have oh my God, this is like the scene out here, man. It was the first open air mall kind of restaurant-y, cool lighting. I mean, it was just a scene, man. Madison definitely started that whole scene, man. It's very popular out here in California. I don't know if you know that, Lou. They've copied it. They've copied the whole out of it.
Trying to do the party college town scene, that thing.
Yeah, they copied what you guys started. But the restaurants and the bars, man, lining the street. Yeah. Madison was the first. And I had been to New York. I've been to LA. I've seen it all. But that scene in Madison was, this is really cool, man.
Like any parent who knew any better at all, like when their kids said they chose Wisconsin, they were like, oh, fuck.
Oh, shit. They're fucked.
My daughter's going to go get fucked up.
They're fucked. So, Lou, let me ask you, man, if you had a daughter who was like 17, an absolute stud in the classroom. I mean, I'm talking like, the smartest kid in the fucking school, one of them.
So far, you're not too far off. I do have an 8-year-old. I have an 8-year-old daughter who's head of the class so far.
The head, just absolutely crushing, right?
Yeah.
No doubt. She's on the cheerleader squad. She kicks. She's physically fit. She's ready to kick ass. She's gonna get some scholarships, man. No doubt about it. I have no doubt. I mean, she's second in the entire school. Like, oh fuck, here we go.
She wants to go to UWM.
Anyway, she's got I don't know where she's gonna want to go, but she's gonna have her choice. I'm pretty sure she's gonna have a choice. Would you send her to one of those big universities, man, like UCLA, USC, Madison, Wisconsin, whatever, man? Pick
UWM. That's what. Yeah, university.
Would you send your? Are you going to send your daughter to one of those universities, man?
Well, here's going to be the thing. I'm just a construction worker. She's going to have to get that mostly on scholarship. You know, like
it's going to be a full ride, man. I guarantee it's going to be a full ride.
And if that's the case, if she earns her way and does it herself, I don't really have much of a choice when that comes
right. That. That's what I'm thinking, man. I don't think I. You know, I mean, I don't know, man. I have 2 years to figure this out, man. So I'm thankful for that. But I'm glad I got to talk to you about it for a second, man. Made me think.
Yeah. No. So is that your scenario? You have a daughter? Yeah.
She's gonna have the opportunity to go to pretty much any school she wants to, man.
Yeah. I mean,
start thinking about that. I'm like, whoa, Harvard. Oh shit, that's crazy.
Let me put it this way, because I have a younger brother. I don't know if you were listening earlier. I don't want to get all into it completely again.
Yeah.
But like, in order to go to school, he had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops over these last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's fighting for his life.
I get that, man. I'm never gonna.
When it comes to, like, would you send them to any of these universities now with the hoops they have in place? Absolutely, fucking
no.
Fuck no.
See, that's where I need to talk to you about this shit, because that's something to think about, isn't it? Damn.
Sure fucking is.
She's amazing, man. I think she can do, pretty much whatever she wants, but it's.
Have you entertained the idea of getting her a mentor instead of sending her to school? The money you're going to spend on school, or any money that was going to be sent on school, just find out her interests and have her go learn from whatever business mentor she wants. Fuck school.
Yeah, I'm with that, man. That's how I made it. Was going through a mentor, and I didn't know I was going through a mentor, but it just happened to work out. But yeah, man, I love that. I don't know, man. We'll see, man. I got 2 years to figure this all out, but I'm not. If she's gonna get the offers, man, to go to Harvard or MIT or wherever, that's how smart she is, man. She's second in the entire school. I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be wicked. Okay, I gotta help her. Is she gonna go through that, or is there something I can say? Hey, man, maybe that's not for you. I don't know.
Is there such a thing as a non-communist university in America anymore?
No, there is not. There is.
I think there are, but as far as like the state-run, the university system, maybe not as far as that goes. But
I mean, last time I checked, there was only like 8 libertarian colleges in the entire United States, and that was a while ago that I looked at that.
Hey, man, let's say she wanted to study, health or something. Something. She doesn't want to be a doctor. I'm pretty sure she's going to be more like. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't think she's not a business-minded person. I don't see her digging that kind of shit. Arts, she's really good at art. Maybe an art degree. I don't know. But if she got a full ride to does MIT have a fucking art degree? Is that a thing? I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure Stanford has one. Right? Pretty sure.
MIT is like it's technology, Institute of Technology. So if it's technical drawing or if it's then in that case, sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many degrees these days. Who knows, man? Dude, they got a degree in astrophysics. That's cool. How's that working out for you? How's that working? Okay, cool. Thanks. Astrophysics, man. That's a degree. Mm-hmm.
Might as well get a degree in scuba diving.
Well, can't you get a degree in, I'm not even gonna know I have the right word, but like all this bullshit having to do with, like other than male and female, like gender studies, can't you get a degree in that?
Gender obscura.
They get to make up a lot of kids get to make up their own degrees now.
Yeah, I get to make up my own degree. There you go. That's where we're headed. Hey, man, I heard that if you buy a brand new BMW in Germany, and if you want to use your heated seats during the winter, you have to pay extra for that. That's a new service fee. And you guys think I'm making it up, but I heard it from a guy that lives in Germany. And now you have to pay for your heated seats in your car. Those aren't free anymore. Just like the internet's not free anymore.
So I'd either buy an old BMW or bring me a blanket.
Yeah, bring your ass a blanket that you can plug in. It's a heated blanket you can plug into your cigarette lighter, which they don't have in the car anymore because you'll have to run a separate line from the battery. Damn, those bastards. There's always a way around their cucky.
My newest work truck has a cigarette lighter, but without the actual cigarette lighter, but it's got the
plug.
It's got that plug in the fucking passenger side glove box.
It's in the glove box. I love that. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. My car actually has a cigarette lighter in it. Electronic. Yep. With the coils. Yep. I got one. My car was built in 2005. So a little bit ago. Coming up on 20 years here shortly, but good car, man. Has a cigarette lighter in the car, man. Love that. Hey, man, freedoms. I used to talk about freedoms a lot, man. It's like, dude, we used to ride around with 12 people in the back of a pickup. And we were going to the beach. And we had boards and fucking umbrellas and coolers and all kinds of shit. We just go, hey, we're going to the beach today, man. You want to go? Like, yes. And we would just pile people in the back of a pickup truck and cruise to the beach. That's the kind of freedom I'm talking about. The kind of you can't replace, man. It's been taken away, man. If you did that shit now, man, they'd pull you over so fast and write you a ticket. But it was legal, man. It wasn't. We could pile 12.
No, state by state, that's different. I think in my state, actually, as long as a minor has to be in an actual seat, but if you're an adult, you're allowed to be in the back. But you have to stay seated, and you can't be standing up and being stupid. But I think as long as all the seat belts are taken, you can take more people in the back.
Okay. Cool, man. I know that here in California, we used to do that, but that's been taken away pretty much, man. You could pile as many people as you can get into a car, and nobody had to wear a seatbelt.
Right, yeah, back in the day, there
was no law against that, man. There was none, man. It's
and really, and I know they say, well, seatbelts save a lot more lives than they take, but there's still a risk when you're putting that seatbelt on, depending on the type of accident you're gonna get in and all that. They shouldn't force you to do it. They really shouldn't, in my opinion.
No. Seatbelts have caused a lot of strangulations. People being upside down, man. Kind of getting the strap across there. Yeah. So there's no perfect scenario, man. But freedom is freedom, man. And I love the fact that we pile 12 people in a car and go, hey, we're going to the beach. And you're like, Who's got money for gas? Anybody? Chip in. Something. And that's how we rolled, man. We rolled like everybody chipped in. We all went to the beach. There was 12 of us in a Chevy Nova. That's it, man. We just crammed in. We didn't have seat belts, nothing, man. Threw all our shit in there. That's the kind of freedom that's been slowly destroyed and manipulated.
Closest thing I have to that is I was in Asia. You can ride scooters with no helmet, no shirts, just flip flops and board shorts, just doing like 60 miles an hour on scooters.
Yep. On a little Vespa kind of scooter thing.
Yeah.
Just ripping.
So, I mean, back in the day, you would get away with all that stuff, and nobody would care. They'd cheer you on. Now, not only is it illegal to do it, people will call you in and turn you in for going and having that good time that you were just describing.
Dude, they called us. They called
Karen. You talking about Karen?
Go ahead.
Just Karens. That's what he said.
Karens? Did you? Karens. Oh my God. There's 12 people in the back of the pickup with 2 dogs. We must. This has to end.
They're smiling. They're smiling so much. Please stop them.
They're smiling too much. We have to call the police on them because we know they're up to no good. We definitely know they're up to no good. How dare them smile?
They're having way too good of a time, and there's way too many of them.
They're having good time, and it's too good, and we can ruin their day. I feel better. Thank you.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, how many trips into Baja have you made?
What was that? I didn't hear it.
I said, how many trips into Baja have you made?
Just one. Long time ago, bro. Yeah, man, that was an experience. Baja's absolutely amazing place, man. Oh my goodness, what a cool place! Damn, that would be a great flat Earth place, man. It's flat. That shit's flat. It's like I don't know how many miles. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of flat, man. Woo. Beautiful.
I gotta tell you, I like during the winter. Like I've been, I snowboard and stuff, and like I was watching some of these California snowboarders, surfers, skateboarder dudes. They do all of them, and they're like just like any time of the year. They're like, let's just drive down here and go surf.
Yeah, that's how.
Oh man, like fuck you,
guys. You. Yeah, man, that's how we roll, bro. We can go snowboarding or surfing or whatever, man.
Big Bear to Huntington, same day,
baby. I've done it. Same day, baby.
Like that whole West Coast chill attitude, surfer boy attitude that we love to make fun of everywhere else. We love to make fun of you guys for it.
Yeah, you do.
We love it.
And we deserve to be made fun of. That's fine. Sonny would agree.
But we're envious at the same time. Like exactly. We understand it. We're like, we get why you act that way.
So you guys are just a bunch of fucking fruits and nuts out there. No. Don't play that card, man. Don't even come close. We're real. I mean, it is a very friendly place, Lou, man. Come here, you go to the grocery store. there's people in line. They're like, "Hey, how you doing?" Good.
If you stay west of the 5, yes, I agree with you. You start getting a little east of the 5, it can get pretty angry out there.
There's some angry parts, no question. I've been through Hollywood and LA and all of it, and I've seen it, man. 2 weeks after the Rodney King riots, I drove past the exact intersection where the truck driver
Florence and Normandy.
Yeah, I was right there, dude. Actually was in a truck, like a moving truck. Yeah, it was crazy, man. It's like, oh shit, we're right. It was only 2 weeks after, man. It wasn't like years after. It was 2 weeks, and it was calm as could be, man. I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's good. I'm laughing to myself. I'm like, shit, I just drove past. Right, this is where it started, man. And 2 weeks later, man, it's like nothing happened, dude. Like nothing happened. It was so weird, man. I had to sit on that one for a minute. I was like, oh shit. I did mention to the guy that was with me, and I was like, hey, man, we just drove past where shit started 2 weeks ago. Like, yep. Florence and Normandy. That was it.
Where the rooftop Koreans were holding court.
Yeah. Hey, how about Sublime coming out with that record, man? Right after that.
Yeah, 92, yeah.
Tight, bro. Oh, shit.
April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you?
You at home watching your TV. I was
participating in the anarchy.
Oh shit! Fuck off. That's so good, man. I wish I would have wrote that, man. That was epic, man. It was like
where do you think I got this guitar that you're hearing today?
First place we hit was the liquor store.
Finally, we got all the alcohol I can't afford. Oh, shit. It was true, man. And that was what made it so epic, man, right? Too bad Brad OD'd on whatever he was doing, man. Too bad. He was excellent, man. He had some problems, obviously.
Mucho gusto, me llamo Bradley. I'm hornier than Ron Jeremy. And if you want to get popped in your knee, you gotta wipe that look off your rotten face. You hate me because I got what you need, a little horny. Blah, blah, blah. Never mind.
Yeah, the riots. I want to say that was my like first 9/11. Yeah, I was like, whoa, shit. They're rioting right up the road from me, man. And I could see why they were pissed, man. I mean, the whole narrative was like the cops beat up this guy, and it was a complete manipulation. It was MK Ultra kind of tactics, man. It was tough, man. It was tough. I knew something wasn't right, man. It's like, it just didn't feel right, man. I wasn't stressed about it at all, man, at the time. It's like, shit. And, I proved it to myself 2 weeks later when I drove past the same intersection that it all started, and I'm like, oh, shit. It looks normal, man. It didn't look burned out, fucked up. No, it just looked like a normal corner. I was like, that's weird. I don't know. I probably just said to myself, that's interesting. So that was 30 fucking years ago, man. 30. Sorry. 30 years ago. I was there, man. I saw it.
No, well, I mean, I can understand a group of people being angry for a night or whatever, but the way that it the way that it happened in all those different cities, like were mentioned in the song, you know, like that doesn't happen naturally. And I don't think we were in a place at that time to really put it together. But now looking at some of the modern events that happen, you know, like that had to have been instigated or whatever else. Like I don't see it taking off like that in so many cities over just this one dude, especially at that time.
Dude, CNN was pretty big at the time. That was the same time as the Gulf War shit, man. Happened right before that. There was some Gulf War shit in the spring or winter, 92, and then they blusted into this Rodney King shit.
Like all those BLM protests and stuff, like a couple of years ago, or a year ago, or whatever. You know,
it's
like
very similar, but
yeah, it's extremely similar.
Very similar, yeah. It's Tavistock's is similar. Yeah, it's out there. Hey man, MK Ultra, man. That's all I'm gonna say. I think that ends it. I think it explains it all. It's just like no curvature for me, man. MK Ultra has been absolutely proven, without a doubt. It works 100%. That's why we're dealing with what we're dealing with every day. We're up against like this mind manipulating machine that has absolutely fucked people over in every direction, man. And it's like, whoa, man. Once you like step away from that, it's really, you know, it's hard to look back at it and go, dude, how can I help you out of it? You know, that's all we want to do, man. We just want to help people get out of that mindset of the MK Ultra manipulation, man. It's been, dude, these cocks got the best machines in the world, man. You know, and they just got it. They got all. They can steer it. But we see through their steering, and that's a beautiful thing, man. We can look through their little steering of their manipulation, man. That should.
Yeah, I'd like to think that's true. I think we're still a little bit nearsighted. I think that they are playing at just like you know, all the conservatives that still believe in the left-right paradigm, like,
hey man, Trump's coming.
You know, like, well, they're all incompetent, like, you know, blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
Well, so they've lost faith in those people to possibly even pull anything off. Well, it's kind of the same thing for us. Like, I think they're working at a higher level there. I think they're steering us as just yet another animal farm, just like the conservative Republicans and the liberal Democrats, and you know, like we're just a third group.
No, man, we're unpredictable, bro. We're completely unpredictable, and that's our advantage. Is that we are on a higher level than those cucks, man. I guarantee.
I mean,
we are.
Better. We mean better, but I mean, are we immune to deception and control? And I don't.
Yeah, I believe we are, man. I mean, you cannot be deceived that you perceive Earth is flat and stationary, man. Nobody's ever going to deceive you of that, right?
I'm talking about bigger than flat Earth is what I'm saying.
I get it, man.
It up, like,
but you gotta step your own cognitive awareness back to your axiom base axiom reality. Nobody's ever going to deceive you of where you're at, Lou. Nobody.
Well,
fuck who they are.
I mean, I'd love to think that I know the truth all the time, but I've been wrong many times. You know?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So, but I can't say that we are 100%. I mean, like we know it's not what they tell us, but what positive claims can we actually make at this point?
Well, we can see too far, Lou, man. We can, according to their globe.
Yep, that's true. We see too far, but again, whatever. I don't want to. This is all devil's advocate type stuff, but yeah, I mean, there's a chance we don't have the full pic, the big picture.
We don't have the full picture.
We can still be deceived. We can still be wrong. People come in here and deceive us all the time, and then people feel like fools, and then they ban people, and then they're like, and then you know, like it happens all the fucking time.
It happens all the time. I think Whitsitt came in with a new perspective last week, man, and said, "Hey, man, there's a guy out here that got a map that projects the flights better than the Gleason map, you know, and it also projects that, you know, we have two different rotating star systems, and that would account for the, but it, what can we prove? What do you know, man? I loved Robert Bassano, man, saying, it's not what you know, man, it's what you can prove. And he said it every day.
That's a law maxim. It's a courtroom maxim right there.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. So I always love that position, man. Because I'm a builder, man. Can you prove you can build me a guitar? Yep. Let's do it. I can build you a guitar. Let's go. What do you want? Left, right, center, shape, down, here, there. Okay, let's do it. You figure it out and you build it. And then you get to stand back and look at it and go, yeah, man, I built that. And that's a powerful place to be, man. People building shit, man. All these cocks that built all these buildings that we all.
I think maybe the disconnect though is where when I said we, I was talking about basically conspiracy theorists. I wasn't really talking about flat Earth particularly. I'm just saying like people who think like us, who think we've got it all figured out. Most of us, right? We're. I mean, those of us who are the people who are probably the furthest into it realize they know nothing. Like there's this kind of a cocky attitude that you get for a little while, where I've seen through all the bullshit. I've seen through the lies. I now know what's real and what's not. It's like, do you? Do you really?
Nah, man. Well, you don't understand MK Ultra if you haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, people get a little mad at me when I tell them that flat Earth isn't the end boss.
It's not the boss, man. It's just it's just one of the stones, man. Just one of them. Maybe two. I give it 2 stones, 2 steps. Yeah, man. Not the end all be all, man, for sure. We can go a little deeper. But yeah, on this particular channel, man, we like to keep it right. A little tight on what we can observe, what's reality, what's flat, what's level, what's curved. And we like to stick to those beautiful points that we can observe every day in our lives, man. Dude, I was looking at this coffee table at my customer's house, and it had this glass top, man. it wasn't level, bro. It was like this, like little ups and downs. It had this beautiful, observable formations to the top of the coffee table, man. It had curvature to it, and you could see it right away, man. It wasn't like the way the guy that designed it, man, purposely designed it so you could see curvature in the coffee table, and you're not going to set your drink down like on the fucking curve, man. You're going to set it off to where it's flat. You could actually see the difference between the flat and the curve on this coffee table top. It was absolutely fucking amazing, man. And I took a picture of it. I could probably post it, but it's on my phone. I'd have to give me a minute. But yeah, it was a beautiful observation of curvature versus something that's level. And it was as simple as a coffee table, man. Like, if there was any curvature out there, we would have been able to detect something, for fuck's sake, by now. Come on. We would have been able to, okay, there's curvature between here and this point. See it? Yeah, at 35,000 miles, 30,000 feet up. Yeah, we can see the curve. No, there's no curve, man. Not a fucking shitload of curve. Not even a fucking nanometer of curvature. Help me. Please help me detect and see a nano fucking meter of curvature. That would be cool. That would be cool. If anybody's got that, we're here 24/7, 365. We're here to accept your curvature. Let's get that one settled before we move on to anything else. Thanks.
All right, I'm not moving on to anything else. It's bedtime. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, Lou, man. Take a breath. Cheers. Where's the curvature? Where is it? Does anybody have any curvature? I'm a little short this month. I would like some curvature. If anybody can, DM me, whatever. If you got something, a little bit of. I don't need much curve. I need just a little bit. I just need a little bit. Hey, maybe, possibly, sometimes, things happen for a reason. I don't know the reasons, man. I don't know shit, but amazing things happen to you if you do amazing things, man. I know this. Just get out there. Have pride in your daily life, man. Have pride in the people you meet. Have love, respect for them, whatever, man. Even if they're down and out or fucking millionaires, man. Just be cool on them. And I got a $250 tip today, man. Did I tell you guys that? Shit. It's the biggest tip I've ever had. And, I don't think I earned it. I just did the right thing, man. I mean, it was just the only thing I was thinking through this whole project was, let's just get this shit right. And if I lost money or made money, I didn't care. I just wanted my customer to be happy, man, with the end product. And she was, and she gave me a $250 tip, man. I was like, sweet, thank you. So have pride in what you do in work, life, flat earth, globe, whatever you're into, man. But take some pride and do it right, man. Do it with integrity. Do it with love. Do it with intelligence, experience. It's hard when you first start out in anything, man. You're gonna fumble. There's no. I get that, man. There's no like, oh, here, flat earth dude's got it all figured out. No, I ain't got shit figured out, but I got experience figured out because I've been through it. That's all. You know, when you go through something, you definitely take something away from it, and you apply that knowledge to the next thing you do. And it's like, okay, it didn't work this way. Maybe I should try it this way. That's just common sense, man. I don't have to teach you that. That's how humans are made, man. If fire's hot, man, don't put your hand over the fire. Oh, okay. I can learn that one pretty quick, right? Can't fuck that up, man. Fire's hot, man. Shit. Oh, don't get too close to the fire. You'll know when it's too close. You'll know. If you're too far away, you'll know. Why? Because heat expands, man.
Well, we got Callie wanting to jump into the fire right now.
Let's burn it.
Callie is in
fire, man.
Yeah, Callie's in the lobby, and they just wanted to tell us how gravity made Earth a ball in the outer space vacuum they believe in. So,
oh, dude,
anytime, Callie.
This is great. I'll mute. Go ahead, Callie.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Callie.
Welcome.
So, before we do anything, are you guys serious about this flat Earth thing?
Does dead serious ring a bell to you?
Yeah, we're serious that when we measure the Earth, we don't find curvature. Yeah, that's a serious thing. Yeah, we're not kidding about that.
Curvature is relative. Since the Earth is on such a
not really.
scale,
No, you're already off on the wrong foot. It's not that it's too large to measure any curve. If it were, how can they claim that they've ever measured any curve in the first place? They gave specific dimensions for it, so we know exactly how much curve there should be and where we should be seeing it. We don't see it in those places.
Let's say we had 4 satellites, each on 4 different sides of the round Earth.
How are you going to do that? You have to measure the curve first. You have to measure the radius first. You can't have satellites orbiting a ball of
such a thing?
You can't have satellites orbiting a ball of unknown dimensions. You realize this, right? First thing you have to do is measure the size of the ball, get the radius, or else you can have no orbital mechanics.
The Earth is approximately estimated to be 11,000 miles radius.
That's a new estimate. Haven't heard that one before. Is this a different globe you're talking about, aside from the one that everybody else in the world talks about? Because that's not the radius that they gave it.
And what is the radius that you have heard?
They say it's a 3959 mile radius.
39 to 50 mile radius.
No, it's like almost 4,000 miles.
4,000 miles. Okay.
Well, 3,959. Yeah.
Where did you get 11?
Where did you get this number from?
This is the globe. This is the number that you came in here to defend. What do you mean? Where do I get it? It's your claim.
Where did you get the 4,000 miles from?
I just told you, from the globe model.
There's a globe model that has a 4,000 mile radius.
That is the globe model that you came in here to defend. Yes.
I never came here to defend 4,000 miles.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then. I guess that was easy.
Hey, man, that was cool. Hey, man, thanks for dropping in, man.
You did not let me finish.
I'm just kidding, man. Come on. 3,959 miles is the radius. If can you see the live stream voice text by chance?
No, I cannot.
Shit. I don't.
You would have to become verified. You can verify them with gold.
Really? How do I do that? Click on their name.
Well, it's exclamation mark verified, and then just their like @ signs and their name.
All right.
Golly, where did you get that 11,000?
I got the 11,000 from the official NASA website.
Really?
Well, it's not the approximate number.
You got to post that in the live stream voice text for us. We got to see what you're talking about.
But why kids still are learning, and everybody still know that it's 3,959?
No,
why
I don't
we have why we have in school education that it's radius 3,959, but real one it's 11,000.
Okay.
Why we have in school education 3,959, but real one it's 11,000?
Just a second. Let me head to the NASA website.
Real quick, we can give you the verified role so that you can at least see the live stream voice text and post your links there as well. You seem pretty cool. We just have to quickly let you know. Disclaimer: don't clown, don't troll. Basically, just don't be an asshole and don't go into off-topic stuff. Just stay on the topic of Earth, and we'll just let you do that.
Well, you guys were right there. It's 3,959.
Yes, we are right there, man.
However, before you do anything, how do you suppose the sun's light gets to Earth if it were to be flat?
How the sunlight will curve the surface of the water?
I'm sorry?
How the sunlight will curve the surface of the water, of the ocean?
What are you supposing? How does day and night work if the Earth were to be flat?
I'm asking you now the question: how day and night will make the sphere, will make the curvature in reality?
Are you asking how day and night works on a round
No, I'm
Earth?
asking you how day and night will form the curvature in reality.
Okay. Day and night will form on a round Earth with the moon revolving around.
Man, listen again. Ocean. If we have day and night, does that mean that ocean will change the shape?
The ocean never changes its shape.
And what's the shape of the ocean?
What do you mean the shape of the ocean?
Of surface, not shape.
Are you asking for the surface area of the ocean?
Yep.
The surface area of the ocean. 1 second.
That's curving. Is it curving?
361 million kilometers squared.
Does that curving?
You see, it's.
You see where?
I think I found a way. Volume. If the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be any volume to it. Correct?
Oh, yeah. But listen, if water is flat,
321,003,271 cubic miles is the volume of the ocean.
Yeah, and where is curving?
You see, if the Earth were to be flat, there would be no volume to the oceans.
What water needs?
What do you understand? What?
What water needs? Can water be in the air?
Water?
Yeah, oceans. Can oceans be in the air?
Oceans cannot be in the air.
what they need.
Wait, so this is kind of weird. You're saying that if Earth's surface measures flat, and due to hydrostatics, water, such as oceans, etc., large bodies of water, any body of water, its surface will rest flat. How can it be, if that's the case, that we can't have oceans?
You're not listening. If the Earth were to be flat, there would be no volume to the oceans because it's flat. That's
Why? They're contained.
It's two-dimensional. It can't be. It can't.
It's obviously a three-dimensional world. When we say flat, we're not saying there's no topography or anything. We're not saying there's no third dimension. It's like a two-dimensional planar reality. We're not saying that. We're just saying that there's no spherical Earth curve to it.
And what do you suppose is the width of the Earth?
The width? I don't know. The deepest anybody ever dug was 7.8 miles, somewhere around there. So at least 7.8 miles. At least that much.
Okay, just a second, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Take your time, man. We're here 24/7, 365. We're here. Take your time. Please. Thank you.
And what do you think the deepest hole would be? The deepest hole, even if it isn't artificial?
Even if it's not artificial, no reality. If it is the deepest hole that's ever been dug on Earth, ever drilled, period. What's the deepest? Period. Question mark. What's the deepest hole ever been dug on Earth?
Let's start off with the Mariana Trench.
That's not a human drilled hole.
I know. I'm saying that it doesn't matter if this were to be artificial or natural.
No,
we're just looking for the deep.
Man drilling down in the Earth. What's the farthest hole that man has ever dug? Period.
You know, Mariana's Trench is just a little less deep than the borehole, the deepest hole ever dug.
That is accurate, yes.
They're very close. You're correct.
Yeah, so it's about the same. So we know it's at least 7.8 miles or so, probably a lot further. But how do you verify that?
I have some more proof that is unrelated. Let's start off with the detonation of the Tsar Bomb. Okay, are you following?
You talking about the Hiroshima?
No, the Tsar Bomb, the most potent and largest bomb ever detonated.
Kali, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't care about bombs. That's first of all. Don't think that I'm angry or something. I'm only speaking like this. You asked something, if days or nights, or how that works on flat Earth. I'm asking a big question. If Earth is a globe, where is curving?
Okay. You aren't going to be able to find the curvature of the Earth just by looking at it. But I'm trying to...
Well, then, how did Globers find it?
You don't understand. By satellite views, you weren't listening to me when I brought up satellite
no, I guess you weren't listening to me when I explained to you already that satellites wouldn't work unless you'd already found that curve and already measured the size of the ball that it's supposed to be. No, did you catch it that time though? You have to have the radius measurement first before you get satellites up there. So they would have to have found the curve on the ground to begin with in order to do what they claim they're doing with satellites, or else you can't have the orbital mechanics.
Can you hear me out on the Tsar Bomb theory, okay?
Well, you're going to talk about bombs now instead of just measuring the curve that you told us we can't see. Kind of already over, but
it's not about the actual bomb. It's about the detonation of the bomb. So, when bombs are detonated...
Kali, listen again. Detonation of bomb will not make a curvature of the air, okay?
However, it will.
However,
because the shockwave of the bomb is said to travel around the Earth 3 times. Now, how would it be able to do that if the Earth was flat?
And again, do not use that if Earth is flat. No. Try to use like this. If Earth is a globe, where is curving? You said you cannot see. Okay, great. Who measured that first one? 3,959 hands.
Are you asking who measured the radius of the Earth?
Yeah. Well, how we get numbers?
Scientists all around the globe all agreed on this exact measurement.
Oh, they agree.
Yes.
Okay, let's agree that you are tall 18 meters. That means that you are tall 18 meters.
I don't understand what they're agreeing on, though. They agree on a measurement of something that no human can see?
Okay.
And why are they scientists? Isn't this just geometry? Why are we talking about scientists doing measurements? You
Let's
get a
put a
scientist
pin
to
in
measure
that
your
topic
height?
just for a second, okay? Hear me out.
That's the topic, though. That is the topic.
Hear me out. So, when the bomb was detonated, the shockwave
Kali, we are not because of bombs here. We are here because of there is no radius in reality.
That is what I was getting to. Can you hear me out for a second?
Yeah. Can you hear me for a second? When I take the observation on the sea, you cannot see more than, if you are 3 or 5 foot tall, you cannot see more than, 3 miles.
All right. So let's
say. But we see more than 3. But listen, this Kali, we see more than 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But on the globe, you cannot see more than 3 miles.
Yes.
Yes. On the globe, you cannot see 3 miles. Or you cannot see 10 miles.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm being serious here. I can prove that there is radius.
I'm being very serious when I'm saying this. You cannot see. You can see 10 miles, but on the globe, that is not possible.
You can see radius to the Earth if you just listen to my theory for a second, okay? So, when the bomb was detonated, the shockwave traveled around the Earth 3 times. You see, how would the shockwave travel around the Earth if...
Round? Like a circle? Like a circle around? Is that what you're saying?
When the bomb was detonated, shockwaves get larger. But the Tsar Bomba, it was so powerful that the shockwave traveled around the Earth 3 times.
Well, that's easy. I guess if that's what they're saying, it went around the Earth. Well, since the Earth's dimensions are not spherical, we checked, it's a plane. I guess that means that it went around it, as in a circle, if that's what they're saying. What's the problem?
How would it do that?
I don't know. That's their claim. That's your claim. That's what you're saying it did. And we've checked the Earth. We know that its dimensions aren't spherical. So if it went around it, then I guess that's what they're saying. I don't see a problem.
Google Tsar Bomba shockwave length.
Yeah, but are they going to put that in the textbooks? Are they going to use that in place of Eratosthenes now? Are they going to say, well, we know that Earth is a ball because the shockwave traveled around Earth, and so therefore it's a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. It's kind of silly.
I've never met a flat earther in my life in person.
Well, you've met nothing but flat earthers in your life because we all live on the same Earth, which is measurably, observably, provably flat.
Measurably, observably, provably flat. I'll say that again. Measurably, observably, provably flat and stationary.
So you've been a flat earther your whole life. Everybody you ever met has been a flat earther.
You don't even know it. I love that, man. You don't even know it, bro. Thank you. Welcome.
And then the chat just flatlines after that.
What the hell happened, man? Oh shit! Sorry, my bad.
Mind is blown. You can't go on.
I'm gonna get banned after this. You're all dimwits. The Earth is spherical.
Nice chat.
Thank you, man. We're dimwits, everybody. We're dimwits.
Well, that's what it's come to for him.
That's crazy, man. We're dimwits.
He for the life of him could not prove that there's any Earth curve, and now it's just down to insults. So All right, another tough day for the globe, it looks like. You tried,
I'm a
Callie.
13-year-old that turned 13 6 days ago, and you expect me to pull out proof?
Well,
No,
not really.
I don't. No, I don't expect you.
How about this?
You don't have any proof. Man. You don't have
a 26-year-old. I would like you to pull out legitimate scientific proof that the Earth is flat. I'm giving you
First
3
of all,
days.
it's geometry. It's not science, and we've got it all over this server.
I
We
am
don't need
giving
3
you.
days. We're ready to go. We got it right now. It's all over this
giving you
server.
3 days
We
to
don't
write
need
me
3
a
days.
form.
And plus, you could be a PhD in your 70s. You're still not going to be able to come in here and prove that the Earth is a ball because it's not. So that's not something anybody can do. So we don't expect you to be able to do that. Your age aside, it's not going to happen.
Explain gravity to me.
Gravity is a reification of your globe, right? It's sci-fi mechanics for your globe, pretty much. You need something like gravity to keep things down on the ball and to explain the relationships between the celestial bodies, if that's the paradigm that you're working in. But since
Explain
there's
the
no
gravity
ball,
of a flat Earth.
we don't need gravity to explain things staying on top of the ball or the ball staying in orbit around another ball or any of those types of things, because that's not happening. So it's basically like talking about, warp drive from Star Trek or something. You're talking like pseudoscience, sci-fi. That's what gravity is.
Gravity is science fiction.
Yeah, because there's no ball, and it's just mechanics pertaining to a ball. Physics pertaining to a ball. Theoretical physics.
How do you suppose dropping a pencil works?
Well, it doesn't work by a ball pulling the pencil to its center of mass because we checked there's no ball. So if there was gravity would have formed a ball, right? It would have formed the Earth into a ball in the outer space vacuum it was supposed to have formed it in. But both of these are things that globers cannot demonstrate. The globe and the outer space vacuum, the globe was supposed to have been formed by gravity in. So no gravity.
I don't understand how you think like this. You had great school education.
Look, there's just no globe. You can measure it for yourself. And you already pretty much conceded that anyway, because you said, we can't measure any curve, nobody can see a curve. Well, then I guess you guys are just going around believing in a pseudoscience religion, chanting this word gravity that's supposed to make everything work on this hypothetical globe that nobody can see, nobody can measure, nobody can prove. We're too small, it's too big. I mean, it's just superstition. You've already pretty much answered it yourself.
I hope you realize that 70% of this server are spherical earthers, right?
No, 100% of humans are flat earthers. There's only a flat earth for us to live on.
Now I get it. I was confused about what he was saying about the sea would have no volume. I think he thinks we're still in space.
What do you mean?
Well, he was saying that flat is 2D, so I guess,
it is. Flat is two-dimensional.
Think that reality is 2D or something? I don't know.
No. A flat plane. Okay, a flat plane. If you are thinking two-dimensional, a flat plane.
Yeah, we're not though. So you might as well just. Yeah, we're not thinking two-dimensional though. So you might as well just, cut that straw man off there.
What about the center of the Earth? What is it in there?
What center? I told you already. The deepest anybody ever dug was 8 miles. So
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. So let's say the Earth was in fact flat. So you have the round part and then the center of the circle. What is there?
What round part?
The North Pole, I guess. Usually the North Pole
is in the center of. Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, that's sort of where compasses point. I don't know if it's the absolute dead center of everything, but that seems like an okay enough center to work with for now.
Yeah, it's just a magnetic,
south, and east
declination.
Explain it.
The north is just a magnetic declination. That's it. It's just compasses point to a certain area, so that's what you call the North Pole. Why don't they point south?
You're making me laugh. Like, this is probably the funniest thing I've ever heard.
It's funny to you that compasses point north? I guess you've just never seen
it's funny to me that you guys think the Earth is flat.
Well, it measures that way, so what's funny about that?
Because you're giving me all these facts that you found off of Google, but you're never giving me any scientific
No, that's
proof.
what you did. You tried to Google your radius. You came in here not even knowing what it was supposed to be, and yet you still doubled down trying to defend this religion that you yourself came in here not even understanding. We didn't get this from Google, buddy. We got it from the Earth, the thing that you think that you know better than us, because you went to Google and Googled it wrong at that. You came up with the wrong answer.
Circumference.
No, it wasn't. The circumference is
11,000 miles roughly is the
No, it's not.
circumference of
It's
the
claimed to
Earth.
be 24,901 miles. That's the circumference claim. So you're wrong there too. That number's just completely wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about. And you want to come in here and tell us, who know more about your globe religion fairy tale than you do, how this works.
Tell me about NASA. What's your opinion on NASA?
They make cartoons for $70 million a day, and power to them, because you're in here defending them. So
it's because they are scientific geniuses.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Sweet Jesus.
Yeah, so you come in here and say things like this while they sell you cartoons for $70 million a day that they tell you that you live on. I mean, I say power to them. They might as well, if you're going to be this stupid about it.
Look, I know you're young, buddy, but when you start getting a little bit of life experience, you'll realise a few things about this world that you don't know at the moment. And you know, I'll
make a deal.
Hang on, just let me finish. I admire you for coming into a group chat and thinking that you're going to debunk flat Earth, but I think you need a few years to grow up and have a bit of life experience and see what the world's all about, and then you might come to a few different conclusions.
I'll make a deal with you before I get banned.
I don't think anyone's going to ban you.
I would like you all to collaborate and write me a 20-page essay on why the Earth is flat. Hear me out.
Nobody's going to take that deal. Nobody has the time to spend writing you a book about
I'll join you if the information's correct.
All the information that's already been gathered here on this server, like the book's already been written. It's right here.
All right, 2 pages.
Stick around and look at it. We'll spend your 2 days on the server. We've already got it all here. Why do we have to put it together? And yet another presentation for you specifically. The info is already here. The book's been written.
I would like graphic evidence and visual evidence.
We got it.
All I need is a few pictures.
We can do that right now in the live stream voice text.
I still don't have access to that.
I gave you access.
Looks like I do. You're... Okay.
I just posted absolute globe-shattering proof right there in the live stream. So, probably isn't making much sense to you yet. Questions? The argument is given.
I don't see it.
It's the one that says Black Swan.
You might have to scroll down to the bottom, mate.
I'm not seeing it.
It says bye-bye, ball.
Posted by Flat Earth Buddha. Can you see that?
I see I know his username. I just don't see the channel.
Live stream voice text.
Okay. I see it.
Yeah, so here's the thing. You said that we cannot see the curve. It's too big, etc. Well, they claim that they actually measured the curve. One of the ways they said that they did it was by looking at the distance to the horizon and then calculating a radius or a circumference from that, right? So the distance to the horizon has to be limited by the dimensions of the globe if we are, in fact, on the globe that's curving everywhere, right? It's got to be a specific distance. This is how they said that they got that globe radius number in the first place. So where it would have to be in that picture would be 1.2 miles.
You're
1 foot off the ground. 1 foot off. What are you talking about? What's hopeless? I'm running you through this here. Do you have a problem?
Your theory, everything about this.
What? Okay,
It's
I'm
hilarious
not even done.
and it's
I'm not even
hopeless.
done.
I find
What's
this entertaining.
Okay, what are you entertained by? I wasn't even done giving you the rundown. Do you understand the argument yet? Explain.
I don't. That's the funny part, because the flat Earth is untrue. I'm going to let you believe what you believe. I'm just telling you now.
That's what you're doing. What? Okay, 13. Just telling me now. That's great, but here's the idea. Here's the deal. If your globe was real, that horizon in that pic would have to be no further than 1.2 miles. That's the globe geometry. It's based on the dimensions of this globe that you came in here, not even knowing what the radius was supposed to be.
I'm not sure if I already asked you this, but how does the sun's light get to the Earth?
Yeah. So that's a great point, because it ties into this really well. So the horizon that the sun sets over, it's way too goddamn far to be Earth curve. So if you were thinking that you're on a spinning ball and you've got this big bulge of Earth curve blocking the sun as it turns away from the sun, yeah, that's not what's going on, because the horizon, the thing the sun sets over, it's too far to be Earth curve. So try again. Go back to the drawing board.
How about the moon?
What about it? I'm showing you the horizon that's too far for there to be Earth curve.
Explain a solar eclipse.
Sorry, mate. I know you're just going through questions you've found on the internet to try and debunk the flat Earth, but
no, I did not search the internet at all. I would like you to explain the solar eclipse.
If you can just listen to what he's saying for I think it'll go for like 2 minutes. Just listen, take it in, and then have an argument at the end to talk to him about. It's important that you listen, because there's a lot of stuff in there that you need to take in. And if you've got an argument at the end of it, then, go ahead. Just be respectful, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, you're reaching for a gotcha, and you're spiraling to all of these tangential things that really have nothing to do with the core of the issue, the crux of the issue here, which is the Earth curving or not? Because if it's not, it can't be a ball. So this horizon, based on the geometry of the globe that is claimed, would have to be at 1.2 miles. 1 foot observer height, 1.2 mile horizon distance. You can Google that if you want to make sure that those numbers are correct. Maybe you'll want to do that to make sure that we're not just pulling numbers out of a hat here and making up a story. So go ahead and check it.
I know you're not pulling numbers out of your hat, but I know what you are doing. You're pulling this information out of your ass. Now, goodbye.
Okay. Well, this kid's kind of hopeless.
Aww.
Yeah, he had a hard time.
Yeah, the indoctrination runs deep with this one.
That was a pretty typical interaction. That was nice.
Yeah, I mean, he knew all about the argument, even though he didn't listen to any of it, and came in here with the wrong globe numbers, etc.
I mean, when you're in the middle of school, I can't imagine thinking outside the box when you're 13,
No way. They don't teach you to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either, to be honest. I probably would have pulled the same crap he did, so whatever.
Yeah, I would have as well. You think you know a lot at that age, like. Like 14 years old, he's, probably just getting into sound. It sounded quite an intelligent kid, but intelligence as in taught intelligence, not.
Well, at least he didn't come in just like full on clown mode like a lot of them do. Like he was genuinely going to try to, engage us about this, but he's just not ready, not equipped, not ready for it.
His intellectual maturity's not there yet, I think. Oh, hopefully he comes back in after he's had a look at a few things.
Couldn't even get him to look at that one picture. He said, post a pic right now that proves it. Well, okay,
halfway through. What about the sun? What about the moon? What about eclipses?
Yeah, like why are you moving the goalposts
There's
all
something
over
you
the
don't
place?
see every day. It's raining
Yeah.
and there's no clouds in the sky.
Yeah.
What?
It's weird. Yeah, I asked for a
It's
specific
raining and
thing.
there's not a cloud in the sky at all. It's like raining hard. Like it's weird. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that works.
I didn't mean to kill the chat. Sorry.
Nah, it's all good. I just have to do something real quick anyway. The kid wanted us to write a book specially for him. It's like, take all this information that's already gathered here on this server and then put it into a document specifically addressed.
Was that Matthew Loynes' son? Trying to be a teacher?
Very similar demeanor.
Yeah, my phone just died. But yeah, gather all this information that's already here on this server and put it together in a document specifically addressed to me, or else the globe wins. Like, really? That's what you have to resort to. Not looking too good for the globe if they're that desperate. If really their only argument for it is to put on their blinders and stick their fingers in their ears. You'd think that they could just show us the globe, but they come in here wrong about the globe math themselves, admitting that you can't see this globe because it's too big. But somehow we're the crazy, religious, superstitious, anti-science ones. It's just kind of freaky. You know, if the globe were such a sure thing, you'd think that somebody could just, show it to you. Instead, they themselves tell you right away, pretty much first thing, no, we can't do that. Can't show it to you. But trust me, I got a refracted bridge to sell you. Trust me. Can't show you, but I got it. Got a pet unicorn in my backyard. You can have it. It'll cost you. Can't show it to you, though. Yeah, it's hard to know what angle to take with them, to call them on their inability to question the mainstream narrative or what, because it seems that like the cognitive dissonance is just so powerful for these people that they can't begin to entertain what you're trying to show them from any angle. Well, if you find an angle that works, let me know.
I just think that they come in completely closed off to the possibility at all that things are different than the way that they've been brought up to think of them as. And that's it. Like, they just come in with that preconception in mind that, yeah, it's a pre-conclusion. Like, there's just no way that the Earth is anything but this globe that they told me it was. I mean, they stumbled through a conversation about it showing that they don't even know anything about their own belief, but they absolutely have this hard, pre-conclusion in mind that it's 100% true, and, anything else is just not even worth the time of day. So to them, reality itself isn't worth the time of day. I mean, for me, it should just be an open and shut thing. It's like you measure the surface of Earth, you see if this drop rate that they claimed is observed. You see if the horizon is where it would be on this globe, given the geometry of it. If not, then I guess that's it. Reality disagrees with this story, and that's it. That's all. The end, folks. But apparently that's not the way most people go about this. It's just weird how deep the indoctrination is for this. That people just cannot bring themselves to question it at all. Not at all. Like, there are other topics where people are fairly indoctrinated about them, but I don't really know of any that are this bad. And I guess maybe it's because they're brought up through their whole lives just being trained basically to think of, flat Earth as like a backwards, like old world sort of backwards religious ideology, just the stupidest thing ever, basically. So it's mostly just peer pressure that has pretty much just turned them off from reality. They don't want to be that one flat Earth person because their whole lives over and over they've heard just, how terrible that is and how stupid that is, and you don't want to be that person. So, their arguments just come down to politics, sociology, not the thing that you would use if you were actually trying to prove the shape of something, which is geometry. the conditioning is just, man, something else. They did a number on people. Like with the kid that was just in, I don't know, like what the best place to even start is. Like what would be the best angle to try to introduce him to this? Because I mean, they have so many misconceptions in their head. First of all, they think that scientists figured this out, so they don't know the difference between geometry, between just taking some simple measurements, and what a scientific experiment actually is, or what a scientist does. They don't know the details of their own claim. It just seems that no matter how we respond to them about these things, though, and these misconceptions that they have, that there's just no getting through, and it's just totally solid in their minds that, yes, it absolutely has to be a globe, even though they have no idea how or why that is. I mean, their proof most of the time is literally just it looks flat, because that's what they're saying when they say that it's too big. It's too big to see any curves, so yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like a globe, but you're just stupid and crazy. You're some backwards old world, like, Bronze Age religious zealot if you think this. It's a mind fuck. I mean, I hope we can get someone better in here to talk about this than him after that. Someone who will at least try to engage. Nah, I mean, the whole problem is they come in with this preconception that, yeah, it's totally a globe, and yeah, everything I've heard about these guys being idiots, that's obviously true. So, I mean, all they're going to do when you show them proof is spiral. And they're just going to get crazier and crazier because they didn't come in here to learn anything or to, entertain any possibilities beyond what they think that they know. They just came in here because they heard that we're a group of dumbed down, retarded idiots thinking some backwards old world stuff. And they just think that they're going to dunk on us or educate us with their 7th grade education or whatever. And it's just going to be this easy, open and shut, fun thing for them to do. But when it starts getting real and they start to realize, well, I don't even have my numbers straight. I think that the cognitive dissonance starts kicking and all they can really do is spiral and just, cling on to that idea that I'm the smart one here. These are the dumb flat earthers. They can't be showing me up. No way I'm dumber than a flat earther. So, yeah, that's got to kind of mess with your head a little bit. When you come in thinking you're going to talk to the stupidest people of all and you're just going to have a fun time dunking on them or whatever, and, you're outwitted at every turn, you got to kind of probably lie to yourself about it and be like, no. They're not making sense. They're just well rehearsed in their bullshit. Of course it's a globe. No, these stupid flat earthers, they can't be smarter than me. So it'd also be an ego thing too, I think, for them, because the mindset that they come in here trying to approach the issue with, it's not like it doesn't lend itself to them actually being able to learn or to be open to learning about the topic, because that's not what they came here to do. They came here with their conclusion absolutely solid in their mind and just sure that we're idiots and sure that they're going to show us up and they're going to have a fun time doing that. They didn't come here to learn, so they're not going to just switch over to that. I don't know. Maybe the odd one will, but for the most part, nah, they're going to double down. Sunk cost all the way.
What was with the last one? I didn't hear. Last 10 minutes.
What's that? Oh, I was just blabbing on, just filling airspace, basically just kind of talking about that last Glober that was in here, talking about the psychology of these people in general.
No, I'm asking how he finished, what he said. I wasn't when he went out.
No, he just spiraled. He just insulted us. He just said, "Look, I know that you pulled this out of your asses, and you're all dimwits, and I'm leaving. Bye."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he asked for proof. He asked, like, show me a picture that proves Earth is flat or whatever. It's not a globe. We start taking him through the Black Swan. He doesn't want to listen to any of it. He starts trying to, like, divert to eclipses and stuff in the middle of the argument, and then he just insulted us and just dipped before we even got through it.
Yeah, so, that sentence. The Earth is sphere, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. So he didn't come here like looking for new information. He didn't come here looking to hear what we actually have to say. He just came here with his globe solid in his head, thinking these flat Earth idiots, I'm just going to dunk on them or whatever, and didn't turn out to be so easy. So yeah.
$11,000 miles radius.
I never heard that one before.
From NASA.
Well, that would almost work better than the one that they chose.
Yeah.
Still not going to cut.
Yeah. It's not calculated. Out there, they still didn't put in the system.
Yeah, that was really funny. And he said, no, that was a circumference. It's like, no, it's not that either. I have no idea where you got that number from.
Like kids today will learn about Earth. The Earth radius was 3,959 miles, but NASA discovered 2022 or whatever year it is. That is not, it's 11,000.
Yeah, it's actually way bigger. Yeah, it's more than twice the size. And we've had satellites and all this stuff going on all this time, and it just somehow worked out. But yeah, we got it wrong, yet the mechanics for everything else based on that 3959 assumption, it worked.
Yeah, he started to explain some satellites going around.
Yeah. The satellite cope.
The problem is that you cannot reach the point that you can move him to do information.
No, he's not open.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the old lead a horse to water. He's not going to drink. He doesn't want to. He didn't come here for that.
Yeah, his first sentence was, are you really think that Earth is flat?
Yeah, he just thinks that we're science deniers. Something like that.
Yeah.
He just thinks we're crazy religious freaks or something, just with this science denial agenda, and it'll just be fun for him to come in here and school us with his 7th grade education. Well, I mean, it's not totally his fault. He has a lot of misconceptions about what we're saying and about reality in general because of what the system has taught him. So when he comes here, he's not going to find what they told him in those institutions he was going to find. People saying Australia doesn't exist and stuff like that. No, that's not what you're going to get here. So Your education may not have prepared you very well for this conversation. As frustrating as that is to talk to somebody like that with the condition that he's in, like I said, I doubt that I would have done much better at that age myself. I probably would have thought this was the stupidest thing ever too. I had the same conditionings.
Yeah, that's true. But you can still ask some questions and reach some points if you're interested.
Yeah.
Like
you got to get yourself interested first, though.
Yeah, like what these people have to say. I will listen first, and then I will collect that, and then I will make conclusion. But no, you do not take that in consideration. If I'm telling you something about radius or something, listen, and then let's check it. Okay? Step now. More questions, more research, more. Of course, if you are young and you come like that, and you don't know anything, you only believe. I think that's flat Earth title. It's like everybody went here, flat Earth, like, oh God, like I was like, what's that fucking flat Earth? But then you ask a question, you watch with your eyes, you make your logic. I don't know. But you cannot do that if you are young. I don't know. There you go.
Sure is some flat silence in here.
What's going on, fella?
Oh, just chilling. Fucking tired as shit.
What you tired for?
Oh, it's 1 in the morning. It's pretty late. So that's why.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah. For sure.
You've been in chatting to folks in here before
Have I what?
about anything.
Have I been? Oh, yeah, I've been here earlier today. Yesterday.
And you're still around. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty chill guy, I guess.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah. Earlier they were saying that they thought I was LARPing as a flat earther, which is kind of ridiculous, but that's them.
Oh no, what did you say?
Just said, well, they thought because of my questioning, because I was asking about the physics of a flat Earth model, and they got all upset. And I just said, no, I'm not a LARPer. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mostly on this side of the fence, it's not about making claims or having everything figured out. It's about examining the globe model and finding out why it doesn't work. So there is no flat Earth model. There is no flat Earth maps. All maps are flat essentially, but it's more okay. The globe's making the claim. It's giving us very precise, maths. But when we observe reality, we don't see those maths. So we're sort of trying to get the globies to say, well, which do you go with, your abstract concept of a mathematical model or reality?
Right. I'm stinking globies. They just don't like facts, honestly.
Well, they
reject
just
it.
Do their own tests.
Little stinkers.
I mean, that's what I try and encourage.
Yeah, it's fun, man. Learning and figuring out new shit for sure.
If you can see farther than the given curvature rate, then something's wrong.
Yeah. Means it's not very round.
Yeah, it doesn't help roundness. You need the round bit to have roundness.
Right. So where's everybody at?
It's usually quite slow in the daytime. Well, my time for me. They come on.
Okay. Well, these are all Americans, right? In here, mostly.
There's a few Brits.
I think.
A few Europeans.
If they're sleeping, it's probably American.
About 5 hour difference. So takes about another 10 hours, and you'll get people drift through during the day.
Yeah, people will be on in probably fucking 8. Because if it's 1 here and I'm on the West Coast, so all these East Coasters are going to be on in probably 4 hours. But yeah. Well, I'm going to hop off, man. You take it easy, all right?
Take it easy, buddy. Be well.
See you. Yeah, have a good one.
Be well. Hey, Healy.
Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Chapter 1. Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it.
And what is the use of a book,
thought Alice,
without pictures or conversations?
So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself,
oh dear, I shall be too late."
When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it, and, burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it, and was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself, before she found herself falling down what seemed to be a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labelled Orange Marmalade, but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath, so managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past it.
Well,
Thought Alice to herself.
after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house.
Which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end?
I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time.
She said aloud.
I must be getting somewhere near the centre of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think.
For you see, Alice had learnt several things of this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it over.
Yes, that's about the right distance. But then, I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to.
Alice had not the slightest idea what latitude was, or longitude either, but she thought they were nice, grand words to say. Presently she began again.
I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downwards. The antipathies, I think.
She was rather glad there was no one listening this time, as it didn't sound at all the right word.
But I shall have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, Mum, is this New Zealand or Australia?
And she tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you're falling through the air. Do you think you could manage it?
And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere.
Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice soon began talking again.
Dinah will miss me very much tonight, I should think.
Dinah was the cat.
I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat, and that's very like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder?
And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way,
Do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats?
And sometimes,
Do bats eat cats?
For, you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah, and was saying to her very earnestly,
Now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat?
When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up onto her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the White Rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say, as it turned a corner,
Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting!
She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all round the hall, but they were all locked, and when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever to get out again. Suddenly she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it but a tiny golden key, and Alice's first idea was that this might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small, but at any rate it would not open any of them. However, on the second time round, she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight it fitted. Alice opened the door and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than a rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander about among those beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. But she could not even get her head through the doorway.
And even if my head would go through,
thought poor Alice,
it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if I only knew how to begin.
For, you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it.
Which certainly was not here before,
said Alice. And tied round the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say, "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry.
No, I'll look first,
she said,
and see whether it's marked poison or not.
For she had read several nice little stories about children who had got burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice, it had in fact a sort of mixed flavour of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very soon finished it off.
What a curious feeling,
said Alice.
I must be shutting up like a telescope.
And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this.
For it might end, you know,
said Alice to herself,
in my going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then.
And she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle looks like after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember ever having seen such a thing. After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice! When she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key, and when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it. She could see it quite plainly through the glass, and she tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery. And when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried.
Come, there's no use in crying like that,
said Alice to herself rather sharply.
I advise you to leave off this minute.
She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it, and sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes. And once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people.
But it's no use now,
thought poor Alice,
to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person.
Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake on which the words, "Eat me," were beautifully marked in currants.
Well, I'll eat it,
said Alice.
And if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key. And if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way I'll get into the garden. And I don't care which happens.
She ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself,
Which way? Which way?
holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing, and she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this is what generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much into the way of expecting nothing but out-of-the-way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work, and very soon finished off the cake. Chapter 2. The Pool of Tears.
Curiouser and curiouser,
cried Alice. She was so much surprised that for the moment she quite forgot how to speak good English.
Now I'm opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. Goodbye, feet!
For when she looked down at her feet, they seemed to be almost out of sight, they were getting so far off.
Oh, my poor little feet. I wonder who will put on your shoes and stockings for you now, dears. I'm sure I shan't be able. I shall be a great deal too far off to trouble myself about you. You must manage the best way you can. But I must be kind to them,
thought Alice.
Or perhaps they won't walk the way I want to go. Let me see. I'll give them a new pair of boots every Christmas.
And she went on planning to herself how she would manage it.
They must go by the carrier,
she thought.
And how funny it'll seem, sending presents to one's own feet. And how odd the directions will look. Alice's right foot, Esquire. Hearthrug, near the fender. With Alice's love. Oh dear, what nonsense I'm talking.
Just at this moment her head struck against the roof of the hall. In fact, she was now rather more than 9 feet high, and she at once took up the little golden key and hurried off to the garden door. Poor Alice! It was as much as she could do, lying down on one side to look through into the garden with one eye. But to get through was more hopeless than ever. She sat down and began to cry again.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself,
said Alice.
A great girl like you.
She might well say this.
To go on crying in this way. Stop this moment, I tell you.
But she went on all the same, shedding gallons of tears, until there was a large pool all round her, about 4 inches deep, and reaching half down the hall. After a time she heard a little pattering of feet in the distance, and she hastily dried her eyes to see what was coming. It was the White Rabbit, returning splendidly dressed with a pair of white kid gloves in one hand and a large fan in the other. He came trotting along in a great hurry, muttering to himself as he came,
"Oh, the Duchess, the Duchess! Oh, won't she be savage if I've kept her waiting?"
Alice felt so desperate that she was ready to ask help of anyone. So, when the rabbit came near her, she began, in a low, timid voice,
"If you please, sir."
The rabbit started violently, dropped the white kid gloves and the fan, and scurried away into the darkness as hard as he could go. Alice took up the fan and gloves, and as the hall was very hot, she kept fanning herself all the time she went on talking.
Oh, dear, dear. How queer everything is today. And yesterday things went on just as usual. I wonder if I've been changed in the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I almost think I can remember feeling a little different. But if I'm not the same, the next question is, who in the world am I? Ah, that's the great puzzle.
And she began thinking over all the children she knew that were of the same age as herself, to see if she could have been changed for any of them.
I'm sure I'm not Ada,
she said.
for her hair goes in such long ringlets, and mine doesn't go in ringlets at all. And I'm sure I can't be Mabel, for I know all sorts of things, and she knows such a very little. Besides, she's she, and I'm I, and oh dear, how puzzling it all is. I'll try if I know all the things I used to know. Let me see. 4 times 5 is 12, and 4 times 6 is 13, and 4 times 7 is... Oh dear, I shall never get to 20 at that rate. However, the multiplication table don't signify. Let's try geography. London is the capital of Paris, and Paris is the capital of Rome, and Rome... No, that's all wrong. I'm certain. Oh, I must have been changed for Mabel. I'll try and say, how doth the little...
And she crossed her hands on her lap as if she were saying lessons and began to repeat it. But her voice sounded hoarse and strange, and the words did not come the same as they used to do.
How doth the little crocodile improve his shining tail, and pour the waters of the Nile on every golden scale? How cheerfully he seems to grin, how neatly spreads his claws, and welcomes little fishes in with gently smiling jaws. Oh, I'm sure those are not the right words,
said poor Alice, and her eyes filled with tears again as she went on.
I must be Mabel after all. And I shall have to go and live in that poky little house and have next to no toys to play with and, oh, ever so many lessons to learn. No, I've made up my mind about it. If I'm Mabel, I'll stay down here. It'll be no use their putting their heads down and saying, "Come up again, dear." I shall only look up and say, "Who am I then? Tell me that first." And then, if I like being that person, I'll come up. If not, I'll stay down here till I'm somebody else, but... Oh, dear,
cried Alice with a sudden burst of tears.
I do wish they would put their heads down. I am so very tired of being all alone here.
As she said this, she looked down at her hands, and was surprised to see that she had put on one of the rabbit's little white kid gloves while she was talking.
How can I have done that?
She thought.
I must be growing small again.
She got up and went to the table to measure herself by it, and found that, as nearly as she could guess, she was now about 2 feet high, and was going on shrinking rapidly. She soon found out that the cause of this was the fan she was holding, and she dropped it hastily, just in time to save herself from shrinking away altogether.
That was a narrow escape,
said Alice, a good deal frightened at the sudden change, but very glad to find herself still in existence.
And now for the garden.
And she ran with all speed back to the little door. But alas, the little door was shut again, and the little golden key was lying on the glass table as before.
And things are worse than ever,
thought the poor child.
For I never was so small as this before, never. And I declare it's too bad that it is.
As she said these words, her foot slipped, and in another moment, splash, she was up to her chin in salt water. Her first idea was that she had somehow fallen into the sea.
And in that case I can go back by railway,
she said to herself. Alice had been to the seaside once in her life, and had come to the general conclusion that wherever you go to on the English coast you find a number of bathing machines in the sea, some children digging in the sand with wooden spades, then a row of lodging houses, and behind them a railway station. However, she soon made out that she was in the pool of tears which she had wept when she was 9 feet high.
I wish I hadn't cried so much,
said Alice as she swam about, trying to find her way out.
I shall be punished for it now, I suppose, by being drowned in my own tears. That will be a queer thing, to be sure. However, everything is queer today.
Just then she heard something splashing about in the pool a little way off, and she swam nearer to make out what it was. At first she thought it must be a walrus or hippopotamus, but then she remembered how small she was now, and she soon made out that it was only a mouse that had slipped in like herself.
Would it be of any use now,
Thought Alice.
to speak to this mouse? Everything is so out of the way down here that I should think very likely it can talk. At any rate, there's no harm in trying.
So she began.
Oh, mouse, do you know the way out of this pool? I am very tired of swimming about here. Oh, mouse.
Alice thought this must be the right way of speaking to a mouse. She had never done such a thing before, but she remembered having seen in her brother's Latin grammar.
A mouse, of a mouse, to a mouse, a mouse, oh, mouse.
The mouse looked at her rather inquisitively, and seemed to her to wink with one of its little eyes, but it said nothing.
Perhaps it doesn't understand English,
Thought Alice.
I dare say it's a French mouse, come over with William the Conqueror.
For, with all her knowledge of history, Alice had no very clear notion how long ago anything had happened. So she began again.
Où est ma chatte?
Which was the first sentence in her French lesson book. The mouse gave a sudden leap out of the water and seemed to quiver all over with fright.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
Cried Alice hastily, afraid that she had hurt the poor animal's feelings.
I quite forgot you didn't like cats.
Not like cats?
Cried the mouse in a shrill, passionate voice.
Would you like cats if you were me?
Well, perhaps not.
Said Alice in a soothing tone.
Don't be angry about it. And yet, I wish I could show you our cat Dinah. I think you'd take a fancy to cats if you could only see her. She's such a dear, quiet thing.
Alice went on, half to herself, as she swam lazily about in the pool.
And she sits purring so nicely by the fire, licking her paws and washing her face. And she is such a nice, soft thing to nurse. And she's such a capital one for catching mice. Oh, I beg your pardon,
Cried Alice again, for this time the mouse was bristling all over, and she felt certain it must be really offended.
We won't talk about her any more if you'd rather not.
We, indeed,
Cried the mouse, who was trembling down to the end of his tail.
As if I would talk on such a subject. Our family always hated cats. Nasty, low, vulgar things. Don't let me hear the name again.
I won't indeed,
Said Alice in a great hurry to change the subject of conversation.
Are you fond of dogs?
The mouse did not answer, so Alice went on eagerly.
There's such a nice little dog near our house I should like to show you. A little bright-eyed terrier, you know, with, oh, such long curly brown hair. And it'll fetch things when you throw them. And it'll sit up and beg for its dinner, and all sorts of things. I can't remember half of them. And it belongs to a farmer, you know, and he says it's so useful, it's worth £100. He says it kills all the rats and... Oh, dear,
Cried Alice in a sorrowful tone.
I'm afraid I've offended it again.
For the mouse was swimming away from her as hard as it could go, and making quite a commotion in the pool as it went. So she called softly after it.
Mouse, dear, do come back again, and we won't talk about cats or dogs either, if you don't like them.
When the mouse heard this, it turned round and swam slowly back to her. Its face was quite pale, with passion, Alice thought, and it said in a low, trembling voice,
Let us get to the shore, and then I'll tell you my history, and you'll understand why it is I hate cats and dogs.
It was high time to go, for the pool was getting quite crowded with the birds and animals that had fallen into it. There was a duck and a dodo, a lorry and an eaglet, and several other curious creatures. Alice led the way, and the whole party swam to the shore. Chapter 3. A Caucus Race and a Long Tail. They were indeed a queer-looking party that assembled on the bank. The birds with draggled feathers, the animals with their fur clinging close to them, and all dripping wet, cross and uncomfortable. The first question, of course, was how to get dry again. They had a consultation about this, and after a few minutes it seemed quite natural to Alice to find herself talking familiarly with them, as if she had known them all her life. Indeed, she had quite a long argument with the lorry, who at last turned sulky and would only say,
"I am older than you, and must know better."
And this Alice would not allow without knowing how old it was, and as the lorry positively refused to tell its age, there was no more to be said. At last, the mouse, who seemed to be a person of some authority among them, called out,
"Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough."
They all sat down at once in a large ring with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry very soon.
"Ahem,"
said the mouse with an important air.
"Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know. Silence all round, if you please. William the Conqueror, whose cause was favoured by the Pope, was soon submitted to by the English, who wanted leaders, and had been of late much accustomed to usurpation and conquest. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria—"
"Ugh!"
said the lorry with a shiver.
"I beg your pardon?"
said the mouse, frowning, but very politely.
"Did you speak?"
"Not I,"
said the lorry hastily.
"I thought you did,"
said the mouse.
"I proceed. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, declared for him, and even Stigand, the patriotic Archbishop of Canterbury, found it advisable—" "Found what?"
said the duck.
"Found it."
The mouse replied rather crossly.
"Of course you know what it means."
"I know what it means well enough when I find a thing,"
said the duck.
"It's generally a frog or a worm. The question is, what did the Archbishop find?"
The mouse did not notice this question, but hurriedly went on.
"Found it advisable to go with Edgar Atheling to meet William and offer him the crown. William's conduct at first was moderate, but the insolence of his Normans— How are you getting on now, my dear?"
It continued, turning to Alice as it spoke.
"As wet as ever,"
said Alice in a melancholy tone.
"It doesn't seem to dry me at all."
"In that case,"
said the dodo solemnly, rising to its feet,
"I move that the meeting adjourn for the immediate adoption of more energetic remedies."
"Speak English,"
said the eaglet.
"I don't know the meaning of half those long words. And what's more, I don't believe you do either."
And the eaglet bent down its head to hide a smile. Some of the other birds tittered audibly.
"What I was going to say,"
said the dodo in an offended tone,
"was that the best thing to get us dry would be a caucus race."
"What is a caucus race?"
said Alice. Not that she much wanted to know, but the dodo had paused as if it thought that somebody ought to speak, and no one else seemed inclined to say anything.
"Why,"
said the dodo,
"the best way to explain it is to do it."
And as you might like to try the thing yourself some winter day, I will tell you how the dodo managed it. First it marked out a race course in a sort of circle.
"The exact shape doesn't matter,"
it said. And then all the party were placed along the course here and there. There was no 1, 2, 3 and away, but they began running when they liked and left off when they liked, so that it was not easy to know when the race was over. However, when they had been running half an hour or so and were quite dry again, the dodo suddenly called out,
"The race is over!"
And they all crowded round it, panting and asking,
"But who has won?"
This question the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and it sat for a long time with one finger pressed upon its forehead, the position in which you usually see Shakespeare in the pictures of him, while the rest waited in silence. At last the dodo said,
"Everybody has won, and all must have prizes."
But who is to give the prizes?
Quite a chorus of voices asked.
"Why, she, of course,"
said the dodo, pointing to Alice with one finger, and the whole party at once crowded round her, calling out in a confused way,
"Prizes! Prizes!"
Alice had no idea what to do, and in despair she put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a box of comfits. Luckily the salt water had not got into it, and handed them round as prizes. There was exactly one apiece all round.
But she must have a prize herself, you know,
said the mouse.
"Of course,"
the dodo replied very gravely.
"What else have you got in your pocket?"
he went on, turning to Alice.
Only a thimble,
said Alice sadly.
"Hand it over here,"
said the dodo. Then they all crowded round her once more, while the dodo solemnly presented the thimble, saying,
"We beg your acceptance of this elegant thimble."
And when it had finished this short speech, they all cheered. Alice thought the whole thing very absurd, but they all looked so grave that she did not dare to laugh, and as she could not think of anything to say, she simply bowed and took the thimble, looking as solemn as she could. The next thing was to eat the comfits. This caused some noise and confusion, as the large birds complained that they could not taste theirs, and the small ones choked and had to be patted on the back. However, it was over at last, and they sat down again in a ring and begged the mouse to tell them something more.
You promised to tell me your history, you know,
said Alice.
And why it is you hate C and D,
she added in a whisper, half afraid that it would be offended again.
Mine is a long and a sad tale,
said the mouse, turning to Alice and sighing.
It is a long tale, certainly,
said Alice, looking down with wonder at the mouse's tail.
But why do you call it sad?
And she kept on puzzling about it while the mouse was speaking, so that her idea of the tale was something like this.
Fury said to a mouse that he met in a house, "Let us both go to law. I will prosecute you. Come, I'll take no denial. We must have a trial, for really this morning I've nothing to do." Said the mouse to the cur, "Such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or judge, would be wasting our breath." "I'll be judge, I'll be jury," said cunning old Fury. "I'll try the whole cause and condemn you to death." "You are not attending,"
said the mouse to Alice severely.
"What are you thinking of?"
I beg your pardon,
said Alice very humbly.
You had got to the fifth bend, I think.
"I had not,"
cried the mouse sharply and very angrily.
A knot,
said Alice, always ready to make herself useful and looking anxiously about her.
Oh, do let me help to undo it.
"I shall do nothing of the sort,"
said the mouse, getting up and walking away.
"You insult me by talking such nonsense."
I didn't mean it,
pleaded poor Alice.
But you're so easily offended, you know.
The mouse only growled in reply.
Please come back and finish your story.
Alice called after it, and the others all joined in chorus.
Yes, please do.
But the mouse only shook its head impatiently and walked a little quicker.
What a pity it wouldn't stay,
sighed the lorry as soon as it was quite out of sight, and an old crab took the opportunity of saying to her daughter,
"Ah, my dear, let this be a lesson to you, never to lose your temper." "Hold your tongue, Ma,"
said the young crab a little snappishly.
"You're enough to try the patience of an oyster."
I wish I had our Dinah here. I know I do,
said Alice aloud, addressing nobody in particular.
She'd soon fetch it back.
"And who is Dinah, if I might venture to ask the question?"
said the lorry. Alice replied eagerly, for she was always ready to talk about her pet.
Dinah's our cat, and she's such a capital one for catching mice you can't think. And oh, I wish you could see her after the birds. Why, she'll eat a little bird as soon as look at it.
This speech caused a remarkable sensation among the party. Some of the birds hurried off at once. One old magpie began wrapping itself up very carefully, remarking,
I really must be getting home. The night air doesn't suit my throat.
And a canary called out in a trembling voice to its children,
Come away, my dears. It's high time you were all in bed.
On various pretexts they all moved off, and Alice was soon left alone.
I wish I hadn't mentioned Dinah.
She said to herself in a melancholy tone.
Nobody seems to like her down here, and I'm sure she's the best cat in the world. Oh, my dear Dinah, I wonder if I shall ever see you any more.
And here poor Alice began to cry again, for she felt very lonely and low-spirited. In a little while, however, she again heard a little pattering of footsteps in the distance, and she looked up eagerly, half hoping that the mouse had changed his mind and was coming back to finish his story. Chapter 4. The Rabbit Sends in a Little Bill. It was the White Rabbit, trotting slowly back again, and looking anxiously about as it went, as if it had lost something, and she heard it muttering to itself,
The Duchess! The Duchess! Oh, my dear paws! Oh, my fur and whiskers! She'll get me executed as sure as ferrets are ferrets! Where can I have dropped them, I wonder?
Alice guessed in a moment that it was looking for the fan and the pair of white kid gloves, and she very good-naturedly began hunting about for them, but they were nowhere to be seen. Everything seemed to have changed since her swim in the pool, and the great hall with the glass table and the little door had vanished completely. Very soon the rabbit noticed Alice as she went hunting about, and called out to her in an angry tone,
Why, Mary Ann, what are you doing out here? Run home this moment and fetch me a pair of gloves and a fan. Quick now!
And Alice was so much frightened that she ran off at once in the direction it pointed to, without trying to explain the mistake that it had made.
He took me for his housemaid,
She said to herself as she ran.
How surprised he'll be when he finds out who I am. But I'd better take him his fan and gloves. That is, if I can find them.
As she said this, she came upon a neat little house, on the door of which was a bright brass plate with the name W. Rabbit engraved upon it. She went in without knocking and hurried upstairs, in great fear lest she should meet the real Mary Ann and be turned out of the house before she had found the fan and gloves.
How queer it seems,
Alice said to herself,
to be going messages for a rabbit. I suppose Dinah'll be sending me on messages next.
and she began fancying the sort of thing that would happen.
Miss Alice, come here directly and get ready for your walk. Coming in a minute, nurse. But I've got to watch this mouse hole till Dinah comes back and see that the mouse doesn't get out. Only, I don't think,
Alice went on,
that they'd let Dinah stop in the house if it began ordering people about like that.
By this time she had found her way into a tidy little room with a table in the window, and on it, as she had hoped, a fan and 2 or 3 pairs of tiny white kid gloves. She took up the fan and a pair of the gloves, and was just going to leave the room when her eye fell upon a little bottle that stood near the looking-glass. There was no label this time with the words, "Drink me," but nevertheless she uncorked it and put it to her lips.
I know something interesting is sure to happen
She said to herself.
whenever I eat or drink anything. So I'll just see what this bottle does. I do hope it'll make me grow large again, for really I'm quite tired of being such a tiny little thing.
It did so indeed, and much sooner than she had expected. Before she had drunk half the bottle, she found her head pressing against the ceiling and had to stoop to save her neck from being broken. She hastily put down the bottle, saying to herself,
"Oh, that's quite enough. I hope I shan't grow any more. As it is, I can't get out at the door. Oh, I do wish I hadn't drunk quite so much."
Alas, it was too late to wish that. She went on growing and growing, and very soon had to kneel down on the floor. In another minute there was not even room for this, and she tried the effect of lying down with one elbow against the door and the other arm curled round her head. Still she went on growing, and as a last resource she put one arm out of the window and one foot up the chimney, and said to herself,
"Now I can do no more, whatever happens. What will become of me?"
Luckily for Alice, the little magic bottle had now had its full effect, and she grew no larger. Still, it was very uncomfortable, and as there seemed to be no sort of chance of her ever getting out of the room again, no wonder she felt unhappy.
It was much pleasanter at home,
Thought poor Alice.
when one wasn't always growing larger and smaller, and being ordered about by mice and rabbits. I almost wish I hadn't gone down that rabbit hole. And yet, it's rather curious, you know, this sort of life. I do wonder what can have happened to me. When I used to read fairy tales, I fancied that kind of thing never happened, and now here I am in the middle of one. There ought to be a book written about me, that there ought. And when I grow up, I'll write one. But I'm grown up now.
She added in a sorrowful tone.
At least there's no room to grow up any more here. But then,
Thought Alice.
shall I never get any older than I am now? That'll be a comfort one way, never to be an old woman. But then, always to have lessons to learn. Oh, I shouldn't like that. Oh, you foolish Alice.
She answered herself.
How can you learn lessons in here? Why, there's hardly room for you, and no room at all for any lesson books.
And so she went on, taking first one side and then the other, and making quite a conversation of it altogether. But after a few minutes she heard a voice outside, and stopped to listen.
"Marianne? Marianne!"
Said the voice.
"Fetch me my gloves this moment."
Then came a little pattering of feet on the stairs. Alice knew it was the rabbit coming to look for her, and she trembled till she shook the house, quite forgetting that she was now about 1,000 times as large as the rabbit, and had no reason to be afraid of it. Presently the rabbit came up to the door and tried to open it, but as the door opened inwards and Alice's elbow was pressed hard against it, that attempt proved a failure. Alice heard it say to itself,
"Then I'll go round and get in at the window."
That you won't,
thought Alice, and after waiting till she fancied she heard the rabbit just under the window, she suddenly spread out her hand and made a snatch in the air. She did not get hold of anything, but she heard a little shriek and a fall and a crash of broken glass, from which she concluded that it was just possible it had fallen into a cucumber frame or something of the sort. Next came an angry voice, the rabbit's.
"Pat! Pat! Where are you?"
And then a voice she had never heard before.
"Sure then I'm here. Digging for apples, Your Honour."
"Digging for apples, indeed,"
said the rabbit angrily.
"Here, come and help me out of this."
Sounds of more broken glass.
Now tell me, Pat, what's that in the window?
"Sure it's an arum, Your Honour."
He pronounced it arum.
"An arm, you goose! Whoever saw one that size? Why, it fills the whole window."
"Sure it does, Your Honour. But it's an arum for all that."
"Well, it's got no business there at any rate. Go and take it away."
There was a long silence after this, and Alice could only hear whispers now and then, such as,
"Sure I don't like it, Your Honour, at all, at all."
"Do as I tell you, you coward."
And at last she spread out her hand again and made another snatch in the air. This time there were 2 little shrieks and more sounds of broken glass.
What a number of cucumber frames there must be,
thought Alice.
I wonder what they'll do next. As for pulling me out of the window, I only wish they could. I'm sure I don't want to stay in here any longer.
She waited for some time without hearing anything more. At last came a rumbling of little cartwheels and the sound of a good many voices, all talking together. She made out the words,
"Where's the other ladder?"
Why, I hadn't to bring but one. Bill's got the other.
"Bill, fetch it here, lad. Here, put 'em up at this corner." "No, tie 'em together first. They don't reach half high enough yet."
Oh, they'll do well enough. Don't be particular. Here, Bill, catch hold of this rope. Oh, will the roof bear? Mine ain't loose, slate. Oh, it's coming down. It's below.
A loud crash.
No, who did that?
"It was Bill, I fancy. Who's to go down the chimney?"
Nay, I shan't. You do it. That I won't, then. Bill's got to go down.
"Here, Bill, the master says you've got to go down the chimney."
Oh, so Bill's got to come down the chimney, has he?
Said Alice to herself.
Why, they seem to put everything upon Bill. I wouldn't be in Bill's place for a good deal. This fireplace is narrow, to be sure, but I think I can kick a little.
She drew her foot as far down the chimney as she could and waited till she heard a little animal. She couldn't guess of what sort it was, scratching and scrambling about in the chimney close above her. Then, saying to herself,
"This is Bill!"
she gave one sharp kick and waited to see what would happen next. The first thing she heard was a general chorus of,
"There goes Bill!"
Then the rabbit's voice alone.
Catch him! Are you by the hedge?
Then silence. And then another confusion of voices.
"Hold up his head. Brandy now. Don't choke him."
Oh, how was it, old fellow? What happened to you? Tell us all about it.
Last came a little feeble squeaking voice.
That's Bill,
thought Alice.
Well, I hardly know. No more, thanky. I'm better now, but I'm a deal too flustered to tell you. All I know is something comes at me like a jack-in-the-box, and up I goes like a skyrocket.
So you did, old fellow,
said the others.
We must burn the house down,
said the rabbit's voice, and Alice called out as loud as she could,
"If you do, I'll set Dinah at you!"
There was a dead silence instantly, and Alice thought to herself,
I wonder what they will do next. If they had any sense, they'd take the roof off.
After a minute or two, they began moving about again, and Alice heard the rabbit say,
"A barrowful will do to begin with."
A barrow full of what?
thought Alice. But she had not long to doubt, for the next moment a shower of little pebbles came rattling in at the window, and some of them hit her in the face.
I'll put a stop to this,
she said to herself, and shouted out,
"You'd better not do that again!"
which produced another dead silence. Alice noticed with some surprise that the pebbles were all turning into little cakes as they lay on the floor, and a bright idea came into her head.
If I eat one of these cakes,
she thought,
it's sure to make some change in my size, and as it can't possibly make me larger, it must make me smaller, I suppose.
So she swallowed one of the cakes and was delighted to find that she began shrinking directly. As soon as she was small enough to get through the door, she ran out of the house and found quite a crowd of little animals and birds waiting outside. The poor little lizard, Bill, was in the middle, being held up by 2 guinea pigs who were giving it something out of a bottle. They all made a rush at Alice the moment she appeared, but she ran off as hard as she could, and soon found herself safe in a thick wood.
The first thing I've got to do,
said Alice to herself as she wandered about in the wood,
is to grow to my right size again. And the second thing is to find my way into that lovely garden. I think that will be the best plan.
It sounded an excellent plan, no doubt, and very neatly and simply arranged. The only difficulty was that she had not the smallest idea how to set about it. And while she was peering about anxiously among the trees, a little sharp, bark just over her head made her look up in a great hurry. An enormous puppy was looking down at her with large round eyes and feebly stretching out one paw, trying to touch her.
Poor little thing,
said Alice in a coaxing tone, and she tried hard to whistle to it. But she was terribly frightened all the time at the thought that it might be hungry, in which case it would be very likely to eat her up in spite of all her coaxing. Hardly knowing what she did, she picked up a little bit of stick and held it out to the puppy, whereupon the puppy jumped into the air off all its feet at once with a yelp of delight, and rushed at the stick and made believe to worry it. Then Alice dodged behind a great thistle to keep herself from being run over, and the moment she appeared on the other side, the puppy made another rush at the stick and tumbled head over heels in its hurry to get hold of it. Then Alice, thinking it was very like having a game of play with a cart-horse, and expecting every moment to be trampled under its feet, ran round the thistle again. Then the puppy began a series of short charges at the stick, running a very little way forwards each time and a long way back, and barking hoarsely all the while, till at last it sat down a good way off, panting, with its tongue hanging out of its mouth and its great eyes half shut. This seemed to Alice a good opportunity for making her escape, so she set off at once, and ran till she was quite tired and out of breath, until the puppy's bark sounded quite faint in the distance.
And yet what a dear little puppy it was,
said Alice, as she leant against a buttercup to rest herself, and fanned herself with one of the leaves.
I should have liked teaching it tricks very much, if I'd only been the right size to do it. Oh dear, I'd nearly forgotten that I've got to grow up again. Let me see, how is it to be managed? I suppose I ought to eat or drink something or other. But the great question is, what?
The great question certainly was, what? Alice looked all round her at the flowers and the blades of grass, but she could not see anything that looked like the right thing to eat or drink under the circumstances. There was a large mushroom growing near her, about the same height as herself, and when she had looked under it and on both sides of it and behind it, it occurred to her that she might as well look and see what was on the top of it. She stretched herself up on tiptoe and peeped over the edge of the mushroom, and her eyes immediately met those of a large blue caterpillar that was sitting on the top with its arms folded, quietly smoking a long hookah, and taking not the smallest notice of her or of anything else. Chapter 5. Advice from a Caterpillar. The caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence. At last the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice.
"Who are you?"
said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation. Alice replied rather shyly,
I hardly know, sir, just at present. At least, I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have been changed several times since then."
"What do you mean by that?"
said the caterpillar sternly.
"Explain yourself."
"I can't explain myself, I'm afraid, sir,"
said Alice.
"because I'm not myself, you see."
"I don't see,"
said the caterpillar.
"I'm afraid I can't put it more clearly,"
Alice replied very politely.
"for I can't understand it myself, to begin with, and being so many different sizes in a day is very confusing."
"It isn't,"
said the caterpillar.
"Well, perhaps you haven't found it so yet,"
said Alice.
"but when you have to turn into a chrysalis, you will some day, you know, and then after that into a butterfly, I should think you'll feel it a little queer, won't you?
Not a bit, said the caterpillar.
Well, perhaps your feelings may be different,
said Alice.
All I know is it would feel very queer to me.
You, said the caterpillar contemptuously. Who are you? Which brought them back again to the beginning of the conversation. Alice felt a little irritated at the caterpillars making such very short remarks, and she drew herself up and said very gravely,
I think you ought to tell me who you are first.
Why? Said the caterpillar. Here was another puzzling question, and as Alice could not think of any good reason, and as the caterpillar seemed to be in a very unpleasant state of mind, she turned away. Come back, the caterpillar called after her. I've something important to say. This sounded promising, certainly. Alice turned and came back again. Keep your temper, said the caterpillar.
Is that all?
Said Alice, swallowing down her anger as well as she could. No, said the caterpillar. Alice thought she might as well wait, as she had nothing else to do, and perhaps, after all, it might tell her something worth hearing. For some minutes it puffed away without speaking, but at last it unfolded its arms, took the hookah out of its mouth again, and said, So, you think you're changed, do you?
I'm afraid I am, sir,
said Alice.
I can't remember things as I used, and I don't keep the same size for 10 minutes together.
Can't remember what things? Said the caterpillar.
Well, I've tried to say, how doth the little busy bee, but it all came different.
Alice replied in a very melancholy voice. Repeat, you are old Father William, said the caterpillar. Alice folded her hands and began,
You are old, Father William, the young man said, and your hair has become very white, and yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age it is right? In my youth, Father William replied to his son, I feared it might injure the brain. But now that I'm perfectly sure I have none, why, I do it again and again. You are old, said the youth, as I mentioned before, and have grown most uncommonly fat. Yet you turned a back somersault in at the door. Pray, what is the reason of that? In my youth, said the sage, as he shook his grey locks, I kept all my limbs very supple. By the use of this ointment, 1 shilling the box, allow me to sell you a couple. You are old, said the youth, and your jaws are too weak for anything tougher than suet. Yet you finished the goose with the bones and the beak. Pray, how did you manage to do it? In my youth, said his father, I took to the law and argued each case with my wife, and the muscular strength which it gave to my jaw has lasted the rest of my life. You are old, said the youth. One would hardly suppose that your eye was as steady as ever. Yet you balanced an eel on the end of your nose. What made you so awfully clever? I have answered 3 questions, and that is enough, said his father. Don't give yourself airs. Do you think I can listen all day to such stuff? Be off, or I'll kick you downstairs.
That is not said right, said the caterpillar.
Not quite right, I'm afraid,
said Alice timidly.
Some of the words have got altered.
It is wrong from beginning to end, said the caterpillar decidedly, and there was silence for some minutes. The caterpillar was the first to speak. What size do you want to be? It asked.
Oh, I'm not particular as to size,
Alice hastily replied.
Only one doesn't like changing so often, you know.
I don't know, said the caterpillar. Alice said nothing. She had never been so much contradicted in all her life before, and she felt that she was losing her temper. Are you content now? Said the caterpillar.
Well, I should like to be a little larger, sir, if you wouldn't mind,
said Alice.
3 inches is such a wretched height to be.
It is a very good height indeed, said the caterpillar angrily, rearing itself upright as it spoke. It was exactly 3 inches high.
But I'm not used to it,
pleaded poor Alice in a piteous tone, and she thought to herself,
I wish the creatures wouldn't be so easily offended.
You'll get used to it in time,
said the caterpillar, and it put the hookah into its mouth and began smoking again. This time Alice waited patiently until it chose to speak again. In a minute or two the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and yawned once or twice and shook itself. Then it got down off the mushroom and crawled away into the grass, merely remarking as it went,
One side will make you grow taller, and the other side will make you grow shorter.
One side of what? The other side of what?
thought Alice to herself.
Of the mushroom,
said the caterpillar, just as if she had asked it aloud, and in another moment it was out of sight. Alice remained looking thoughtfully at the mushroom for a minute, trying to make out which were the 2 sides of it, and as it was perfectly round, she found this a very difficult question. However, at last she stretched her arms round it as far as they would go, and broke off a bit of the edge with each hand.
And now which is which?
She said to herself, and nibbled a little of the right-hand bit to try the effect. The next moment she felt a violent blow underneath her chin. It had struck her foot. She was a good deal frightened by this very sudden change, but she felt that there was no time to be lost as she was shrinking rapidly. So she set to work at once to eat some of the other bit. Her chin was pressed so closely against her foot that there was hardly room to open her mouth. But she did it at last, and managed to swallow a morsel of the left-hand bit.
Come, my head's free at last,
said Alice in a tone of delight, which changed into alarm in another moment when she found that her shoulders were nowhere to be found. All she could see when she looked down was an immense length of neck, which seemed to rise like a stalk out of a sea of green leaves that lay far below her.
What can all that green stuff be?
Said Alice.
And where have my shoulders got to? And oh, my poor hands! How is it I can't see you?
She was moving them about as she spoke, but no result seemed to follow except a little shaking among the distant green leaves. As there seemed to be no chance of getting her hands up to her head, she tried to get her head down to them, and was delighted to find that her neck would bend about easily in any direction like a serpent. She had just succeeded in curving it down into a graceful zigzag, and was going to dive in among the leaves, which she found to be nothing but the tops of the trees under which she had been wandering, when a sharp hiss made her draw back in a hurry. A large pigeon had flown into her face, and was beating her violently with its wings.
Serpent!
Screamed the pigeon.
I'm not a serpent,
said Alice indignantly.
Let me alone.
Serpent, I say again,
repeated the pigeon, but in a more subdued tone, and added with a kind of sob,
I've tried every way, and nothing seems to suit them.
I haven't the least idea what you're talking about,
said Alice.
I've tried the roots of trees, and I've tried banks, and I've tried hedges.
The pigeon went on without attending to her.
But those serpents, there's no pleasing them.
Alice was more and more puzzled, but she thought there was no use in saying anything more till the pigeon had finished.
As if it wasn't trouble enough hatching the eggs,
said the pigeon.
But I must be on the lookout for serpents night and day. Why, I haven't had a wink of sleep these 3 weeks.
I'm very sorry you've been annoyed,
said Alice, who was beginning to see its meaning.
And just as I'd taken the highest tree in the wood,
continued the pigeon, raising its voice to a shriek,
and just as I was thinking I should be free of them at last, they must needs come wriggling down from the sky. Ugh! Serpent!
But I'm not a serpent, I tell you,
said Alice.
I'm a...
Well, what are you?
said the pigeon.
I can see you're trying to invent something.
I'm a little girl,
said Alice rather doubtfully, as she remembered the number of changes she had gone through that day.
A likely story indeed,
said the pigeon in a tone of the deepest contempt.
I've seen a good many little girls in my time, but never one with such a neck as that. No, no, you're a serpent, and there's no use denying it. I suppose you'll be telling me next that you never tasted an egg.
I have tasted eggs, certainly,
said Alice, who was a very truthful child.
But little girls eat eggs quite as much as serpents do, you know.
I don't believe it,
said the pigeon.
But if they do, why then they're a kind of serpent. That's all I can say.
This was such a new idea to Alice that she was quite silent for a minute or two, which gave the pigeon the opportunity of adding,
You're looking for eggs, I know that well enough. And what does it matter to me whether you're a little girl or a serpent?
It matters a good deal to me,
said Alice hastily.
But I'm not looking for eggs, as it happens. And if I was, I shouldn't want yours. I don't like them raw.
Well, be off then,
said the pigeon in a sulky tone, as it settled down again into its nest. Alice crouched down among the trees as well as she could, for her neck kept getting entangled among the branches, and every now and then she had to stop and untwist it. After a while she remembered that she still held the pieces of mushroom in her hands, and she set to work very carefully, nibbling first at one and then at the other, and growing sometimes taller and sometimes shorter, until she had succeeded in bringing herself down to her usual height. It was so long since she had been anything near the right size that it felt quite strange at first, but she got used to it in a few minutes and began talking to herself as usual.
Come, there's half my plan done now. How puzzling all these changes are. I'm never sure what I'm going to be from one minute to another. However, I've got back to my right size. The next thing is to get into that beautiful garden. How is that to be done, I wonder?
As she said this, she came suddenly upon an open place with a little house in it about 4 feet high.
Whoever lives there,
thought Alice.
It'll never do to come upon them this size. Why, I should frighten them out of their wits.
So she began nibbling at the right-hand bit again, and did not venture to go near the house till she had brought herself down to 9 inches high. Chapter 6. Pig and Pepper. For a minute or two she stood looking at the house and wondering what to do next, when suddenly a footman in livery came running out of the wood. She considered him to be a footman because he was in livery. Otherwise, judging by his face only, she would have called him a fish, and rapped loudly at the door with his knuckles. It was opened by another footman in livery, with a round face and large eyes like a frog, and both footmen, Alice noticed, had powdered hair that curled all over their heads. She felt very curious to know what it was all about, and crept a little way out of the wood to listen. The fish footman began by producing from under his arm a great letter, nearly as large as himself, and this he handed over to the other, saying in a solemn tone,
"For the Duchess, an invitation from the Queen to play croquet."
The frog footman repeated in the same solemn tone, only changing the order of the words a little,
"From the Queen, an invitation for the Duchess to play croquet."
Then they both bowed low, and their curls got entangled together. Alice laughed so much at this that she had to run back into the wood for fear of their hearing her, and when she next peeped out, the fish footman was gone, and the other was sitting on the ground near the door, staring stupidly up into the sky. Alice went timidly up to the door and knocked.
"There's no sort of use in knocking,"
said the footman.
"And that for 2 reasons. First, because I am on the same side of the door as you are. Secondly, because they're making such a noise inside, no one could possibly hear you."
And certainly there was a most extraordinary noise going on within, a constant howling and sneezing, and every now and then a great crash, as if a dish or kettle had been broken to pieces.
"Please, then,"
said Alice,
How am I to get in?
There might be some sense in your knocking,
the footman went on, without attending to her,
if we had the door between us. For instance, if you were inside, you might knock, and I could let you out, you know.
He was looking up into the sky all the time he was speaking, and this Alice thought decidedly uncivil.
But perhaps he can't help it,
she said to herself.
His eyes are so very nearly at the top of his head. But at any rate, he might answer questions. How am I to get in?
She repeated aloud.
I shall sit here,
the footman remarked,
till tomorrow.
At this moment the door of the house opened, and a large plate came skimming out straight at the footman's head. It just grazed his nose, and broke to pieces against one of the trees behind him.
Or next day, maybe,
the footman continued in the same tone, exactly as if nothing had happened.
How am I to get in?
Asked Alice again in a louder tone.
Are you to get in at all?
Said the footman.
That's the first question, you know.
It was, no doubt, only Alice did not like to be told so.
It's really dreadful,
she muttered to herself.
The way all the creatures argue. It's enough to drive one crazy.
The footman seemed to think this a good opportunity of repeating his remark with variations.
I shall sit here,
he said,
on and off for days and days.
But what am I to do?
Said Alice.
Anything you like,
said the footman, and began whistling.
Oh, there's no use in talking to him,
said Alice desperately.
He's perfectly idiotic.
And she opened the door and went in. The door led right into a large kitchen which was full of smoke from one end to the other. The Duchess was sitting on a three-legged stool in the middle, nursing a baby. The cook was leaning over the fire, stirring a large cauldron which seemed to be full of soup.
There's certainly too much pepper in that soup,
Alice said to herself as well as she could for sneezing. There was certainly too much of it in the air. Even the Duchess sneezed occasionally, and as for the baby, it was sneezing and howling alternately without a moment's pause. The only two creatures in the kitchen that did not sneeze were the cook and a large cat which was sitting on the hearth and grinning from ear to ear.
Please, would you tell me,
said Alice a little timidly, for she was not quite sure whether it was good manners for her to speak first,
why your cat grins like that?
It's a Cheshire cat,
said the Duchess.
That's why. Pig!
She said the last word with such sudden violence that Alice quite jumped. But she saw in another moment that it was addressed to the baby and not to her, so she took courage and went on again.
I didn't know that Cheshire cats always grinned. In fact, I didn't know that cats could grin.
They all can,
said the Duchess.
And most of them do.
I don't know of any that do,
Alice said very politely, feeling quite pleased to have got into a conversation.
You don't know much,
said the Duchess.
And that's a fact.
Alice did not at all like the tone of this remark, and thought it would be as well to introduce some other subject of conversation. While she was trying to fix on one, the cook took the cauldron of soup off the fire and at once set to work throwing everything within her reach at the Duchess and the baby. The fire irons came first, then followed a shower of saucepans, plates, and dishes. The Duchess took no notice of them, even when they hit her, and the baby was howling so much already that it was quite impossible to say whether the blows hurt it or not.
Oh, please mind what you're doing,
cried Alice, jumping up and down in an agony of terror.
Oh, there goes his precious nose!
As an unusually large saucepan flew close by it and very nearly carried it off.
If everybody minded their own business,
said the Duchess in a hoarse growl,
the world would go round a deal faster than it does.
Which would not be an advantage,
said Alice, who felt very glad to get an opportunity of showing off a little of her knowledge.
Just think what work it would make with the day and night. You see, the Earth takes 24 hours to turn round on its axis.
Talking of axes,
said the Duchess,
chop off her head!
Alice glanced rather anxiously at the cook to see if she meant to take the hint. But the cook was busily stirring the soup and seemed not to be listening, so she went on again.
24 hours, I think. Or is it 12?
Oh, don't bother me,
said the Duchess.
I never could abide figures.
And with that she began nursing her child again, singing a sort of lullaby to it as she did so, and giving it a violent shake at the end of every line.
Speak roughly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy because he knows it teases.
Chorus in which the cook and the baby joined.
Wow, wow, wow! Wow, wow, wow!
While the Duchess sang the second verse of the song, she kept tossing the baby violently up and down, and the poor little thing howled so that Alice could hardly hear the words.
I speak severely to my boy, I beat him when he sneezes, for he can thoroughly enjoy the pepper when he pleases.
Wow, wow, wow! Wow, wow, wow!
Here, you may nurse it a bit if you like,
said the Duchess to Alice, flinging the baby at her as she spoke.
I must go and get ready to play croquet with the Queen.
And she hurried out of the room. The cook threw a frying pan after her as she went, but it just missed her. Alice caught the baby with some difficulty, as it was a queer-shaped little creature, and held out its arms and legs in all directions.
Just like a starfish,
thought Alice. The poor little thing was snorting like a steam engine when she caught it, and kept doubling itself up and straightening itself out again, so that altogether, for the first minute or two, it was as much as she could do to hold it. As soon as she had made out the proper way of nursing it, which was to twist it up into a sort of knot and then keep tight hold of its right ear and left foot so as to prevent its undoing itself, she carried it out into the open air.
If I don't take this child away with me,
thought Alice,
they're sure to kill it in a day or two. Wouldn't it be murder to leave it behind?
She said the last words out loud, and the little thing grunted in reply. It had left off sneezing by this time.
Don't grunt,
said Alice.
That's not at all a proper way of expressing yourself.
The baby grunted again, and Alice looked very anxiously into its face to see what was the matter with it. There could be no doubt that it had a very turn-up nose, much more like a snout than a real nose. Also, its eyes were getting extremely small for a baby. Altogether, Alice did not like the look of the thing at all.
But perhaps it was only sobbing,
she thought, and looked into its eyes again to see if there were any tears. No, there were no tears.
If you're going to turn into a pig, my dear,
said Alice seriously,
I'll have nothing more to do with you. Mind now.
The poor little thing sobbed again, or grunted, it was impossible to say which, and they went on for some while in silence. Alice was just beginning to think to herself,
Now, what am I to do with this creature when I get it home?
When it grunted again, so violently that she looked down into its face in some alarm. This time there could be no mistake about it. It was neither more nor less than a pig, and she felt that it would be quite absurd for her to carry it any further. So she set the little creature down, and felt quite relieved to see it trot away quietly into the wood.
If it had grown up,
she said to herself,
it would have made a dreadfully ugly child. But it makes rather a handsome pig, I think.
And she began thinking of other children she knew who might do very well as pigs, and was just saying to herself,
if one only knew the right way to change them.
When she was a little startled by seeing the Cheshire Cat, sitting on a bough of a tree a few yards off. The cat only grinned when it saw Alice. It looked good-natured, she thought. Still, it had very long claws, and a great many teeth, so she felt it ought to be treated with respect.
Cheshire Puss,
she began, rather timidly, as she did not at all know whether it would like the name. However, it only grinned a little wider.
It's pleased so far,
thought Alice, and she went on.
Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to walk from here?
That depends a good deal on where you want to get to,
said the cat.
I don't much care where,
said Alice.
Then it doesn't matter which way you walk,
said the cat.
So long as I get somewhere,
Alice added as an explanation.
Oh, you're sure to do that,
said the cat.
If you only walk long enough.
Alice felt that this could not be denied, so she tried another question.
What sort of people live about here?
In that direction,
the cat said, waving its right paw round,
lives a hatter. And in that direction,
waving the other paw,
lives a March Hare. Visit either you like. They're both mad.
But I don't want to go among mad people,
Alice remarked.
Oh, you can't help that,
said the cat.
We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad.
How do you know I'm mad?
said Alice.
You must be,
said the cat.
Or you wouldn't have come here.
Alice didn't think that proved it at all. However, she went on.
And how do you know that you're mad?
To begin with,
said the cat,
a dog's not mad. You grant that?
I suppose so,
said Alice.
Well then,
the cat went on.
You see, a dog growls when it's angry and wags its tail when it's pleased. Now I growl when I'm pleased and wag my tail when I'm angry. Therefore, I'm mad.
I call it purring, not growling,
said Alice.
Call it what you like,
said the cat.
Do you play croquet with the Queen today?
I should like it very much,
said Alice.
But I haven't been invited yet.
You'll see me there,
said the cat, and vanished. Alice was not much surprised at this. She was getting so well used to queer things happening. While she was still looking at the place where it had been, it suddenly appeared again.
By the by, what became of the baby?
Said the cat.
I'd nearly forgotten to ask.
It turned into a pig,
Alice answered very quietly, just as if the cat had come back in a natural way.
I thought it would,
said the cat, and vanished again. Alice waited a little, half expecting to see it again, but it did not appear, and after a minute or two she walked on in the direction in which the March Hare was said to live.
I've seen hatters before,
she said to herself.
The March Hare will be much the most interesting. And perhaps as this is May, it won't be raving mad. At least not so mad as it was in March.
As she said this, she looked up, and there was the cat again, sitting on a branch of a tree.
Did you say pig or fig?
Said the cat.
I said pig,
replied Alice.
And I wish you wouldn't keep appearing and vanishing so suddenly. You make one quite giddy.
All right,
said the cat, and this time it vanished quite slowly, beginning with the end of the tail and ending with the grin, which remained some time after the rest of it had gone.
Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin,
thought Alice.
But a grin without a cat? It's the most curious thing I ever saw in all my life.
She had not gone much farther before she came in sight of the house of the March Hare. She thought it must be the right house because the chimneys were shaped like ears and the roof was thatched with fur. It was so large a house that she did not like to go nearer till she had nibbled some more of the left-hand bit of mushroom and raised herself to about 2 feet high. Even then she walked up towards it rather timidly, saying to herself,
Suppose it should be raving mad after all. I almost wish I'd gone to see the Hatter instead.
Chapter 7. A Mad Tea Party. There was a table set out under a tree in front of the house, and the March Hare and the Hatter were having tea at it. A dormouse was sitting between them, fast asleep, and the other two were using it as a cushion, resting their elbows on it and talking over its head.
Very uncomfortable for the dormouse,
thought Alice.
Only, as it's asleep, I suppose it doesn't mind.
The table was a large one, but the three were all crowded together at one corner of it.
No room! No room!
They cried out when they saw Alice coming.
There's plenty of room,
said Alice indignantly, and she sat down in a large armchair at one end of the table.
Have some wine,
the March Hare said in an encouraging tone. Alice looked all round the table, but there was nothing on it but tea.
I don't see any wine,
she remarked.
There isn't any,
said the March Hare.
Then it wasn't very civil of you to offer it,
said Alice angrily.
It wasn't very civil of you to sit down without being invited,
said the March Hare.
I didn't know it was your table,
said Alice.
It's late for a great many more than 3.
Your hair wants cutting,
said the Hatter. He had been looking at Alice for some time with great curiosity, and this was his first speech.
You should learn not to make personal remarks,
Alice said with some severity.
It's very rude.
The Hatter opened his eyes very wide on hearing this, but all he said was,
Why is a raven like a writing desk?
Come, we shall have some fun now,
thought Alice.
I'm glad they've begun asking riddles. I believe I can guess that,
she added aloud.
Do you mean that you think you can find out the answer to it?
Said the March Hare.
Exactly so,
said Alice.
Then you should say what you mean,
the March Hare went on.
I do,
Alice hastily replied.
At least I mean what I say. That's the same thing, you know.
Not the same thing a bit,
said the Hatter.
Why, you might just as well say that I see what I eat is the same thing as I eat what I see. You might just as well say,
added the March Hare,
that I like what I get is the same thing as I get what I like.
You might just as well say,
added the Dormouse, who seemed to be talking in his sleep,
that I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe.
It is the same thing with you,
said the Hatter. And here the conversation dropped, and the party sat silent for a minute, while Alice thought over all she could remember about ravens and writing desks, which wasn't much. The Hatter was the first to break the silence.
What day of the month is it?
He said, turning to Alice. He had taken his watch out of his pocket and was looking at it uneasily, shaking it every now and then and holding it to his ear. Alice considered a little and said,
The 4th.
Oh, 2 days wrong,
sighed the Hatter.
I told you butter wouldn't suit the works,
he added, looking angrily at the March Hare.
It was the best butter,
the March Hare meekly replied.
Yes, but some crumbs must have got in as well,
the Hatter grumbled.
You shouldn't have put it in with the bread knife.
The March Hare took the watch and looked at it gloomily. Then he dipped it into his cup of tea and looked at it again. But he could think of nothing better to say than his first remark.
It was the best butter, you know.
Alice had been looking over his shoulder with some curiosity.
What a funny watch,
she remarked.
It tells the day of the month and doesn't tell what o'clock it is.
Why should it?
Muttered the Hatter.
Does your watch tell you what year it is?
Of course not,
Alice replied very readily.
But that's because it stays the same year for such a long time together.
Which is just the case with mine,
said the Hatter. Alice felt dreadfully puzzled. The Hatter's remark seemed to her to have no sort of meaning in it, and yet it was certainly English.
I don't quite understand you,
she said as politely as she could.
The Dormouse is asleep again,
said the Hatter, and he poured a little hot tea onto its nose. The Dormouse shook its head impatiently and said without opening its eyes,
Of course, just what I was going to remark myself.
Have you guessed the riddle yet?
The Hatter said, turning to Alice again.
No, I give it up,
Alice replied.
What's the answer?
I haven't the slightest idea,
said the Hatter.
Nor I,
said the March Hare. Alice sighed wearily.
I think you might do something better with the time,
she said,
than wasting it in asking riddles that have no answers.
If you knew time as well as I do,
said the Hatter,
you wouldn't talk about wasting it. It's him.
I don't know what you mean,
said Alice.
Of course you don't,
the Hatter said, tossing his head contemptuously.
I dare say you never even spoke to time.
Perhaps not,
Alice cautiously replied.
But I know I have to beat time when I learn music.
Ah, that accounts for it,
said the Hatter.
He won't stand beating. Now, if you only kept on good terms with him, he'd do almost anything you liked with the clock. For instance, suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons. You'd only have to whisper a hint to time, and round goes the clock in a twinkling. 1:30, time for dinner.
I only wish it was,
the March Hare said to itself in a whisper.
That would be grand, certainly,
said Alice thoughtfully.
But then, I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know.
Not at first, perhaps,
said the Hatter.
But you could keep it to 1:30 as long as you liked.
Is that the way you manage?
Alice asked. The Hatter shook his head mournfully.
Not I,
he replied.
We quarrelled last March, just before he went mad, you know.
Pointing with his teaspoon at the March Hare.
It was at the great concert given by the Queen of Hearts, and I had to sing, Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder what you're at. You know the song, perhaps?
I've heard something like it,
said Alice.
It goes on, you know.
The Hatter continued.
In this way, up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle.
Here the Dormouse shook itself and began singing in its sleep.
Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
And went on so long that they had to pinch it to make it stop.
Well, I'd hardly finished the first verse,
said the Hatter,
when the Queen bawled out, He's murdering the time! Off with his head!
Oh, how dreadfully savage!
exclaimed Alice.
And ever since that,
the Hatter went on in a mournful tone,
he won't do a thing I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now.
A bright idea came into Alice's head.
Is that the reason so many tea things are put out here?
She asked.
Yes, that's it,
said the Hatter with a sigh.
It's always tea time, and we've no time to wash the things between whiles.
Then you keep moving round, I suppose,
said Alice.
Exactly so,
said the Hatter.
As the things get used up.
But when you come to the beginning again?
Alice ventured to ask.
Suppose we change the subject,
the March Hare interrupted, yawning.
I'm getting tired of this. I vote the young lady tells us a story.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know one,
said Alice, rather alarmed at the proposal.
Then the Dormouse shall,
they both cried.
Wake up, Dormouse!
And they pinched it on both sides at once. The Dormouse slowly opened his eyes.
I wasn't asleep,
he said in a hoarse, feeble voice.
I heard every word you fellows were saying.
Tell us a story,
said the March Hare.
Yes, please do,
pleaded Alice.
And be quick about it,
added the Hatter.
Or you'll be asleep again before it's done.
Once upon a time there were 3 little sisters,
the Dormouse began in a great hurry.
And their names were Elsie, Lacey, and Tilly, and they lived at the bottom of a well.
What did they live on?
said Alice, who always took a great interest in questions of eating and drinking.
They lived on treacle,
said the Dormouse after thinking a minute or two.
They couldn't have done that, you know,
Alice gently remarked.
They'd have been ill.
So they were,
said the Dormouse.
Very ill.
Alice tried a little to fancy to herself what such an extraordinary way of living would be like, but it puzzled her too much, so she went on.
But why did they live at the bottom of a well?
Take some more tea,
the March Hare said to Alice very earnestly.
I've had nothing yet,
Alice replied in an offended tone.
So I can't take more?
You mean you can't take less?
Said the Hatter.
It's very easy to take more than nothing.
Nobody asked your opinion,
said Alice.
Who's making personal remarks now?
The Hatter asked triumphantly. Alice did not quite know what to say to this, so she helped herself to some tea and bread and butter, and then turned to the Dormouse and repeated her question.
Why do they live at the bottom of a well?
The Dormouse again took a minute or two to think about it, and then said,
It was a treacle well.
There's no such thing.
Alice was beginning very angrily, but the Hatter and the March Hare went, Shh, shh, and the Dormouse sulkily remarked,
If you can't be civil, you'd better finish the story for yourself.
No, please go on,
Alice said very humbly.
I won't interrupt you again. I dare say there may be one.
One indeed,
said the Dormouse indignantly. However, he consented to go on.
And so, these three little sisters, they were learning to draw, you know.
What did they draw?
Said Alice, quite forgetting her promise.
Treacle,
said the Dormouse, without considering at all this time.
I want a clean cup,
interrupted the Hatter.
Let's all move one place on.
He moved on as he spoke, and the Dormouse followed him. The March Hare moved into the Dormouse's place, and Alice rather unwillingly took the place of the March Hare. The Hatter was the only one who got any advantage from the change, and Alice was a good deal worse off than before, as the March Hare had just upset the milk jug into his plate. Alice did not wish to offend the Dormouse again, so she began very cautiously.
But I don't understand. Where did they draw the treacle from?
You can draw water out of a water well,
said the Hatter.
So I should think you could draw treacle out of a treacle well, eh, stupid?
But they were in the well,
Alice said to the Dormouse, not choosing to notice this last remark.
Of course they were,
said the Dormouse.
Well in.
This answer so confused poor Alice that she let the Dormouse go on for some time without interrupting it.
They were learning to draw,
the Dormouse went on, yawning and rubbing its eyes, for it was getting very sleepy.
And they drew all manner of things. Everything that begins with an M.
Why with an M?
Said Alice.
Why not?
Said the March Hare. Alice was silent. The Dormouse had closed its eyes by this time and was going off into a doze, but on being pinched by the Hatter, it woke up again with a little shriek, and went on,
That begins with an M, such as mousetraps, and the moon, and memory, and muchness. You know you say things are much of a muchness. Did you ever see such a thing as a drawing of a muchness?
Really? Now you ask me,
said Alice, very much confused.
I don't think...
Then you shouldn't talk,
said the Hatter. This piece of rudeness was more than Alice could bear. She got up in great disgust and walked off. The Dormouse fell asleep instantly, and neither of the others took the least notice of her going, though she looked back once or twice, half hoping that they would call after her. The last time she saw them, they were trying to put the Dormouse into the teapot.
At any rate, I'll never go there again,
said Alice as she picked her way through the wood.
It's the stupidest tea party I ever was at in all my life.
Just as she said this, she noticed that one of the trees had a door leading right into it.
That's very curious,
she thought.
But everything's curious today. I think I may as well go in at once.
And in she went. Once more she found herself in the long hall, and close to the little glass table.
Now, I'll manage better this time,
she said to herself, and began by taking the little golden key and unlocking the door that led into the garden. Then she set to work nibbling at the mushroom. She had kept a piece of it in her pocket, till she was about a foot high. Then she walked down the little passage, and then she found herself at last in the beautiful garden, among the bright flower beds
and the cool fountains. Chapter 8. The Queen's Croquet Ground. A large rose tree stood near the entrance of the garden. The roses growing on it were white, but there were 3 gardeners at it, busily painting them red. Alice thought this a very curious thing, and she went nearer to watch them. And just as she came up to them, she heard one of them say,
"Oh, look out now, Five! Don't go splashing paint over me like that!"
"I couldn't help it,"
said 5 in a sulky tone.
7 jogged me elbow.
On which 7 looked up and said,
"Oh, that's right, 5. Always lay the blame on others."
"You'd better not talk,"
said 5.
"I heard the Queen say only yesterday you deserved to be beheaded."
"What for?"
said the one who had spoken first.
"That's none of your business, 2,
said 7.
"Yes, it is his business,"
said 5.
"And I'll tell him. It was for bringing the cook tulip roots instead of onions."
7 flung down his brush and had just begun,
"Well, of all the unjust things,"
when his eye chanced to fall upon Alice as she stood watching them, and he checked himself suddenly. The others looked round also, and all of them bowed low.
"Would you tell me, please,"
said Alice a little timidly,
"why you are painting those roses?"
5 and 7 said nothing, but looked at 2. 2 began in a low voice,
"Why, the fact is, you see, miss, this here ought to have been a red rose tree, and we put a white one in by mistake. And if the Queen was to find it out, we should all have our heads cut off, you know. So you see, miss, we're doing our best afore she comes to—"
At this moment, 5, who had been anxiously looking across the garden, called out,
"The Queen! The Queen!"
And the 3 gardeners instantly threw themselves flat upon their faces. There was a sound of many footsteps, and Alice looked round, eager to see the Queen. First came 10 soldiers carrying clubs. These were all shaped like the 3 gardeners, oblong and flat, with their hands and feet at the corners. Next, the 10 courtiers. These were ornamented all over with diamonds and walked 2 and 2, as the soldiers did. After these came the royal children. There were 10 of them, and the little dears came jumping merrily along, hand in couples. They were all ornamented with hearts. Next came the guests, mostly kings and queens, and among them Alice recognized the White Rabbit. It was talking in a hurried, nervous manner, smiling at everything that was said, and went by without noticing her. Then followed the Knave of Hearts, carrying the king's crown on a crimson velvet cushion, and last of all this grand procession came the King and Queen of Hearts. Alice was rather doubtful whether she ought not to lie down on her face like the 3 gardeners, but she could not remember ever having heard of such a rule at processions.
"And besides, what would be the use of a procession,"
she thought,
"if people had all to lie down on their faces so that they couldn't see it?"
So she stood where she was and waited. When the procession came opposite to Alice, they all stopped and looked at her, and the Queen said severely,
"Who is this?"
She said it to the Knave of Hearts, who only bowed and smiled in reply.
"Idiot!"
said the Queen, tossing her head impatiently, and, turning to Alice, she went on,
"What's your name, child?"
"My name is Alice, so please your Majesty,"
said Alice very politely, but she added to herself,
"Why, they're only a pack of cards after all. I needn't be afraid of them."
"And who are these?"
said the Queen, pointing to the 3 gardeners who were lying round the rose tree. For you see, as they were lying on their faces, and the pattern on their backs was the same as the rest of the pack, she could not tell whether they were gardeners or soldiers or courtiers or 3 of her own children.
"How should I know?"
said Alice, surprised at her own courage.
"It's no business of mine."
The Queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, began screaming,
"Off with her head! Off!"
"Nonsense!"
said Alice very loudly and decidedly, and the Queen was silent. The King laid his hand upon her arm and timidly said,
"Consider, my dear, she is only a child."
The Queen turned angrily away from him and said to the knave,
"Turn them over."
The knave did so very carefully with one foot.
"Get up!"
said the Queen in a shrill, loud voice, and the 3 gardeners instantly jumped up and began bowing to the King, the Queen, the royal children, and everybody else.
"Leave off that!"
screamed the Queen.
"You make me giddy."
And then, turning to the rose tree, she went on,
"What have you been doing here?"
"May it please your Majesty,"
said two in a very humble tone, going down on one knee as he spoke.
"We were trying—"
"I see,"
said the Queen, who had meanwhile been examining the roses.
"Off with their heads!"
And the procession moved on, 3 of the soldiers remaining behind to execute the unfortunate gardeners, who ran to Alice for protection.
"You shan't be beheaded,"
said Alice, and she put them into a large flower pot that stood near. The 3 soldiers wandered about for a minute or two looking for them, and then quietly marched off after the others.
"Are their heads off?"
shouted the Queen.
"Their heads are gone, if it please your Majesty,"
the soldiers shouted in reply.
"That's right!"
shouted the Queen.
"Can you play croquet?"
The soldiers were silent and looked at Alice as the question was evidently meant for her.
Yes,"
shouted Alice.
"Come on, then!"
roared the Queen, and Alice joined the procession, wondering very much what would happen next.
It's a very fine day,"
said a timid voice at her side. She was walking by the White Rabbit, who was peeping anxiously into her face.
"Very,"
said Alice.
"Where's the Duchess?"
"Hush, hush,"
said the Rabbit in a low, hurried tone. He looked anxiously over his shoulder as he spoke, and then raised himself upon tiptoe, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered,
"She's under sentence of execution."
"What for?"
said Alice.
"Did you say, 'what a pity'?"
the Rabbit asked.
"No, I didn't,"
said Alice.
"I don't think it's at all a pity. I said, what for?"
"She boxed the Queen's ears,"
the Rabbit began. Alice gave a little scream of laughter.
"Oh, hush,"
the Rabbit whispered in a frightened tone.
"The Queen will hear you. You see, she came rather late, and the Queen said—"
"Get to your places!"
shouted the Queen in a voice of thunder, and people began running about in all directions, tumbling up against each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or two, and the game began. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in her life. It was all ridges and furrows. The croquet balls were live hedgehogs, and the mallets live flamingos. And the soldiers had to double themselves up and stand on their hands and feet to make the arches. The chief difficulty Alice found at first was in managing her flamingo. She succeeded in getting its body tucked away comfortably enough under her arm, with its legs hanging down, but generally, just as she had got its neck nicely straightened out and was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head, it would twist itself round and look up into her face, with such a puzzled expression that she could not help bursting out laughing. And when she got its head down and was going to begin again, it was very provoking to find that the hedgehog had unrolled itself and was in the act of crawling away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge or a furrow in the way wherever she wanted to send the hedgehog to, and as the doubled-up soldiers were always getting up and walking off to other parts of the ground, Alice soon came to the conclusion that it was a very difficult game indeed. The players all played at once without waiting for turns, quarrelling all the while and fighting for the hedgehogs. And in a very short time the Queen was in a furious passion and went stamping about and shouting,
"Off with his head!"
or
"Off with her head!"
about once in a minute. Alice began to feel very uneasy. To be sure, she had not as yet had any dispute with the Queen, but she knew that it might happen any minute.
And then,
thought she,
what would become of me? They're dreadfully fond of beheading people here. The great wonder is that there's anyone left alive.
She was looking about for some way of escape and wondering whether she could get away without being seen, when she noticed a curious appearance in the air. It puzzled her very much at first, but after watching it a minute or two, she made it out to be a grin, and she said to herself,
It's the Cheshire Cat! Now I shall have somebody to talk to.
How are you getting on?
said the cat as soon as there was mouth enough for it to speak with. Alice waited till the eyes appeared, and then nodded.
It's no use speaking to it,
she thought,
till its ears have come, or at least one of them.
In another minute the whole head appeared, and then Alice put down her flamingo and began an account of the game, feeling very glad she had someone to listen to her. The cat seemed to think that there was enough of it now in sight, and no more of it appeared.
I don't think they play at all fairly.
Alice began in rather a complaining tone.
And they all quarrel so dreadfully, one can't hear oneself speak. And they don't seem to have any rules in particular. At least, if there are, nobody attends to them. And you've no idea how confusing it is, all the things being alive. For instance, there's the arch I've got to go through next, walking about at the other end of the ground. And I should have croqueted the Queen's hedgehog just now, only it ran away when it saw mine coming.
How do you like the Queen?
said the cat in a low voice.
Not at all,
said Alice.
She's so extremely...
Just then she noticed that the Queen was close behind her, listening. So she went on,
likely to win, that it's hardly worthwhile finishing the game.
The Queen smiled and passed on.
Who are you talking to?
said the King, coming up to Alice and looking at the cat's head with great curiosity.
It's a friend of mine, a Cheshire Cat,
said Alice.
Allow me to introduce it.
I don't like the look of it at all,
said the King.
However, it may kiss my hand, if it likes.
I'd rather not,
the cat remarked.
Don't be impertinent,
said the King.
And don't look at me like that.
He got behind Alice as he spoke.
A cat may look at a king,
said Alice.
I've read that in some book, but I don't remember where.
Well, it must be removed,
said the King very decidedly, and he called to the Queen, who was passing at the moment.
My dear, I wish you would have this cat removed.
The Queen had only one way of settling all difficulties, great or small.
Off with his head,
she said, without even looking round.
I'll fetch the executioner myself,
said the King, eagerly, and he hurried off. Alice thought she might as well go back and see how the game was going on, as she heard the Queen's voice in the distance, screaming with passion. She had already heard her sentence 3 of the players to be executed for having missed their turns, and she did not like the look of things at all, as the game was in such confusion that she never knew whether it was her turn or not. So she went off in search of her hedgehog. The hedgehog was engaged in a fight with another hedgehog, which seemed to Alice an excellent opportunity for croqueting one of them with the other. The only difficulty was that her flamingo was gone across to the other side of the garden, where Alice could see it trying in a helpless sort of way to fly up into a tree. By the time she had caught the flamingo and brought it back, the fight was over, and both the hedgehogs were out of sight.
But it doesn't matter much,
thought Alice,
as all the archers are gone from this side of the ground.
So she tucked it away under her arm that it might not escape again, and went back to have a little more conversation with her friend. When she got back to the Cheshire Cat, she was surprised to find quite a large crowd collected round it. There was a dispute going on between the executioner, the King, and the Queen, who were all talking at once, while all the rest were quite silent and looked very uncomfortable. The moment Alice appeared, she was appealed to by all 3 to settle the question, and they repeated their arguments to her, though, as they all spoke at once, she found it very hard to make out exactly what they said. The executioner's argument was that you couldn't cut off a head unless there was a body to cut it off from. But he had never had to do such a thing before, and he wasn't going to begin at his time of life.
The king's argument was that anything that had a head could be beheaded, and that you weren't to talk nonsense. The queen's argument was that if something wasn't done about it in less than no time, she'd have everybody executed, all round. It was this last remark that had made the whole party look so grave and anxious. Alice could think of nothing else to say, but...
It belongs to the Duchess. You'd better ask her about it.
She's in prison,
the queen said to the executioner.
Fetch her here.
And the executioner went off like an arrow. The cat's head began fading away the moment he was gone, and by the time he had come back with the Duchess, it had entirely disappeared. So the king and the executioner ran wildly up and down looking for it, while the rest of the party went back to the game. Chapter 9. The Mock Turtle's Story.
You can't think how glad I am to see you again, you dear old thing,
said the Duchess as she tucked her arm affectionately into Alice's, and they walked off together. Alice was very glad to find her in such a pleasant temper, and thought to herself that perhaps it was only the pepper that had made her so savage when they met in the kitchen.
When I'm a Duchess,
she said to herself, not in a very hopeful tone, though,
I won't have any pepper in my kitchen at all. Soup does very well without. Maybe it's always pepper that makes people hot-tempered,
she went on, very much pleased at having found out a new kind of rule.
And vinegar that makes them sour, and chamomile that makes them bitter, and barley sugar and such things that make children sweet-tempered. I only wish people knew that. Then they wouldn't be so stingy about it, you know.
She had quite forgotten the Duchess by this time, and was a little startled when she heard her voice close to her ear.
You're thinking about something, me dear, and that makes you forget to talk. I can't tell you just now what the moral of that is, but I shall remember it in a bit.
Perhaps it hasn't one,
Alice ventured to remark.
Tut, tut, child,
said the Duchess.
Everything's got a moral, if only you can find it.
And she squeezed herself up closer to Alice's side as she spoke. Alice did not much like her keeping so close to her, first because the Duchess was very ugly, and secondly because she was exactly the right height to rest her chin on Alice's shoulder, and it was an uncomfortably sharp chin. However, she did not like to be rude, so she bore it as well as she could.
The game's going on rather better now,
she said, by way of keeping up the conversation a little.
'Tis so,
said the Duchess.
And the moral of that is, oh, 'tis love that makes the world go round.
Somebody said,
Alice whispered,
that it's done by everybody minding their own business.
Ah, well, it means much the same thing,
said the Duchess, digging her sharp little chin into Alice's shoulder as she added,
and the moral of that is, take care of the sense, and the sounds will take care of themselves.
How fond she is of finding morals in things,
Alice thought to herself.
I dare say you're wondering why I don't put my arm round your waist,
said the Duchess after a pause.
The reason is that I'm doubtful about the temper of your flamingo. Shall I try the experiment?
He might bite,
Alice cautiously replied, not feeling at all anxious to have the experiment tried.
Very true,
said the Duchess.
Flamingos and mustard both bite, and the moral of that is, birds of a feather flock together.
Only mustard isn't a bird,
Alice remarked.
Right as usual,
said the Duchess.
What a clear way you have of putting things.
It's a mineral, I think,
said Alice.
Of course it is,
said the Duchess, who seemed ready to agree to everything that Alice said.
There's a large mustard mine near here, and the moral of that is, the more there is of mine, the less there is of yours.
Oh, I know,
exclaimed Alice, who had not attended to this last remark.
It's a vegetable. It doesn't look like one, but it is.
I quite agree with you,
said the Duchess.
And the moral of that is, be what you would seem to be. Or, if you'd like it put more simply, never imagine yourself not to be otherwise than what it might appear to others that what you were or might have been was not otherwise than what you had been would have appeared to them to be otherwise.
I think I should understand that better.
Alice said very politely.
If I had it written down, but I can't quite follow it as you say it.
That's nothing to what I could say if I chose.
The Duchess replied in a pleased tone.
Oh, pray don't trouble yourself to say it any longer than that,
said Alice.
Oh, don't talk about trouble,
said the Duchess.
I make you a present of everything I've said as yet.
A cheap sort of present,
thought Alice.
I'm glad they don't give birthday presents like that.
But she did not venture to say it out loud.
Thinking again?
The Duchess asked with another dig of her sharp little chin.
I've a right to think,
said Alice sharply, for she was beginning to feel a little worried.
Just about as much right,
said the Duchess,
as pigs have to fly, and the
But here, to Alice's great surprise, the Duchess's voice died away, even in the middle of her favourite word, moral, and the arm that was linked into hers began to tremble. Alice looked up, and there stood the Queen in front of them, with her arms folded, frowning like a thunderstorm.
A fine day, Your Majesty,
the Duchess began in a low, weak voice.
Now, I give you fair warning,
shouted the Queen, stamping on the ground as she spoke.
Either you or your head must be off, and that in about half no time. Take your choice.
The Duchess took her choice and was gone in a moment.
Let's go on with the game,
the Queen said to Alice, and Alice was too much frightened to say a word, but slowly followed her back to the croquet ground. The other guests had taken advantage of the Queen's absence and were resting in the shade. However, the moment they saw her, they hurried back to the game, the Queen merely remarking that a moment's delay would cost them their lives. All the time they were playing, the Queen never left off quarrelling with the other players and shouting,
"Off with his head!"
or
"Off with her head!"
Those whom she sentenced were taken into custody by the soldiers, who, of course, had to leave off being archers to do this, so that by the end of half an hour or so there were no archers left, and all the players, except the King, the Queen, and Alice, were in custody and under sentence of execution. Then the Queen left off, quite out of breath, and said to Alice,
Oh, have you seen the Mock Turtle yet?
No,
said Alice.
I don't even know what a Mock Turtle is.
It's the thing Mock Turtle soup is made from,
said the Queen.
I never saw one, or heard of one,
said Alice.
Come on, then,
said the Queen.
And he shall tell you his history.
As they walked off together, Alice heard the King say in a low voice to the company generally,
"You are all pardoned."
Come, that's a good thing,
she said to herself, for she had felt quite unhappy at the number of executions the Queen had ordered. They very soon came upon a griffin lying fast asleep in the sun.
"Up, lazy thing!"
said the Queen.
"And take this young lady to see the Mock Turtle, and to hear his history. I must go back and see after some executions I have ordered."
And she walked off, leaving Alice alone with the griffin. Alice did not quite like the look of the creature, but on the whole she thought it would be quite as safe to stay with it as to go after that savage Queen, so she waited. The griffin sat up and rubbed its eyes. Then it watched the Queen till she was out of sight. Then it chuckled.
"What fun!"
said the griffin, half to itself, half to Alice.
"What is the fun?"
said Alice.
"Why, she,"
said the griffin.
"It's all her fancy, that. They never executes nobody, you know. Come on."
Everybody says, "Come on," here,
thought Alice as she went slowly after it.
I never was so ordered about before in all my life, never.
They had not gone far before they saw the Mock Turtle in the distance, sitting sad and lonely on a little ledge of rock, and as they came nearer, Alice could hear him sighing as if his heart would break. She pitied him deeply.
What is his sorrow?
She asked the Gryphon, and the Gryphon answered very nearly in the same words as before.
It's all his fancy, that. He hasn't got no sorrow, you know. Come on.
So they went up to the Mock Turtle, who looked at them with large eyes full of tears, but said nothing.
This here young lady,
said the Gryphon,
she wants for to know your history, she do.
I'll tell it her,
said the Mock Turtle in a deep, hollow tone.
Sit down, both of you, and don't speak a word till I've finished.
So they sat down, and nobody spoke for some minutes. Alice thought to herself,
I don't see how he can ever finish if he doesn't begin.
But she waited patiently.
Once,
said the Mock Turtle at last, with a deep sigh,
I was a real turtle.
These words were followed by a very long silence, broken only by an occasional exclamation of from the Gryphon, and a constant heavy sobbing of the Mock Turtle. Alice was very nearly getting up and saying,
Thank you, sir, for your interesting story.
But she could not help thinking there must be more to come, so she sat still and said nothing.
When we were little,
the Mock Turtle went on at last, more calmly, though still sobbing a little now and then.
We went to school in the sea. The master was an old turtle. We used to call him Tortoise.
Why did you call him Tortoise if he wasn't one?
Alice asked.
We called him Tortoise because he taught us,
said the Mock Turtle angrily.
Really, you are very dull.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself for asking such a simple question,
added the Gryphon. And then they both sat silent and looked at poor Alice, who felt ready to sink into the earth. At last the Gryphon said to the Mock Turtle,
Drive on, old fellow, don't be all day about it.
And he went on in these words.
Yes, we went to school in the sea, though you mayn't believe it.
I never said I didn't,
interrupted Alice.
You did,
said the Mock Turtle.
Hold your tongue,
added the Gryphon, before Alice could speak again. The Mock Turtle went on.
We had the best of educations. In fact, we went to school every day.
I've been to a day school too,
said Alice.
You needn't be so proud as all that.
With extras?
asked the Mock Turtle a little anxiously.
Yes,
said Alice.
We learned French and music.
And washing?
said the Mock Turtle.
Certainly not,
said Alice indignantly.
Ah, then yours wasn't a really good school,
said the Mock Turtle in a tone of great relief.
Now, at ours, they had at the end of the bill French, music, and washing extra.
You couldn't have wanted it much,
said Alice.
Living at the bottom of the sea.
I couldn't afford to learn it,
said the Mock Turtle with a sigh.
I only took the regular course.
What was that?
inquired Alice.
Reeling and writhing, of course, to begin with,
the Mock Turtle replied.
And then the different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision.
I never heard of uglification,
Alice ventured to say.
What is it?
The Gryphon lifted up both its paws in surprise.
Never heard of uglifying?
It exclaimed.
You know what to beautify is, I suppose?
Yes,
said Alice doubtfully.
It means to make anything prettier.
Well then,
the Gryphon went on.
If you don't know what to uglify is, you are a simpleton.
Alice did not feel encouraged to ask any more questions about it, so she turned to the Mock Turtle and said,
What else had you to learn?
Well, there was mystery.
The Mock Turtle replied, counting off the subjects on his flappers.
Mystery ancient and modern, with seography, then drawling. The drawling master was an old conger eel that used to come once a week. He taught us drawling, stretching, and fainting in coils.
What was that like?
Said Alice.
Well, I can't show it you myself,
the Mock Turtle said.
I'm too stiff, and the Gryphon never learnt it.
Hadn't time,
said the Gryphon.
I went to the classical master, though. He was an old crab, he was.
I never went to him,
the Mock Turtle said with a sigh.
He taught laughing and grief, they used to say.
So he did,
said the Gryphon, sighing in his turn, and both creatures hid their faces in their paws.
And how many hours a day did you do lessons?
Said Alice in a hurry to change the subject.
10 hours the first day,
said the Mock Turtle.
9 the next, and so on.
What a curious plan,
exclaimed Alice.
That's the reason they're called lessons,
the Gryphon remarked.
Because they lessen from day to day.
This was quite a new idea to Alice, and she thought it over a little before she made her next remark.
Then the 11th day must have been a holiday?
Of course it was,
said the Mock Turtle.
And how did you manage on the 12th?
Alice went on eagerly.
That's enough about lessons,
the Gryphon interrupted in a very decided tone.
Tell her something about the games now.
Chapter 10. The Lobster Quadrille. The Mock Turtle sighed deeply and drew the back of one flapper across his eyes. He looked at Alice and tried to speak, but for a minute or two sobs choked his voice.
Same as if he had a bone in his throat,
said the Gryphon, and it set to work shaking him and punching him in the back. At last the Mock Turtle recovered his voice, and, with tears running down his cheeks, he went on again.
You may not have lived much under the sea.
I haven't,
said Alice.
And perhaps you were never even introduced to a lobster.
Alice began to say,
I once tasted,
but checked herself hastily and said,
No, never.
So you can have no idea what a delightful thing a lobster quadrille is.
No, indeed,
said Alice.
What sort of a dance is it?
Why,
said the Gryphon.
You first form into a line along the seashore.
2 lines,
cried the Mock Turtle.
Seals, turtles, salmon, and so on. Then, when you've cleared all the jellyfish out of the way...
That generally takes some time,
interrupted the Gryphon.
You advance twice.
Each with a lobster as a partner,
cried the Gryphon.
Of course,
the Mock Turtle said.
Advance twice, set 2 partners.
Change lobsters and retire in same order,
continued the Gryphon.
Then, you know,
the Mock Turtle went on.
You throw the
lobsters,
shouted the Gryphon with a bound into the air.
As far out to sea as you can.
Swim after them,
screamed the Gryphon.
Turn a somersault in the sea,
cried the Mock Turtle, capering wildly about.
Change lobsters again,
yelled the Gryphon at the top of its voice.
Back to land again, and that's all the first figure,
said the Mock Turtle, suddenly dropping his voice. And the 2 creatures who had been jumping about like mad things all this time sat down again very sadly and quietly and looked at Alice.
It must be a very pretty dance,
said Alice timidly.
Would you like to see a little of it?
said the Mock Turtle.
Very much indeed,
said Alice.
Come, let's try the first figure,
said the Mock Turtle to the Gryphon.
We can do it without lobsters, you know. Which shall sing?
Oh, you sing,
said the Gryphon.
I've forgotten the words.
So they began solemnly dancing round and round Alice, every now and then treading on her toes when they passed too close, and waving their forepaws to mark the time, while the Mock Turtle sang this, very slowly and sadly.
"Will you walk a little faster?" said a whiting to a snail. "There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They are waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? You can really have no notion how delightful it will be when they take us up and throw us with the lobsters out to sea." But the snail replied, "Too far, and gave a look askance. Said he thanked the whiting kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not, would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance.